Good morning. We are live in Chicago at McCormick Place, day 3 of IMTS 2022. Who's excited to be here? Is anyone excited to be here? Yeah! Woo! I see some thumbs up. Thumbs up are great. What about a woo? Are you happy to be here? Yeah! We'll take a hearty yeah! Welcome. Good morning. We are about to launch with our all-original programming brought to you by the Creators Lounge, sponsored by Industrial Strength Marketing, Industrial Studios. We have a lot of great conversations lined up, a couple of surprises like we do, so stay tuned. Remember to engage with us, hashtag We Are All Creators, hashtag IMTS 2022. Join me as we summon the influencers. Calling all influencers to the Creators Lounge. Yeah, welcome. Good morning. Happy to have you with us. Calling all influencers. Wait, hey, plant friends, can we get a little help summoning the influencers? Calling all influencers. We need you to the Creators Lounge. So, hey, live stream friends, I know, I can feel you asking yourself, how was our Giordano's pizza party? Oh, you just asked. Oh my gosh, it was so much fun. I have so much leftover pizza in my fridge. My roommate is very excited. The abundance from the Industrial Studios opening party at Giordano's, delicious in every way. So we're back here for some more fun. Wait, come here, James. I see you in the periphery. James Soto. So we had a really fun time. And I think we had like 100 people there last night. We were mixing, we were mingling, we were laughing, we were eating, we were drinking. It was so nice. Tell me more.
I actually had 3 slices. So the whole day, 3 slices of Giordano. So I'm so thankful to Chicago Pizza.
Yes.
It was good.
So was that your first Chicago pizza experience?
No, the first IMTS Chicago Pizza experience. It was awesome.
There's nothing wrong with all kinds of Chicago style pizza, but my personal favorite is that stuffed crust, because the other kind I like to call a biscuit with sauce. And I don't want to offend anyone, to each their own pizza, but something about that stuffed crust, because you have toppings on top and then you have toppings inside. So I think the equation would be T squared.
Is that like the Terminator?
Toppings squared.
We'll call it the Terminator.
The Terminator, because that's kind of how you feel after you eat 3 slices of it. James, what are you excited about today? I feel like today's energy. So I think the first 2 days, it felt kind of like if Pop Rocks could be like in the air. It had that like pop rock kind of like champagne vibe. Today feels like, ooh, like it feels more like I'm here to like. It feels like a more serious, but like good serious, but it's like, I was gonna say it's got this like hard rock kind of like, ugh. Let's get to work. Let's buy some equipment. Let's get some business done. Let's get our innovation on. I feel like the first 2 days are more like, I'm just gonna check stuff out and I'm gonna look at machines and talk to people. And I love walking around, seeing all the sold signs on these amazing machines around us.
Well, we actually had a purchase of 2 Okumas right from the Creators Lounge. So
2 bouncing baby Okumas.
They're great. I walked in, they didn't believe me. I'll say, I'll just take one of each of them. And I just said, hey, Mitch, go buy 2. And he did.
It's awesome. It's just so exciting that people are really here to make change and really invest. I think it's so exciting, all the education, the summit things that have been going on with like teens, like it's, I don't even know. It's exciting. I think that's the word to describe it.
I think it's super exciting, but we have a little influencer problem today. They're like running amok, and I think some like hijinks and chaos are happening, and I'm actually have to go in a second because I'm about to go track a few of them down.
Would you please? It's like we've created monsters. We've empowered them, and they've scattered to the hills.
Well, I'm gonna see if we can find some. So we're just gonna get the cool cats today for this session in the morning. So I'm gonna go see if I can find them. But if not, we're gonna make fun of them.
If you don't show up to the Creators Lounge, you might get roasted. Thank you, James. Also, Justin and I, my fabulous camera sidekick, we have some fun. We call them run and guns because that's a spicy phrase. So we're going to go hit the floor and doing some interviews this afternoon. Day 3, you better stay tuned because we can be anywhere at any time inspiring creation. # we are all creators. # IMTS 2022. Stay tuned for our morning influencer insights.
Let's go boom. Let's go boom.
Good morning. I was just playing in the land of aerospace innovations at JTech. Oh, I'm so sorry. After you. So we are on our way back to the Creators Lounge. We are going to meet with some. We're going to have a recap. We're going to have our morning rally to get everyone excited about the day, hear about who everyone is interviewing, what everyone is excited about. We have a couple of our influencers. We lost them. We empowered them to go talk about stories of creators, and we can't track them down. So some of them will be joining us later today. Ooh, look at Nels getting stuff done for Industrial Studios. Good morning. Oh, here they are. Oh, look at the epic magical creature that's Meaghan Ziemba. Oh my gosh. Oh, and Scott MacKenzie and Jason and Jim. They're so pretty and shiny and smart. Can I take one home? I promise I'll feed it leftover Giordano's and lattes, and I'll make sure it has a nice patch in the sun for naps. Ooh, they're so pretty. Sparkly, beautiful. I'm going to go talk to them. Let's do it. Oh, I love my handprint. We need some Windex on the Creators Lounge. Ooh, sparkly. Yes. Let's see what they have going on today. Come, join me. Good morning, beautiful, marvelous people. I was just playing over in the JTech booth. I love all of the machines. It's so exciting. It just like blows my brains every single time. Like all the innovations and woo. So good morning. How's everybody feeling? How's everybody doing?
Great. I'm losing my voice a little bit, but
Yeah.
that's expected.
I highly recommend my actor trick, hot water with lemon and honey.
I brought some honey
I will find
right
that.
there.
Some honey.
There you go.
Scott, how you feeling?
Absolutely wonderful. My voice is just fine.
Ah,
That's podcast trash talk.
podcast trash talk. James, what's good?
I'm a little bummed.
Why are you bummed?
I heard, it's so funny. I thought you said pumped, but you said it. I'm a little pumped.
No, I'm a little bummed
Oh,
out.
did you bump job?
I missed a really good party at Reggie's last night with Chris Lewicki of
You sure did.
Manufacturing Happy Hour and Meaghan and it was a punk rock place, right?
I know.
And
Your cell phone is.
and I was
more
losing my
important now all of a
voice,
sudden.
so I couldn't make it.
I didn't get that invite. Did somebody forget to call the director or the creators?
We
No.
told everybody
She,
to come.
to be fair, she did tell everyone, and I had an
We
angel.
did.
I had an angel devil moment in my brain. Where I was like, I really want to go, but tomorrow I have to talk all day. I was like, but you need to get some sleep. I was like, but I want to hang out with my influencer or awesome manufacturing friends. And Responsible Mary won. She doesn't win often, but she won last night. But we're all winning today. Here we are. So let's start. So if you've noticed, we're influencer light, LITE. That's because they're out doing amazing things. They're going to be joining us later. They're going to come back with a bunch of stories because we are storytellers and we are all creators. Whoa.
I kind of feel like one of those Academy Award seat fillers for the influencers.
and you're
I'm not supposed to be in this room.
No,
I'm supposed to be.
Jim, you're filling
But
it
you
really
are
well.
supposed to be in this room because you're making us look great.
So for those of you who haven't met Jim, he likes to throw technology. His phone hit the floor. So Jim is our director extraordinaire. He lives
in the back.
he lives in the back. I was going to say he lives in the closet under the stairs, Harry Potter style. And so we're bringing him out because
For a special reason, we can talk later. But yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah,
babe.
I have a thing. Can I do one thing really quick, though?
Yes, you may.
I want to do a shout out to my. Which camera should we look at? I want to do a shout out to my wife, Mary O'Donoghue.
Wait,
I love
I'm a
you
Mary.
very
So
much.
she's.
She's
Sorry,
Mary
you're
O'Donoghue.
Mid shout out to your wife.
I love you, Mary, and I want to tell the world I love my wife. It is, I think, our 27th wedding anniversary this Friday, and I'll be in the
my gosh,
Creators
yeah.
Lounge. But 27 years, love you much.
We got to get a cake.
Yeah.
A cake?
We got to get a cake and
We'll
celebrate.
send some to
Yeah.
Nashville and some here.
Happy
but
anniversary, Mary and
We
Jim.
can do a virtual call with her.
Because isn't
Yeah.
that the best form of creation? Love. I just wanted to see Scott's face.
Love.
I think
Very
creation
wide
is the best
love.
result of love.
I mean, the answer is
yeah,
yes.
right.
It's a both and situation.
But there's a reason why I'm sitting in this room.
Tell us.
That we'll get to it later.
Oh.
But let's talk
Dang
about.
it! I wanted to.
Yeah.
You keep
Wow,
on setting
just
the
for a
bait.
seat filler,
Yeah.
he's taking up all the time.
I'm directing
I don't think that,
and,
he's a chirper.
He's kind of like the nougat in the
That's
the
right. I'm like,
Musketeers.
okay. Chirpy, chirper.
Chirper, chirper, chirp, chirp. But speaking of chirping, let's like we're birds on the telephone line. Let's chirp about today. So, or let's tweet. I'm sorry, I had to. So it's day 3, really exciting. I feel like the energy in the air is more of like I am here to get stuff done. So, what stuff are we getting done today? What are you excited about? Who are you talking to?
So
Tell us. I'm just obsessed with this jacket.
right
Like,
after, thank you.
yeah, you're fabulous.
A lot of people have complimented it already, and then people who are looking for me were like, "You are really easy to find now," and I'm like, "Yes, hashtag come find me." Hashtag. I'm really excited because I'm talking to Jake, the Manufacturing Millennial Hall, with Chris Lukey. I'm hoping that they're bringing a special guest with them. And then I'm speaking with Nikki Gonzalez, who's part of the Automation Ladies, and she works with QuoteBeam. I'm really nervous right now because I have a bus full of 30 kids that came here, but they dropped them off at the wrong building. So I have someone chasing them around, trying to find them, bringing them to the Student Summit. And I'm hoping that 3 or 4 of them are going to come up here so that we can all talk to them.
I would love
and
that.
learn more about what they think engineering and manufacturing is. I think there's a huge disconnect between manufacturers and the students who are going to school learning about these technologies and the processes. And I think it's great to hear from them on what we can do better to get them more excited. So
Yeah.
they're
What better way than to address from the ground level? Like, what do you know? What do you
Yeah.
think you know? Let's help give you the accurate information.
Right. What's the biggest question you have for any of the companies that are here? And then Women Make Manufacturing Move. I'm going to nail that one of these days without stumbling on it. But the Women Make Manufacturing Move is having a luncheon today, so I'm hoping to stop by there and get a quick listen on their presentation that they're having.
Wow, that is like a jam-packed.
It's a full day.
That is like a Jewish New York deli sandwich.
Which I've never had, but it sounds delicious.
It is delicious. But you just gave me the Cat's Deli version of a schedule. By the way, yeah. Anyway, if you're in New York, go to Cat's Deli. Cats with the K.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right? Am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Spot on.
Yeah, nailed
run.
it. Pickle.
Yeah.
Don't touch my pickle. Yeah, I
Yeah.
am gonna eat that pickle, and I'm waiting for the right time. Get your own
Yes.
pickle. Scott, what are you jazzed about today? What's going on?
Okay, so I've been very fortunate to be able to visit. I'm on sort of area 3, right? I've done the south, I've done the north, and now I've done the east.
You sound like a storm system.
Yeah, I do. And I did the east this morning, right? And it is also chock full. It's just overwhelming, right? It is. And then I got the east and west, and then I need to do the west tomorrow. And every location does not disappoint. It is just an eye extravaganza. It is. It's-
Extravaganza.
yeah. And then on my schedule today, we did a great interview. And it was just sort of an ad hoc interview with Cardinal Manufacturing. This is a
Ooh, they're
high
great.
school sponsored manufacturing center. They're doing it right.
They are.
You know them.
Yeah.
They're doing it
they're
right.
I'm
doing
so
great.
excited to spend some time with like the teens today.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm really. Let's get. Hey, director.
Yeah, I'm not to.
Oh, no,
I'll
that's
jug
okay
it,
there,
but I'm
Phil.
also interviewing some stuff and some teens and some young manufacturers. But
Great.
continue with
It
Cardinal
is.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
and it's inspiring.
Super,
So to your
super
point, there's maybe this concern between how are we going to fill the workforce of the future? Well, they're doing it. Cardinal Manufacturing and that program is making it happen. They're working in conjunction with Mazak. Mazak is dropping off a new machine for them, and this program does it soup to nuts, man. They just train the whole thing through, and these students are just real passionate, and they're doing a great job there. I'm also having a great conversation with Darcy McLaren, SAP. So that's going to be a popping conversation. And then Tony Pepke, MXD. Now, I was at MXD
I know them
last.
too. Doing good things.
You know everybody.
I'm sorry.
She's Meaghan Ziemba.
Anyway, I was at MXD last night, and it's an innovation center here in Chicago, and it was spectacular. So we were broadcasting on site there, spectacular, and they're all about that education. They're all about that collaboration, and they're all about innovation and what does that look like. Here's a stat. Kids today in junior high, 85%, their jobs are not defined in 2030. Sorry about the.
No, we're with you. We're doing great.
Sorry about the data thing.
Stats are hard.
The
is why I don't like
85% of the jobs have not been discovered or defined
Yep.
for all students in junior high. So
Yep.
85% will have new, undefined.
I mean, with
Jobs in
Second
the
City,
future.
we created a brand new virtual production position that did not exist 2 years ago.
Yeah, there you go.
And also as well as something what I do, I call infotainment. That job did not exist 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And now that is my career, is virtual production and infotainment.
I need to get you connected with Rebecca Murray because
Because you know everyone, and I want to know
well,
more.
she knows infotainment.
Yes, please. And that's what this is infotainment. That's what Industrial Studios does. That's what we officially took the champagne bottle and christened the boat with it last night. Like it's a whole so I just to
It is.
piggyback on that
No.
because I'm psyched out of my mind about it. Like it's a whole new industry.
Yeah.
And new industries are being born. It's like a nursery of idea babies
And
just
it's-
popping up all over the
It's
place.
a rapid.
It really is.
Rapid.
It's
There's
like
a speed, a velocity that if you're not engaged, if you're not a part of that conversation, if you're not willing to put yourself out there to just at least begin to learn little nuggets, you're going to be left behind, and you're going to look behind, and you're going to say, man, that train left, and that train left fast.
I think it piggybacks on yesterday. It's the be afraid and do it anyway.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
there's
Just
so
do it.
say if you have a pool of even just for math's sake, data sake, 10 people, and you ask who wants to join me on this project, everyone is going to have some fear in them because fear is healthy. It's our mammalian amygdala. It's like fearful to preserve ourselves. Only 2 people in that statistically to go with your 80% are going to raise their hand
Sorry
and
to
say
cut
yes.
you off.
No, cut me off.
We got Titan walking by.
Hey, what's
Titan,
up?
Titan.
Have some fun, Titan.
Yes. Go learn and talk and do stuff.
Sorry, I needed to shout that out.
No, you absolutely did. And that's so I just think that's fascinating to put that in perspective. Everyone's going to have some fear in them. Only 2 of 10
Just
people
do
is
it.
actually
Nobody
going to do
cares.
anything.
Come on,
Yeah.
you're not going to die.
No.
Just do it.
Just do it.
Yeah.
James, just do it. What are you just doing
You got a
today?
busy day today, don't you?
Oh my gosh, I have a totally busy day, and I think for anyone watching this stream, and whether you're here on the show floor or you're at your shop, it's about being creative. It's about telling your story, and we are at the midpoint of IMTS, and it just hasn't stopped. And what you would think in this type of environment, we're battling for attention. It's like one of the most quoted descriptions of marketing. It's the battle for attention. But I think what you're finding here are really distinct conversations where people want to reconnect. It's so much more chill. People are so much more accessible. And I think I've heard it earlier, online and off, is that people are getting these stories, they're getting this information before they even arrive. And it's really about, I think you said it and others have said it, it's about getting hands on the technology. It's getting together and lifting people up. We've literally smiled. We've had tears. Meaghan, you've gotten great, accolades from a young, 10-year-old who came to see you. And I think we've all had connections. And when you think about this manufacturing community and what what you're going to be listening in on the various streams today, it's all of the dots that are connecting. We took over Giordano's Pizza last night. It was fantastic. And we had Manufacturing USA there, MXD, and the institutes are aligned. We work with NIST and Commerce to make that all happen. We ghostwrite for them. We are so connected. I am amazed just by all of us, by all of these folks that we know in industry. And that's what's exciting, as far as the programming is concerned for today. We have one person that's really important that we felt we needed to talk to, someone who's creative, who had a vision, and is the reason why the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge is here. And just to recap,
Dope.
IMTS Plus is a digital destination built for the manufacturing community. So the show is not ending. And IMTS Plus is going to be about programming. It's going to be about storytelling. It's going to be about a place you can go to read, to learn, to join, and to watch. And we're moving beyond things you have to consume to things you want to consume. And Peter Elman.
Wait, I love that. We're moving from things you have to consume to things you want to consume. You choose your plate. You choose what tastes good to you. You curate what you are, the things that you are nourishing your head and your heart with.
Yeah. There's just
And your tummy crisp
so many
pizza.
things. Absolutely. And who is coming is the Chief Experience Officer, the man with the plan, who is running the entire IMTS show, Peter
From
Elman.
an office.
Yes,
Right there.
He overlooks
Wait, no,
everything.
it's straight up
Yeah.
Willy Wonka style with Veruca
Yeah.
Salt's dad in the factory.
Yeah.
No, it's legit.
Yeah, it's literally. I think he is a little Willy
unwrapping
Wonka.
candy
Let's get him a
bars.
hat.
He's up there
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
"Where's the
We're getting
going?"
Peter Elman a hat. Elman a hat. His Willy Wonka hat.
Like legit,
And-
it's legit.
But we sat at MT at the MFG event and the Forecast event in Denver, and we sat at a table and we just started riffing on this idea, and we're going to talk about it. But this is someone who had a vision for IMTS Plus, who had a vision for storytelling, and the reason why we're here is to capture all of these stories. And it was such a great connection to Industrial Studios, which Jim and I are going to talk about in a second, because it's ultimately the singular question. We're here, and that's happening. It's what is our manufacturing story? And it's a story in progress, and this has been so great to be part of our heroes' journeys here together. So I'll be speaking also with Christine Spiegel. She's the strategic marketing director of Muratech. And these are people like, we were having pizza, we were having fun, we're hanging out, and that's what this is all about. So I'm looking forward to these conversations. There's some other influencers that are doing some great things, but man, what a great time.
I think I've noted it before. I'm going to highlight it again because that's my job. There is a sense of joy that overarches all of these moments of connections. Like, you can be both master and student at the same time. There's a sense of, I know a thing that I'm really passionate about. You know a thing that you're really passionate about. There's a sense of grace and humility of like, yeah, you do your thing. That's awesome. Let me learn more about your thing. I'll tell you about my thing. And we just add more toys to the sandbox and everyone gets to play with more toys.
Yes, absolutely. So I'd like to introduce someone very special
Drum
to
roll.
me. And Mary, thank you for
that's much better.
sharing
that was
time
much better.
here.
I was like,
On your anniversary, I'm a little sad about that news that you're not together, but so I have the distinct honor and privilege to work with Jim Olin.
Cymbal Crash.
And he is a talented creator, leader, a man who wears his heart on his sleeve. He will shed a tear, but he's passionate about leading with creativity and humor. And we are having an absolute blast, having smiles in what is a very challenging environment to produce. And I'm pleased to introduce Jim Olin, who is now the fearless leader of Industrial Studios, which, as of a post about 20 minutes ago, has officially been launched publicly to
Happy birthday.
the industry. So Jim, there you go.
Well,
Jim.
Thank you. And kudos to, I think, first you and Peter for having that conversation about that storytelling needs to happen in this manufacturing industry, right? To that point, we've had so many people coming up to us and say, I want to share my story. I want to share my story. I want to share my story. And to the point where,
Don't have enough
Mary,
hours
as you
in the
know,
day.
I'm sending you out
Yeah,
to capture
This
a
is
story.
look at my schedule.
It's crazy.
It's like highlight. It's like I don't know. Basically, we stopped having rehearsals. Like we're
Full run of show.
no, we're
Booked.
just like producing segments like down to like We're figuring stuff out
Yeah.
live in the moment.
Everybody wants to
in
share
all
their
honesty,
story.
I feel like this is going to change and it's going to fill up more, and I'm here
Yeah.
for it.
So Mary's going to capture a story, and I was asked to interview, or we're like, well, who's going to interview these two young up-and-comers who are like anxious to get in? And we talked a little bit about retention, and so we developed a quick segment called The Next Generation. I'm going to interview a young man,
nice.
Max, and a young man, Nicholas, and they're going to talk about what led to their passions and getting into this industry and getting their degree, like everything for this. And gosh, the smile. So I'm looking forward to that. But to Industrial Studios, kudos to you and Peter to talk about this is what we need. We need storytelling. So Industrial Studios was officially launched yesterday.
Yay.
And this Creators Lounge is part of that launch because we wanted to share stories. And so it took James all of maybe 3 seconds to convince me to come over to run Industrial Studios, because I don't, and you know this of me, Mary, and I've met you, Scott and Meaghan, I don't want to do things normal. Like,
You can't.
yeah,
It's
like,
not in your
you
DNA.
can't.
Like,
It's
it's
not.
not in
You
your double
can't.
helix. You don't
so
have that.
whether
I don't
it's
think
a
the market
regular
is-
interview and we can turn the camera a little bit, or we don't, James and I agree, we don't want to do rote interviews. We don't want to do from a template, and here's what it is. We have to do things differently. We have to be inventive, and that's one thing about the manufacturing industry that I love. We're constantly inventing. We're constantly being creative, and I think Industrial Studios is part of that. So I define quickly Industrial Studios as branded entertainment, which I kind of define as programming with an agenda. That we have to be entertaining, but we have to share a strategy, and there's a planning behind that. We are currently producing a show for MSC that you guys might have seen with Mitch Free, one of our influencers. It's called Tooling Up, and it's just a different take on it. And it's the stories of the why. The why are you in this industry? Why are you doing this? Why are you inventing? So that's really exciting for me. We're also partnering with MSC for 3 more series. To tell the how-to and been there, done that, and really tell a different story. And that's why we're excited for Industrial Studios, because we want to do things differently. We're going to shoot differently. We're going to tell different stories. We're going to bring some humor to this. I'm not saying that the manufacturing industry doesn't have humor, but we're going to highlight that humor and highlight those stories. So we're really excited for Industrial Studios.
And we are just being involved in this project, I'm in like the infotainment and hosting industry, and just all of the sessions that we have before we do something. We have a meeting of the minds. We bring everyone together and like, what do you think? And I've never done a production where the turnaround is so quick, where I pitch an idea and you're like, yep, take Justin, take Bennett, go do it. Which is so exciting to be able to be off the leash, but also know that we are linked with our intentionality of knowing the why and what we're doing behind it.
exactly.
And then it's kind of like, so we have that center of the wheel, and you're like, we have that hub, and then the spokes go out, but we always know our intention and our why.
Yeah.
So today,
Yep.
your intention and your why. I was trying to do your voice. I don't.
Yeah, you're close.
Your intention and your why is to go hit that floor, have a really great time, and have really great conversations. Well, that was pretty okay.
Yeah, it was good.
I said pretty okay.
It was tingly.
So Mary,
My skin is
one
tingling.
quick thing before we wrap up. I think the inspiration I think we all have is that we are all creators. Like, that is the hashtag.
What 3? I said
And
sorry.
it's important that if you're watching this, really support each other by engaging in their content. You know, boost the algorithm. You hear it all the time. Like, share, subscribe. It's not just whether or not you're that engaged, but if you support their mission and where someone
Yes.
is in their journey. You know, we're talking a lot about Industrial Studios, and we're not big into, like, you know, chest pumping and all of that stuff, because there's just so many great creators out there.
Yes.
These folks here, Scott inspired me along his journey around podcasting.
Yes.
Meaghan and when we were deciding who we would pick, you know, Charli, Meaghan, Scott, they were so inspirational. But when we talk about how we move forward as creators, we do have to be honest about manufacturing, and we have to honor and celebrate what's best about it, the things that we were noticing that we should have noticed before. And when we look at the content we create, we have to be honest about it. And so when we really look at whether it's Industrial Studios' point of view or anyone else's, we're going to be really honest. If we're saying we're diverse and we're not, we're going to say we can't produce that. Let's talk about where you are in your journey, and let's talk about that first step. Let's talk about, the optics. And companies want to, talk about sustainability, but if we feel it's greenwashing, when you create a company, you have the opportunity to decide what it's about, and or a show or a podcast or whatever you're creating, and we want to do that. And so right now, you also have to be willing to shake it up. So I don't know if we have a camera out there, but there's something happening out there that looks pretty amazing.
Oh my God!
So there's Spot out there.
Is outside of the Creators Lounge.
Oh my gosh!
So there's a creator for you, right on cue.
He's so beautiful. You're doing so
showing
good.
a little robot.
Yes.
I don't even know what it is.
That's my interview.
I've been wanting to meet you.
So here we go.
I
love it.
I love your work. I've been watching you. You're so exciting. And you're so handsome, beautiful, whatever. You're
I have a
perfect.
feeling she's not talking to me.
No, I'm talking. I literally. I think I'm about to cry. Is anyone else feeling like emotional and excited?
All right, we all gotta get.
Can we
up.
get a
gotta
woo?
see
Is
this.
anyone excited? Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. I need to. Excuse me. Let me return the curtsy.
Should I? Where should I?
Yeah. Get it. You have great moves. Of course, you have great moves. Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, wow. Yeah, yes. The excited dance. Oh, everyone loves a compliment. Wow.
Get you guys in there, so you'll be right in there. Legit. Is he coming in? I hope so. Is the robot coming in? Oh, let's move this up.
Hey, can we get some music out here? Hey.
Yes. So we have our next segment coming up next. Meaghan Ziemba is going to be interviewing Jake Hall, Business Development Manager of FZ Corp, and Chris, a podcast host of Manufacturing Happy Hour. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, IMTS 2022. If you're walking by the Creators Lounge, you might want to stop and take a look inside because we have Spot the robot in here. We also have Chris Lukey from Manufacturing Happy Hour and Jake, the Manufacturing Millennial Hall. How are you guys doing today?
We're great. I'm glad that like Spot's priority number one, and then we come in probably a pretty distant second, all things considered.
So this is my first time seeing it in person, so I'm just like fangirling over here.
Oh, man.
Of course.
And
of
then
course.
we have Vache. Did I say? Yes, thank you. He is actually helping Spot gain his personality, your operating Spot, giving him his personality. So we're going to ask him questions too. So I appreciate you coming in here on the fly and
happy to be
being
here.
willing to do that. So first off, okay, you guys are both, content creators. You're manufacturing advocates. We got this skills gap going on. We have an awareness issue going on. So why is it so important for people like us to create that content for manufacturing and get the word out there?
Jake, I'll let you lead off because this is your sweet spot.
Yeah.
You literally are the manufacturing millennial. I'll run cleanup after your comments.
I think it's one of those things right now that in manufacturing, you're going to be facing, like you said, a massive skill gap shortage in the next few years. Right now, there's currently 820,000 open jobs in manufacturing, and by 2028 to 2030, we're expected to have almost 3 million jobs open in manufacturing. A lot of that's because of the baby boomers retiring. We have this older generation that's retiring, that's leaving our industry, and that no one's coming to fulfill those jobs. And we're beginning to be innovative too. So we're going to have new jobs that are opening up. But what really needs to happen is we need to leverage technology in a way that's going to excite kids to remove the dark, dirty, dangerous view that manufacturing is, and bring in technology like that we see Spot here that gets people excited that don't want to climb 20 sets of stairs at a refinery or at a facility to go look at a sensor to do the inspection. You know what? A person would much rather, control a controller or look through an interface and have a robot do that task for them instead. And I think that's what's going to be attracting the future workforce is technology that's going to enable their future.
And to kind of talk to the content creator side of that, right? Like Jake is known for putting out basically how it's made style videos every day. I've been sharing people's stories on Manufacturing Happy Hour for about 5 years, on videos, on podcasts, and since we have these workforce challenges, what's the right way to communicate with the next generation that we need to attract, right? When I moved from Houston, Texas to the Bay Area, I needed a new means to communicate because it was a bunch of 20 and 30-year-olds making decisions, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm a 20 to 30-year-old at the time. So it's like videos, podcasts. That's the way to reach the next generation, to share those messages. So that way we can start addressing the issues that Jake was just talking to.
So I'm really happy that both of you are here together because you do partner on a lot of things, but you guys have different styles of how you're generating content and distributing it out there. So can you break down what your process is for each of your channels and what information you're trying to share out there? Because Jake, you focus a lot on automation videos and you focus a lot on conversation. So can you dive a little deeper into what each of your brands is and why you picked that sort of style?
Yeah.
Sure. Jake, you lead this
So,
one.
for me, when I started and doing the whole content creation thing about 2 years ago, I viewed it as we are in an industry where very quick access to information is what's driving how people are getting and learning things. TikTok is the second largest search engine in the world now, and people consume information and they laugh and they move forward within a 30-second period. So when I want to communicate new technology in a way, I can't do the traditional 6-7 minute long case study video or video that's going to tell an entire story. I have to go out there and say what's going to engage an audience really quickly, that's going to make them excited about the technology and in a sense relate to a problem that they're facing out there. Manufacturers and skilled trades is just one of them. Let's say another one is a diverging workforce where getting existing workers who've been there for a long time more productive. How can we leverage technology such as collaborative robots or visions where we're not replacing people's jobs? The jobs still exist. We're just making their jobs easier. And so I use short format video to communicate in a way that's going to say, this is your problem. You can relate to it. Here's a solution. Right. And I'm going to put that in a 30-second time span to make that
Right.
adaptable to them.
That makes me think of Malachi's shirt that he's wearing around IMTS, freeing humans one robot
Yeah.
at a time.
Yeah.
I think that's great. So, Chris, what about you? Why did you decide to pick the sort of platform you're using, and what is it that you look into when you're picking guests for your show?
Sure. I look for, primarily I'm looking for a good story to share, right? Like, I think that's where my philosophy around podcasting is you should ask questions you can't find answers to on the internet, right? And I shared that the other day on LinkedIn, and someone is asking, well, what answers can't you find on the internet anymore, right? And a lot of it's like, why did you pick this career? Why did you go down this path? What did you do in this challenging situation, right? I got an engineering degree back in 2009, but admittedly I've gotten further and further away from that as I go. And really what I've described Manufacturing Happy Hour as, it's a leadership podcast disguised as a manufacturing podcast. So we're really tackling a lot of the timeless advice that leaders in this industry can bring to the table. And that's really where I've focused on when it comes to the Manufacturing Happy Hour podcast.
So go ahead.
And I think, Spot's a great example here. So Spot is, and I want Vansha to talk about this.
That's
So
my next question was going to be directed to him. But
Spot's a great technology, but people see it as a dancing robot. But it's not a dancing robot.
Right.
It's so much more than that. I love to talk about how is this changing manufacturing.
Sure.
Yeah. So first off, introduce yourself.
Sure, yeah.
And then talk about Boston Dynamics a little bit too, because I remember the very first one that you brought out, and I was creeped out. I was like, "What the hell is that?" But then you kept, improving it, making it better, and now it looks like more of like a cuddly puppy that I'm not so scared of when it first came out. So
Yeah, so my name is Vache Arabian, and I work at Boston Dynamics. I'm on the marketing team, and I'm focused on industrial applications for Spot. So how Spot's being used by industry to modernize and automate a lot of tasks that haven't been automated in the past. The big thing that we've been talking about this week here at the show is automating thermal inspection, but Spot has proved to be a valuable tool to automate inspection routes. So going around your facility, checking motors, checking pumps, using that thermal imaging camera to collect data points on things that are probably not worth sensorizing, but should be part of your predictive maintenance program. And given what Jake was saying earlier about, the workforce retiring, there's a lot of challenges in staffing. It's a task that's not done often enough, but a lot of businesses have identified, hey, we need to do this a lot more often. How can we automate this? We could put a fixed sensor on 300 motors in our 1 million square foot facility. That might not make so much sense, but relegating tasks like that to a robot where you can collect structured, clean data and then start to look for trends and then better predict downtime. So that's really, really what Spot's being used for today. And yeah.
So how many spots are there?
How many spots are there?
Hundreds.
Are they different sizes, or is this the standard size?
No, this is the only size Spot comes in.
Okay.
But Spot is a platform, so there's different configurations that you can use depending on what your inspections are. For example, if you're doing thermal inspection or acoustic reading, you can put those payloads on there. This particular robot has an arm on it, so for arm manipulation tasks. It just kind of depends on what you need done, and we've got a bunch of partners that help you with those integrations.
So I noticed that there's a ball there.
Yes.
So do you want to show
How that works?
how that works?
Yeah. Hold on one second.
I'm geeking
I
out
can't
about
drive
this
and
right
hold
now.
my mic at the same time.
Here, I can hold your mic. I'm geeking out about this right now.
This way?
Yeah. Put more in the middle.
All right.
Just to give myself some room here. So manipulation is really easy picking up objects. I just tap on the screen. I didn't use the screen, but I can see the ball as an object.
I should hold this up to you while you're talking.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Yep. So I've told Spot I want to pick this object up. I'd say I want to grab it from the top down. Click that, and then Spot just moves through that function for me.
It's Tony Gunn. What's up, Tony?
And now I say carry, and then I can walk that over to Jake and release.
Easy as that.
That is so cool.
I was wondering if it was going to grab my foot on it instead of the ball, since I was
Like,
in,
get over
in
here.
arm's length.
I think a really exciting thing about this is, so Spot can pick up a ball, but what if this is a component on a manufacturing floor? What if this is a door that Spot needs to open to get into a room to walk up to an MCC and
Right.
read a temperature panel or read a pressure sensor, you know. So it's cool that Spot can do a trick, but the fact is this is an actual agile robotic arm that can do a human task and be able to act that way. And that's the same thing, like, why doesn't robots have wheels? Well, wheels aren't where humans work in a lot of aspects. We need to climb up stairs. We need to go into compact areas. We need to go up a hill or a ramp.
Yeah. These facilities weren't designed for wheeled or tracked robots. Graded stairs, complex
second.
areas.
Do you want to
Yeah.
take a picture?
Oh yeah.
Yes, you can
Yes,
take pictures
go
all you
ahead.
want.
Feel free.
Absolutely.
Flash away.
We are in a fishbowl right now.
Yeah.
You
And I
can
know
take a
it's not
picture
us either.
after
It's
the
all due
interview.
to Spot.
a cool thing that we can do with the gripper now that was in recent software, because we're always updating Spot software. We've recently released, you can do inspections with the gripper arm. So like you could
Okay.
go look in pick bins, you know, check for, read labels. You know, that's a really new exciting thing that we just announced in a software update.
So what about like bomb dismantling? Like, I know there's some robots that do that. Is that something that robot?
There are public safety applications for this robot for sure. Yeah. Yep. And the manipulation arm is really easy to use. So
That's really
yeah, there's
cool.
definitely some.
A great example for that is like a cave application, right? Where there could be a collapse instead of setting a human in there to do
Yeah.
a dangerous task. And a robot could go in there and do the same thing. Like SpaceX has a Spot robot where if they're doing testing and they want to test for gases, or the same thing of a
Right.
manufacturing facility. You want to go into a manufacturing facility that might be a high-risk area, send a robot to do that instead, and that creates value in that sense.
And laser scanning too, you know, doing digital twins of your facilities, and then because it was the mining application reminded me of it, of, you know, sending Spot in to do a 3D scan in an area that's too dangerous for a person to go in and do that scan. That's another huge application.
So in terms of getting the next generation really excited, and this is open up to all of you, because I want to hear your opinions on this. Why is using technology like this and showing the kids something like this important?
Well, I mean, they're growing up with technology, right? These are the first generations that have had technology at their fingertips the whole time. They're not being nostalgia like us talking about how we had dial-up internet at one point, right? The internet has just always been there and it's always worked for them. So that's the expectation when they go into anything. And I think that's the general expectation for manufacturing today and why it's gone beyond the dull, dirty, dangerous that Jake talked about earlier. Because the expectation is there is high tech inside of these facilities to help do jobs, right? And I think that's how, you know, that's a big part about getting the next generation involved.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
I think Chris said it perfectly. I mean, technology is something that us younger generations have evolved with, and we use our cell phone as a tool to wherever we go. But for so long, manufacturers are still using technology from 20 years ago. They're still using the 3-ring binder. They're still using the piece of paper to write down their production for their day, or why they have faults, or why they have errors. We need to leverage technology that's going to enable humans to better perform and to enjoy their lives better.
And I'm
not
glad
to replace them.
manufacturers have started to realize that,
Yeah.
right? They understand it's like, yep, people expect to be able to, you know, order a car, order a package from their phone, right? So they expect to be able to go into work and be able to do X, Y, and Z from their phone or a tablet or what have you.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting that you brought that up because I've bought 2 cars off of Carvana. I won't go back to going to the dealerships. Like,
Yeah.
I love picking a car out on my phone and ordering food or getting a ride. You know, like it's very convenient.
We've talked about extrovert, introvert amongst
Yeah.
ourselves during this time. I kind of do like going to the dealership a little bit because I do enjoy the sport of the haggle.
I do not.
I know most people
I
don't.
avoid
I know
that.
most people don't.
And going back to how technology is an enabler, Spot isn't out there to do and just completely replace a human. There's a human behind Spot.
Right.
It's just it's that separation. So that's how one of those things is. Technology isn't here just to like completely remove people from every process.
Right.
It's to put a space in that area. And you know, talk more about that. Like, I think this is the biggest myth is, oh my gosh, you know, Spot's just going to be running around completely on its own.
No, I mean, yeah,
It's not.
Spot doesn't have a mind of its own. It doesn't decide, hey, I'm going to go look at these motors. Someone has to program that mission, and someone has to have knowledge of those basic inspections to program
Right.
Spot. The idea is these inspections don't happen often enough. You have these Industry 4.0 goals as a business, and the only way to realistically reach them is by automating a lot of those tasks, and we see Spot as the best way to do that.
Right.
And yeah, to your point, it's not replacing jobs. It's making people's lives easier and safer. Like
Right.
that's the goal of Spot.
So in terms of those inspections, like how is that process, done? So obviously humans were doing it before, so they had a process and a checklist to go through to inspect something.
Yeah.
Are you collaborating with those inspectors to build the program then?
They're typically part of the process of integrating Spot onto their facility. So, like we hear a range of answers when people come to us and they want to automate inspections. We say, okay, so how often do you do thermal inspections? We hear everywhere from once a year because our insurance says we have to do it once a year. We hear once a quarter because I don't have enough time, and I honestly haven't seen the value of having someone go and take a bunch of unstructured data points about a bunch of motors, put it on a piece of paper, file it away at best, and not really do anything with that information. So the idea is they know, like, we're going to benefit knowing more about our facility. It's just getting that information. I've only got 15 maintenance people for my 1 million square foot facility. So like, how can I solve this problem? Well, enter Spot, right? So Spot can be now programmed to do that task. The information Spot collects can be processed on the edge, and then it can be integrated with your existing work order system. So when Spot does see a temperature threshold cross on a motor, it can create an alert, and with SAP or Maximo or whatever system that you're using, and create that work order and work ticket. So schedule that downtime, schedule that repair.
What are some of the things that Boston Dynamics are doing? You're bringing this to the show, of course, to show people how it works, and then you have it down in the Student Summit, which I think is really cool because I think kids are going to get really excited about this. What sort of other types of partnerships are you doing to get the word out there about Spot, but also just, what manufacturing is and how it is to be a programmer for something like this?
So we do have a lot of content that we push online. A lot of that content, I think, that we're known for is the dancing, which we love. It's the biggest. Like, we've built so much awareness around our existence and our robots, and what we've really spent the last year doing is working on explaining to people, like, it's not just a flashy toy. It actually has purpose and function.
It's a mobile IoT platform.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So we've been working a lot on that messaging, and that's part of my job, is like finding ways to explain and excite people on the robot's functionalities.
I don't mind the dancing, though. I think that's what we need to do. We need to think creatively. So I wanted to talk to Chris and Jake about this. Influencers can kind of have a bad stigma behind them, and I know you've had conversations about it, and people have been critical about what we're doing. But why is it important for companies here at IMTS to partner with content creators and influencers who are advocating for manufacturing? Like, how does that help them get the word out about what they're doing and actually connect with the communities that they're existing within?
Well, I think it's no secret that the world is trending to storytelling. It's always been about storytelling, but I think in our industrial tech world, we do get caught up in feature benefits, right? And I think people are starting to realize there is a skill and a finesse to being able to tell these stories, create the right balance of content. Because what you were saying about Spot and the dancing robot, right? That content is important. It gets awareness out there, right? In the manufacturing world, we call that front of funnel content, right? People they know who you are, they see it out there. But as you dig further, you do need to see that, hey, Spot is a robot that's capable of going into hazardous locations, right?
Right.
So at least from my perspective, I try to do, let's say, a balance of content, right? Kind of the wide end of the funnel stuff that's going to have that mass appeal, but also more of that niche how-to things, like 3 lessons I learned about the mining industry from this podcast interview, for example, getting more specific like that. So why is it important to connect with content creators? Because I think content creators have this skill where they know what that balance is, they know how to tell stories, they know what resonates with their audience, and if your audience aligns with, let's say, a company's audience that they're also trying to reach, that's where there's magic.
Yeah.
Final thoughts?
I think there's a sense of authenticity that comes from it as well, where coming from an individual that is at a company, they're just like, oh, they're trying to sell that product to that, versus working with a content creator or an influencer or a thought leader in this space. They're coming at it from an agnostic point of view of, Chris and I, we've talked and we've worked with every single robot manufacturer, every single PLC manufacturer, every single vision company out there. And you know what we have is we have that sense of understanding is there's a greater problem that needs to be solved in manufacturing than just trying to get the next sale.
Absolutely.
I'm not looking at who's going to sell the next robot, who's going to sell the next product. I'm looking at how are we going to make manufacturing the industry it needs to be in the next 6 months, 5 years, and the next decade.
Yeah.
And that's how we're going to do that, is not by these small ideas. It's advocating this idea of technology is going to be impacting our industry long term.
Right. Well, I want to thank you both for coming and taking time out of your busy day. I know you got a lot going on, and I just want you guys to know that I respect the hell out of you. I think you tell great stories. You get great information out there to everybody. So if you're here at IMTS, make sure you find Chris Lukey and Jake Hall. I want to thank you for stopping by.
Yeah, no problem.
And thanks Spot for stopping by as well too. If you missed this interview, you can catch it on the YouTube channel. Follow hashtag IMTS 2022 and hashtag We Are All Creators. Thanks you guys.
Thanks, Meaghan.
Thanks, Meaghan.
Thank you so much for a fantastic interview. Special thanks to Spot for showing up and adding the jazz with Jake Hall and Chris Lukey. Stay tuned. Meaghan Ziemba is going to be interviewing the magnificent Nikki Gonzalez of Quote Beam. Don't go anywhere.
everyone. Welcome back to the Creators Lounge. I'm Meaghan Ziemba, host of Mavens of Manufacturing, and I'm here sitting in the Creators Lounge with Nikki Gonzalez from QuoteBeam. Hello, Nikki. How are you today?
Hey, Meaghan. I'm
so-
doing pretty good.
I'm so grateful to have you. So, first off, I want you to talk about some of the things that you're doing with QuoteBeam, and then we're going to get into Automation Ladies, because that's a new podcast that you and Ali G came up with. So, first off, let's get to your company, QuoteBeam. Can you explain who that is and what your role is with that company?
Yeah, so we're a relatively newer startup company in the industrial automation space, and we're really building technology to help connect customers with the technology and their suppliers in the procurement process. It's particularly important right now with the supply chain challenges that we've been having. They've really exacerbated a lot of the sort of long-standing, I wouldn't call them issues, but the way that we communicate in that process is very much, we have a lot of emails and PDFs and phone calls, and these are fairly complicated processes usually when engineers work with their sales engineers, their local suppliers, and oftentimes vendors have to get involved with technical information and things like that. And there hasn't been a technology specifically built to kind of connect and facilitate this process, which is what we're trying to do at QuoteBeam. So we're really in the business of building partnerships and then technology that enables those partners to work together better.
And I was really excited when you reached out to me on LinkedIn, because you comment on a lot of posts and, you're very active on there. And when I first met you, I was like, we got to get you on Mavens. And then I got introduced to Alicia Gillipin, also known as Ali G. And then you two partnered up and created this podcast called Automation Ladies, which I'm really excited about. I know that it's been a long process because you're both super, super busy, and it takes a lot of work to get those episodes edited. But what was your inspiration for starting Automation Ladies, and what's its overall mission that you and Ellie are trying to achieve?
Well, so my position at QuoteBeam, and I didn't answer that question earlier, really is head of partnerships. So I reach out to people that I see as having value to my customers, my ecosystem, and I try to find ways that we can work together to add value to everybody in the community. And we really are a community-led company in the sense that we see our customers are our community, and we're here to serve them, and we're here to connect them, to help each other as well, because that's what a community does. It's not from the top down. It's everybody is involved. So I really started to do a lot of outreach and just trying to see who is out there making change, having conversations, creating communities on LinkedIn. And I found, you and a lot of your friends and colleagues, and Ali was one of those as well. And Ali actually started a group conversation on LinkedIn, I think, where she added all the women that she knew that like to mess with robots and hardware. And she just started asking questions, basically like a little mini community for us to be able to share our passion of messing around with hardware and stuff, even if we don't know exactly what we're doing, or some of us, we're in different stages of learning, we're in different areas. And that conversation, was there were maybe not 100, but there was quite a few people in that group, and maybe a handful of us consistently sort of engaged, and we found that we had a lot in common, and we liked to talk about these things because it was kind of an outlet, right?
Yeah.
Where else do we know a bunch of ladies that are into robots and these nerdy things that we do at work that a lot of our local communities, families at home maybe aren't as into, right? And one of our friends that we found in that chat, Courtney Fernandez, applications engineer at Universal Robots, who we took a training. I took a training with her yesterday here at the show. She was like, hey, I'm going to start a Zoom call on Saturdays because I know we're all busy during the week, and I know we all have kids, but you know what? Just show up to the Zoom call with your kids in background or whatever it is. Let's just connect, and we can demo some robots and hang out. And again, it was difficult time. Only a few of us made it every weekend.
Yeah.
But really my thought with that was the way I came up with Automation Ladies, or the idea, was I wanted to extend that sense of community to maybe more people that were not immediately connected with us and therefore not invited to this group.
Right.
Not because it was meant to be or supposed to be exclusive in any way, right? It's just, how do you get the word out to the right people?
Right.
And I saw that there were now more podcasts, and your show is amazing. You do it live. I was like, oh, we can't do what Meaghan does. Like, no way, we'll try to do a podcast instead so we can pre-record, which has its own challenges. We're learning, we're figuring it out. But
Right.
I think this is a story I haven't shared too much, but somebody, again, on LinkedIn, I've had so many just quality relationships happen there. People make suggestions.
Yeah.
When people come in with just no agenda and they want to add value and comment. So it was on somebody else's thread about podcasts. Somebody recommended a podcast called Office Ladies. And I was like, I haven't heard of that. What's that? She's like, oh yeah, it's two girls from the show The Office.
Yeah.
Right? And so it's Angela and Pam. And they are actually best friends in real life.
They hated each other in that show.
I know. And so it was really funny to see that they are actually best friends. They have this podcast where they talk about episodes of The Office. Each episode of the podcast, they talk about an episode of The Office. They talk about how it went for them, what they were doing behind the scenes.
Okay.
They'll answer fans' questions that have called in or written in, and then they're like, oh, I called Steve Carell and he said this about this episode. But it was so entertaining because it was a subject I cared about, I related to, because I watched, the whole series of The Office.
Right.
And then there was these two girls that had this really fun rapport because they were friends. And they genuinely enjoyed, talking about this and reminiscing about it and this and that. And I was like, man, this format is really cool. Mm-hmm. And I was like, I don't have a best friend that's into robots, but I want one.
I'm going to go find one.
Yeah. And then I kind of, I reached out to Allie because I just really felt like I, resonated with her. We ended up having some conversations about, I think I may have asked her for some feedback about QuoteBeam because we're building it for people like her, systems integrators, OEMs, panel builders, anybody that has to go out and find parts to build their projects. And so I wanted some feedback. I ended up sending her some cable. I was like, hey, is there anything you need for your demo lab right now? And we found out that we just both kind of had this passion for increasing the representation of women like us and, what we're doing in this space. And she's crazy enough to have jumped on it with me. And I think that's probably also what makes us pretty good best friends.
I think it's really cool because not only did you develop a friendship out of that situation, but it's also a business relationship as well too, because she goes to you if she's having a hard time finding parts. You're able to help connect her with the right people to get those parts. So that's really cool. The other thing that I really like is that when she started that initial LinkedIn message place, one of the comments that I saw was, oh my gosh, I didn't know that there were so many women in this area.
Yeah.
This is great. I can have a conversation about what I'm experiencing on the tech side. Like if I'm trying to troubleshoot something, I can actually reach out to this group, and there's other engineers that know what the hell I'm talking about, and they know what kind of situation I'm in, and we can kind of exchange tips and tricks and vent to each other too about some of the BS that happens in the sector. So it's really great that you're expanding that conversation into Automation Ladies. I know you haven't released any episodes quite yet and you're almost there, but who have been some of your top guests that you've had on the show, and what are some of the topics that you were talking about?
Oh man, we've talked to so many great people. One of my favorites is probably Christy Corbier. She's Indigenous Tech Consulting is her firm.
Okay.
And she used to work in diamond mines up in Canada. And now she works with Indigenous communities in Canada. She works with a renewable energy company, and they're trying to transform the energy situation with a lot of these remote communities that are reliant on things like diesel generators for their for the electricity for their entire community. And as electricity prices have just risen, right, or diesel prices in this case for them, and they're on a fixed budget, as a tribe, you can imagine how it impacts the community to have all of a sudden, the majority of your budget going towards the basic necessity of heating your home.
Right.
Or providing energy to run the infrastructure in your town. And it was just, to be able to connect with someone like that is in a different country, from a different background, in a different but adjacent industry, right? She works in controls and automation, but she was doing it in mines and in mining and now in energy. that was probably one of my favorite episodes. And then at the same time, we've interviewed other people that I did know already, like Aaron Prather.
Yeah.
Well, he was still at FedEx, so it'll be a retro episode with that sense, where he has all the machines in the background, and he's kind of on the other side of the spectrum in terms of, he's in an authority position at a very big company that most people know. And so it's not a hidden story that we're telling there, but just having a conversation with us two as two women in automation, like we will ask people different questions than, for instance, if he was being interviewed by some of the other people that have other types of shows.
Right.
So we haven't had, we don't really have a very specific profile as to what guests we want to talk to. It's really like, hey, we are really interested in learning about you and what you do. So we talked to a girl that's an industrial mechanic that works the night shift at a food and beverage factory. Mm-hmm. We've talked to applications engineers. We talked to Alma Fernandez, who works at a industrial automation distributor in sales. But she started out as a receptionist at a parts place, and then she decided that, she saw opportunity. She wanted to learn more. She went to school for mechatronics. And then she worked with a systems integrator or an OEM commissioning equipment. And now she's transitioned to the sales side. Like, these are stories that you just don't, I feel like I haven't heard a lot of. Right. But they're extremely inspiring. And they're very attainable for other people. Mm-hmm. Like, you can see these paths. Right. And so for me, it's been amazing education because I only have my own experience, right? I try to learn from everybody that I meet, but in my career, I've had a fairly narrow view of manufacturing because I've always been in automation. And so I'm going into a factory that's either already automating or in the process of doing so, and I deal with a certain portion of the line or, a certain engineers in that facility, but like I don't really know what goes on in the rest of it. And that's part of what we're doing is exploring and learning for ourselves and then sharing that with our audience.
I think it's great, too, that you have Allie on there because she does a really good job showing what a day in the life looks like for her as an engineer. Like, she's not just taking, the same picture over and over again. She's sharing what she's building, what she's programming. She's taken a couple of pictures where she's actually in the field. She had one on a crane or something, and I was just like, that's really high.
She would do more probably if it wasn't confidential in terms of who her customers are and that sort of thing.
Right.
But that's what drew me to her because her genuine sharing was, things that she was learning. So, like, here's a YouTube video I just watched on how a valve works.
Yeah.
And she was just sharing, basically curating her own learning material and sharing that with people that were interested, and then sharing what she's building and doing.
Right.
And it is, to me, it was like, that's what I want to learn from and be involved with.
Well, and the other thing that I like, too, is that there's a couple other girls that you've both been in contact with who aren't over the age of 10. And you really try to advocate for coming into engineering more. And the thing is like with engineering, there's not a lot of women that come into engineering. So I wanted to get your thoughts on, what do you believe or what's your insight on why you think women aren't coming into engineering positions? Is it an awareness thing? Is it they don't really know what it involves? Like, what are some of the things that you're hearing from the guests that you're talking to?
I think it's kind of all of the above, and it's not a cop-out answer. One of my connections, Elvira, she is Russian, but she's over in Europe now. She deals with pneumatics and compressed air. Mm-hmm. She posted a poll asking the exact similar thing on LinkedIn just now, and it was like, is it because it's a hostile or unattractive environment? Is it because it is an unattractive job? Or, more like, one was culture, one was more the environment, like the facilities, right? And the other one was, is it because it's how it's always been done? I think it's all of the above, right? It depends on course of the individual company, which one of those challenges they may be struggling with. But as a sector as a whole, it's that's how it's always been done. It was very much a male-dominated sector.
Right.
For, the way society used to function, that was how it needed to be or was, right? Mm-hmm. The technology has changed, so these jobs now have changed. But maybe we aren't doing a good enough job of getting it out there in popular culture.
Right.
We're great in this echo chamber of these shows, but we're talking to other industry professionals already. Not all the time, though. Both automate. Ton of students came, and here you have the student summit. I mean, you brought a busload of kids in today, Meaghan. So that is that is so needed, and we just need to do more and more and more of that. I got lucky. I went to trade shows with my dad when I was a kid, and that's where I got to start seeing a glimpse of this world.
Yeah.
And I saw a group of girls that I just took a picture with right outside while I was waiting to interview with you. And it just excites me so much. Like, they looked like they were probably in middle school. I'm not sure exactly how old they were.
I don't know how many girls are part of this group yet, but I know that the 4 that are coming up here to speak with me, I think it was 2 guys and 2 girls. So it's good to see that balance. And I'm really looking forward to hearing like what attracted them to taking the classes that they're taking now in high school. Because when I was in high school, I don't know if this is the same with you, like everybody has their story. I sort of fell into engineering and manufacturing by accident as a tech writer.
Yeah.
It wasn't something that I was planning on pursuing at all. Like, I still was trying to figure my life out. So I'm curious to see, you know, what their main inspiration was for taking those classes, if, you know, a teacher recruited them or if they had a family member. Some of the women that I've talked to, they tell me, you know, it was my dad or my brother, never my mom or my sister, that inspired me to be there. So when you were first starting out, how did you get involved with this sector?
So my dad's an engineer.
Okay. There you go.
And he tutored me in physics in high school. I took AP physics. But to me, the relationships and communication were always easier for me, right? Those classes, like, I really had to study hard for my physics classes.
Right.
And I really enjoyed it, but I also had seen my dad transition from being an engineer that worked for someone to becoming a marketing manager and then starting his own business. And so I saw him by the time I was in, you know, high school, college. He was an entrepreneur, a CEO, still, you know, heavily involved in actually creating his own tech. You would probably call him the CTO and the CEO, really. But I decided not to go into an engineering education, partially because I saw him, I looked up to and wanted to do the relationship stuff that he was doing. Not back when he used to work as an engineer for somebody else in a back room designing things.
Okay.
And so for me, I thought engineering would mean that I would have to just sit and work on something, you know, at my desk and not really get to be in the front communicating with people, you know, those sorts of things.
Right.
And when I worked for my dad's company growing up, I really gravitated towards the more social side of it. Yes, I would do the accounting and I wrote tech user manuals and stuff like that, and I loved doing that as part of the job. But I realized that would drive me crazy if that's what I did all day. So I, you know, was at the front desk answering phones. And I went to a trade show with my dad's company called the American Trucking Trade Show in Dallas when I was a senior in high school.
Okay.
And I loved that experience, just getting to meet all these different people, seeing the energy around the stuff that was being showcased. And so that's why I decided to go into business. And I sort of fell into, when I was looking for jobs, I got an international business degree, which is kind of broad.
That's really
It's all the different areas of business and also how to do it interculturally and while traveling and with other, you know, companies from other places and stuff. But it doesn't have a great starter job that you just get funneled into, right?
Right.
So I went back to the sort of that, okay, what do I enjoy is problem solving. And I do have this engineering sort of mindset that I get from my dad. And I found this space of technical sales in factory automation. And I didn't know anything about factories, but that's what campus recruiting is for. And I sort of lucked out because they were one of the few companies that didn't require an engineering degree, but were willing to hire you based on taking like a series of engineering aptitude tests and doing demos and things like that.
Right.
But I didn't really know that that was a career choice. And I didn't know the manufacturing industry on a large scale.
Right.
And it was really, well, I don't see a lot of other options. Let me look into this, that I kind of lucked into that part of the field.
Yeah. I think with schools, they need to do a better job letting the kids know what they're learning and how it shapes into a career.
Yeah.
So in terms of automation, ladies, what are some of the things that you're working on for future opportunities? I know you just made an announcement on LinkedIn about some sort of training. Can you give us, some details about that and what your hopes are for that training?
Yeah, so we've just had a ton of people reach out to us, and especially Allie, right? Because she posts a lot of her work there. Like, how do I learn this? Give us advice. Like, how do I learn to design panels?
Yeah.
And one of our guests, actually, on the show, she reached out to us afterwards, and that's one of the things I love about the show is, and I told Allie this from the beginning, even if we never publish a single episode, this whole thing will have been worth it because just of the community that we've built, right? But she's a business owner, and she got the opportunity to quote designing a panel, and she reached out to us for advice. And so Allie wrote up a whole thing of like, here's my suggestions of what you do. Here's how to do it. Do this, do that, ask for this, ask for that. And then she asked me to pitch in on like, and Nikki can help you figure out how to, procure the parts and vendor relationships and working with the panel shop and getting your quotes done and all that stuff, right? That's my area of expertise. And so we are coming up with some slightly more formal, other than that Word document, ways to help those that are interested to learn what we know, and now what we know as a pair, right? Because we know very different sides of the business. But it kind of comes together because I support Allie with that side of it as she grows her business, and I learn from her,
right?
And all of my customers, right, and partners with QuoteBeam. So we are, working on a training class. We are also going to be doing a monthly series of panels.
Awesome.
On different subjects within our industry.
Okay.
And just trying to bring, again, kind of a diverse group of people that have different perspectives on that particular topic so that we can have some interesting conversations and hopefully people can learn something. And that's a couple things. We are also going to transition to doing some of our shows as LinkedIn Lives.
Awesome.
Because I should have copied you from the beginning, but I didn't want to.
It forces you to be consistent and do that.
It does.
Well,
yeah.
Nikki, I want to thank you so much for taking time and joining us here at IMTS. For all of you out there who want to learn more about Nikki, please follow her on LinkedIn. Tune in later. We have some more great guests from the Creators Lounge. Follow us hashtag IMTS 2022 or hashtag We Are All Creators.
Thanks, Meaghan.
Thank you. I think we're done. Now I gotta see if I can bring my students.
Meaghan Ziemba and Nikki Gonzalez, thank you very much. The IMTS Plus Creators Lounge will be back for more this afternoon. Stay tuned for interviews with Max Egan, Nicholas Pera, young generation of manufacturing. Scott MacKenzie has much to talk about. Mitch Free this afternoon, James Soto, and more. We will be back with the Creators Lounge.
Yellow. It just blends with the couch. It's going to be awesome. So there's a little request I have. Is credit talk kind of close to mic? I know it's going to go weird, but it's just part of it.
I'm going to give that to me.
Unless
you want to make it.
If that's okay, I'll handheld. Yeah. And then.
Can I have some water, please? Thank you.
If y'all would kind of stay with about 3 inches from the middle. Thank
Yep, that's fine. Did you tell me when it's like, I think I missed it last time. Like, when you're 5 and and repeat like 2.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
I
You
will
guys,
be-
have fun. This is a big smile.
Okay.
No pressure.
Don't be nervous.
I'm nervous. You guys don't be nervous. Noah's nervous. See? Have fun.
Thank you.
Could we go over really quick the questions, or are they gonna?
So, yeah, I just want to know what you're looking at in the summit, what your favorite booth was, why.
Okay.
And, like, your biggest question to any of the manufacturers that you saw that you want answered. We're probably not going to answer it today, but my whole point is they need to start having conversations with you all so that you can understand what they're doing.
Maritza.
Maritza, Meaghan,
Anaí.
Anaí. All right. Peter, Maritza, Meaghan, and Anaí. Thank you guys so much. We're going to stay for
You can call me Anna if it's easier. Okay. Thank you. Okay. I feel better that it's with everybody. I thought it was gonna be one-on-one. Okay.
So back there, they have like a whole production studio behind that wall.
Okay.
So
I gotta see the cool things they could do with like the water jet machine and all that. I thought that was really cool. Like just the pressure with water and stuff. I can cut through things and metals. Thank you.
Check. Coming up on the Creators Lounge, special guest Anahi, Emmanuel Martinez, Cater from Meaghan Ziemba. Stand by.
Good job, Jim. We got some special guests here today with me. So my name is Meaghan Ziemba. I am the hostess of Mavens of Manufacturing. And one of my passions is getting kids of the next generation really excited about engineering and manufacturing. So if you are a manufacturer out on the trade show floor, you better perk up your ears and listen to these kids, because these are the next generation that you are trying to employ. So hello everyone, welcome to the IMTS Creators Lounge. Thank you so much for taking some time away from the Student Summit. I know there's a lot of cool technology down there, and I don't want to keep you too long. But first off, can we start with introductions? Can you just tell me your first name, what year you are in high school, and why you're interested in engineering and manufacturing? Do you want to go first?
Yeah. So my name is Kader Abdallah. I am in my 12th year of my 12th year of school, so my final year of high school.
Senior year, all right.
And in the engineering field, I've taken every class at the school that's offered, and I'm mainly looking to go to college for computer software engineering.
Okay, so what enticed you to take those classes? Was it something you always wanted to do, or did you have someone say, hey, you should probably do this?
So I've always just genuinely had the passion for it. Ever since I was a kid, I would always be watching videos on everything computer tech related. So it's just something that I found the passion for, and it doesn't really feel like if I were to work in this field, that'd be true work. It'd be something that I thoroughly enjoy in my life. So that's the main reason I chose this.
So I hope you all heard that. He was watching videos. So if you don't have video content up, you're losing the game. All right, how about you?
My name is Maritza, and I'm in 12th grade. And
Senior? Woohoo!
Yeah. And I've always just liked the way to figure out how things work, see how things come together. That's the main reason why I really am interested in this, and stuff like that.
So was there anyone in your school that kind of inspired you to take the classes that you're taking now?
It wasn't a specific teacher or anything. It was mostly a friend.
Awesome.
Yeah, when we get together, just stuff becomes more fun. It's not really work and school. It's just a passion.
Awesome. How about you?
My name is Emmanuel Martinez, and I'm in my senior year of...
We got all seniors, all right.
I've always been interested in engineering. For whatever reason, I just really like the problem-solving aspects, and I got lucky enough to take a class, have a really good teacher, have some really good friends in that class. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it got me very interested, and I enjoyed it a lot, so why not think of it as a career?
That's super cool. How about you?
My name is Anai. I'm the youngest of them all. I'm a 10th grader.
All right, that's good. That's cool.
What gets me interested in engineering and all is just being able to see the really cool things you can create and the really cool things you can build when, like, you have a passion for something, and
Right.
just being able to do new things around the world and creating new solutions to things.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, what are some of your main interests? Like, what sort of things catch your guys' eye in terms of manufacturing and engineering? Because there's a lot. Like, our shoes are manufactured, our cell phones are manufactured, and there's a lot of processes that help create these things for us. So, is there a process or technology in particular that you're most excited about?
Well, like when you use the example for phones, my main go-to, what I enjoy the most looking at, is the software behind it. So anything software related that has software installed on it, that's mainly what I look towards, because I just find that the most intriguing and the most, you could say, complicated. So that
you like
always,
challenges.
yeah, always catches my eye.
How about you?
It's pretty similar. I like to see the finished product and programming how it works, but I also have a passion to like biomedical engineering, focusing on that.
That's
to see,
awesome.
it combines both of my passions. So, yeah.
Really cool.
Me personally, I've always been interested in like clean energy technology, like especially nuclear.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like the more environmental aspect of engineering, reducing our impact on the environment.
Awesome. How about you?
I think the 3D printing and all with the cool things you can create, and the how like the machine works and how it creates bigger things and buildings and stuff. And one of the booths was I believe like a space structure thing that they were creating.
Yeah, I
it
saw
really
that.
caught my eye. So
That's really cool. So, in terms of this show, last year I visited your school. I don't know if you guys took part in the virtual conference that I had where Andrew Crow came in and did a keynote. And then I brought up IMTS, and a lot of the students that were there said, yes, I want to come. So when you were presented this opportunity, why did you want to come check out this show?
I mainly because, like I said, I mean, it's focusing on the engineering field, robotics, whatever. That's mainly what I personally find interesting.
Right.
So seeing that it was all put into one with this show, it's basically heaven for engineers.
I mean, if you wanted to skip a day of school too, you can say that as well, because that's why I liked going on field trips. How about you?
I mainly just wanted exposure. I'm not really don't know much about this, so I wanted to get an actual experience live to see what happens, how to get into it, stuff like that.
I want to focus on what you just said, because this is something I've been trying to tell manufacturers is we have an exposure problem. So you guys are hearing it straight from the student. There's an exposure issue, so you need to fix it. How about you?
I really liked the idea of coming to see the technology and everything like on display here, like new innovations. Yeah, and also just getting some exposure to this.
Right?
I think I can agree with what they have said also, just the exposure and like being able to see new opportunities with careers and the different things we can see and learn.
So what are some of the things that you're seeing downstairs in the Student Summit? What have been your favorite booths or brands, or what caught your eye right away that got you really excited?
Well, I haven't really been able to explore the Student Summit downstairs. I've just been chilling out, hanging out, so I haven't really walked around or seen anything yet. But like I've just seen mainly walking around here is robotics. I see a lot of stuff involving robotics.
Yeah. I should take you by the Fanuc booth. They have a really giant robotic arm that's moving a car around. Pretty amazing. How about you? Anything that popped out? Any brand that popped out?
That's actually the thing that popped out for me. We were here up in this floor. I was seeing the car, and it was just fascinating how it moves and stuff like that.
Great job, Fanuc. You caught their attention. How about you?
I've actually spent all my time up here, and what really caught my eye was a rocket engine, and it was like a new Virgin Galactic spaceship. Yeah.
Super cool. Where's
Yeah.
that at? Do you remember? Is it in here?
Yeah, it's
I'm gonna have to go
like
find
really
that.
close.
Super good. How about you?
I think one of well, two of the things that caught my eye was, like I said, the 3D printing and stuff.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that caught my eye was the water jet one, how it can cut through metals and stuff. And I just thought that was really cool with the amount of pressure and stuff.
So, thinking ahead, which I couldn't do when I was your age. I had no idea what I wanted to do when I grew up. I'm still kind of struggling with it today. But thinking ahead, what would you like to be doing as a career? Like, what would be your dream job to do?
So I've been pretty set on my dream job for a while now, and maybe people might say it's cliche, but it's working at Google, behind the software. I've always seen Google as a very advanced company, and I feel like I would find a lot of joy in working for them. So yeah, my dream job would be working at Google, at whatever it may be, a software engineer, or in general, just being there.
Awesome. How about you?
Well, I don't have a set goal in mind. I'm really sure where I'm going with this, but I do like the idea of just working in a team to build something together, but maybe specifically with like I said, biomedical engineering or aerospace engineering.
Okay, so any of the aerospace or biomedical people out there, come talk to someone, please. Thank you.
For me, my goal would either be to work in environmental engineering or nuclear engineering.
Awesome.
Yeah, I really want to improve our clean energy resources right now.
Great. How about you?
I guess I'm still exploring my options and all.
Well, you're just a sophomore.
Yeah, I'm
so
just
you
a
got
sophomore. They're
you got time.
seniors, so.
Even when you're a senior, you still got time. I didn't get my life figured out until way later, so you guys are on the right track. In terms of like your teachers and stuff, who do you want to give a shout out to that's been guiding you, inspiring you, and keeping you going at high school? Because school is hard. High school is hard. I don't miss it at all. So who's been some of your favorite teachers?
So it would mainly be Mr. Michaels, the one who actually brought us out here, because he has made the passion for engineering way greater for me. He's made school way more enjoyable, as well as Mr. Donovan. Those are my two shout-outs, Mr. Michaels and Mr. Donovan.
Okay. How about you?
I definitely want to thank Mr. Michaels. He's the one that's getting into this. But for a specific teacher, I'd like to thank Mr. Stibbe. He's helped me through school, not just through school, but also the connections and other things too. So yeah.
Yeah, shout out to Mr. Michaels. He really pulled me into this engineering world. He's a really funny teacher. And Mr. Shank, who I haven't had for a while, but he really opened my eyes to what I could do if I put my mind.
So her name is Mrs. John. There's two Mrs. Johnsons, and they have really helped me out and helping me find myself as a person as well, and just being able to help me keep going through the hard times and just being able to focus on school. And because I had a really hard time my freshman year,
right?
But they were able to help me keep going and accomplishing and studying. And
awesome.
Yeah.
So my final question for you is for you to ask a question. So there's a lot of companies here that are exhibiting their products. They're from different disciplines, different industries, different processes. So if you had one question you could ask an engineer or manufacturer, what would that be?
My question would be, do you ever see an end coming to engineering in general? Because in this field, a lot of people believe that it will continue as we keep advancing, but I really don't know if there will ever be an end to engineering or the whole process in itself.
I don't think there will be, because we need to keep creating and keep innovating to make our lives better. Mm-hmm. But I think that's a really good question, because there's so many ways that people have an interpretation of it. So I think that's a really great question. How about you?
My question I have is how difficult it was to choose a path, because including me, I don't really know where I want to go. There's so much to choose from.
So why do you think that is? Is it because you don't have a mentor, or there's just so much you don't know what to choose from, or do you not quite know what your passion is?
I think it's a little bit of both, because I don't really know where to reach out to get exactly what the questions that I have. And there's also a lot of options to choose from that it's just difficult to stick to one, at least for me.
Okay, I'm going to give you my information so that we can keep connected, and I'm going to connect you to some really great people that can answer some of your questions on what you're interested in. How about you?
What's one thing that you'd really recommend improving your skills on? Like, I know that math is like very important, but like, would writing skills also be beneficial to an engineer?
I would say yes, but I'm a technical writer, so I'm a little biased. And I suck at math and science, so I would not be good at the math part.
My question would be, what's the biggest challenge they face on a daily basis? Because I know there's a lot of challenges you have to face with engineering and all, just because you got to be very like specific on things. So if they like mess up, like how do they get through those times, and what do they do to improve?
That's awesome. Well, I want to thank you guys all for being courageous coming into this, because it's a little uncomfortable. I know we're kind of in a fish box, but I really appreciate it. If you have any questions for me after we get out there, let me know. If you want to see something, if you want to meet someone, please let me know. We'll make it happen, okay? So thank you so much. Good luck to all the seniors. Happy graduation. That's an awesome, awesome accomplishment. Good luck to you being a sophomore. You're almost there. You're halfway there. And thank you, guys. Thanks, everybody from IMTS. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You guys are awesome. So where...
Let's go boom. Let's go boom.
Good afternoon, IMTS 2022. Welcome. I see a lot of smiling faces out there. I know a few, and I have a couple new smiling faces in here. If you don't recognize me, I don't blame you. I am Jim Olin. I am the creative director of Industrial Studios. And when there was an opportunity to interview what I like to think of as the next generation of manufacturers, the next wave, we always talk about Industrial Studios. We talk about the next wave of the Industrial Revolution is here. So you might be like a microcosm of the next wave of the Industrial Revolution. First, let me introduce my guest, Max Egan, right?
Yes.
Max, you are a graduate student at Alabama, is that correct?
That is correct, yeah, graduate.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, graduate student studying business now. So I got my undergraduate in mechanical engineering, and now I'm off to do an MBA at Alabama as well.
Nice. And Nicholas Pereira.
Yes.
Right, see? I had to look at your name badge again. I'm like,
Yeah.
Nicholas, I know it's Nicholas. You're a grad student as well.
Yes, so I also got my undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering, and now I'm also in the MBA program, but I'm also pursuing a master's in mechanical engineering.
Very cool. Well, one of the reasons I jumped at the opportunity to interview you guys is it's kind of a passion of mine because I'm really old. And seriously, the older you get, the more interested you are in the next generation and helping the next generation. Like my big passions are my kids and even the team that I work with, helping them get up and raise them up. I think the older generation has a responsibility to get the next generation going and to teach and learn and stuff. And excuse me, one of the responsibilities in the Creators Lounge is all about understanding the why. Like, why do you want to be here? Why do you want to be in manufacturing? And now it's a topic that's come up a lot in the Creators Lounge: recruitment, retention. How do we build the next generation? In other industries, they're kind of suffering at it. You know, the airline industry, we're running out of pilots. Well, they realized it a little bit too late because there's nobody to fly anymore, right?
Yeah.
And so this industry is really being, I think, proactive in building the next generation, the workforce, and so on and so forth. So let's go to your origin story, Max. Where are you from? Were you always in Alabama? And what got you interested in the manufacturing industry and like being here?
Absolutely. So I was raised in Cincinnati, Ohio. That's where I went to high school. And eventually went to the University of Alabama to study engineering and continue on to the graduate program. But I found my way into the manufacturing and engineering space really by being exposed to it at a very young age because my dad is very heavy in the space as well. And I think, going back to the thought you just brought up, one of the really important and exciting ways to get younger generations interested in manufacturing is by building awareness early. That's something that I really benefited from. And I can remember going to plants with my dad when he worked for Gardner. And then further down the line, getting the opportunity to do a TV show, which some of you guys might have been able to see recently, called Manufacturing Explorers.
Oh,
so
cool.
by repeated exposure to the industry, I've just been able to see what kind of different opportunities there are for myself and for other individuals that I know as well.
That's great. So it's kind of in your DNA. And
Yeah, I
you're
guess you
digging
can say
it.
that.
Yeah. Well, we'll check your DNA later. Can I get a hair sample?
Oh,
blood sample later? But not
No hair samples today.
Oh, okay. We'll just trust you that it's in your DNA.
Yes.
And that you just got right into it.
Yeah.
And you're helping. And your origin story, where are you from, and how did it all start for you, this passion?
Yeah, so I kind of moved around a lot when I was younger, but from Cincinnati right now. And my dad was in the packaging industry, so I remember being like 3-4 years old. He would bring back home like pizza boxes that his company was producing, and like I would get to fold them up and actually turn the sheet of cardboard into a box. And then when I got a little older, getting to go into the plant and see how all the machines worked and the corrugating machines and how they actually cut, folded, glued the boxes together. And I just kind of like that environment, like the hustle and bustle of like things being made and seeing the end product. And then as I got older, I just liked working with my hands, liked seeing like things come to life in physical form. So that's where I got into engineering.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to cut you off, but before I forget, it's really interesting that you said, I got to. My dad brought home these boxes and I got to.
Yeah.
A lot of kids are like, Dad, just fold them. But you were like, I get to put my hands on it, and I got to that opportunity, and your dad gave you the opportunity.
Yeah, seeing a 2D, like just piece of corrugated cardboard turn into like something physical that you can open, close, like work with. It's really cool.
Now continue, because I just thought that was really cool.
Yeah, but because of that, I went to the University of Alabama, decided to go into mechanical engineering because I love that, getting to see things be made. And then I kind of got into the manufacturing industry because I love designing things on SolidWorks, but I loved even more seeing those come to life. So getting to work in manufacturing and see like ideas become physical reality is really cool.
And this is in the Cincinnati area as well. In Ohio? Like, are you from?
Yes.
Right. And then what got you to Alabama?
So actually in high school I was a swimmer. So I went to University of Alabama on an athletic scholarship to swim for 4 years. So while I was getting my degree in engineering, I also was competing for the university.
Wow. That's a lot. Collegiate athletics. I'm not athletic at all. I don't work out at all. And so I would imagine getting your degree and then being an athletic, that's a lot of time constraints on
it. Was, but I loved all of it, so that made it a lot easier. Loved swimming, loved mechanical engineering, so.
Very cool. Yeah. Very cool. Well, let me do this. All right. So, but now you're in Alabama, and now you're in the postgraduate.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
And you're moving to the next level, and you're focusing, Max, a little bit more on the engineering side. Tell me, like, why you chose that path. Like, it sounds like with your dad in the industry and all the experience, you probably could have just jumped right in and just started working and could have been a machinist. You could have been gone right in. I started working in my industry at like 19. I didn't go to college. But what told you, like, I'm going to get my postgraduate degree?
Yeah, so to be honest with you, I had no idea what I wanted to do or get into when I was graduating high school. And I think when you graduate high school, there's a lot of pressure to know what your next step is, right? But I went to the University of Alabama to be a part of this program called the STEM MBA program. And what that was it was a straight shot into 4 years undergraduate in a STEM major and then a 5th year in your MBA. So I knew right off the bat that even going into mechanical engineering, I would be able to keep my interests very broad. And so over my experiences over the past couple years, I've been able to kind of hone in on what I like the best by actually getting my hands dirty in those industries. And one of the ways that I did that was by doing internships in college. I think that internships, whether facilitated by college or honestly just by facilitated through your network or the opportunities you're willing to seek out, are really important to your development. Yeah. At least they were to mine.
Yeah.
And I had the opportunity straight out of my freshman year to go and work for a big grocery chain to do facilities engineering. I actually realized I didn't really love that pathway, so I was able to pivot. And I think throughout college, I've had a series of those moments, those pivot points, to which have led me to actually wanting to go into engineering and business for my postgraduate career.
That's awesome. 'Cause I often talk about it's the Wild West out there. I refer to this industry as the Wild West. And it's weird to say that because it's been around for a while. But it's the Wild West, and it's like we can make it whatever we want to make of it, right? We could do this, and it's both scary. The scariest thing about it being the Wild West is there are no rules, but the exciting thing is there are no rules, and we can set our own path. We can pivot wherever we want, so nobody's forcing you down a road of anything, really.
Yeah, for sure. And actually, I knew no matter what industry I went into, I wanted one where I was going to be, given new challenges all the time. I mean, that's very true of the manufacturing industry. I mean, it's changed tremendously, and I've gotten to witness that through my experiences and through my dad. I'm actually myself really interested at this point in renewable energy. Same thing. Over the past even couple of months, there have been huge changes from a governmental perspective of renewables, and it's really fueling that industry as well. So I think it's really cool to get to be a part of the change or the transformation of a sector, no matter what that is. And there are opportunities here at IMTS to explore that as well.
Cool. Now, you, is it the same thing for you to like, actually I want a little bit more education, that's why I chose the graduate program, or were you focused so much on swimming, you're like, did you stop the swimming and now I'm going to focus on, you know, a future and a career in manufacturing?
Yeah, so like Max was saying about pivot points, one kind of came for me when the pandemic started. Because of that, we weren't practicing, like everything shut down, and that kind of gave me a shift in perspective. Like, athletics is great, it was an amazing time, but that's going to end, and I have to figure out what I want to do going forward professionally. And that's where I really found like my interest in automation, robotics, mechatronics, and seeing how that can be applied to the manufacturing world to make physical products. So I also came in with the STEM MBA program because I knew it just kind of kept my options open. They showed me that as a freshman, and I'm like, okay, I'll try it. And then as I got deeper into seeing what mechanical engineering was, I realized that I loved the automation. And I found that there was also a Master's of Mechanical Engineering program that specialized in controls and dynamics. So I decided I'm going to pursue that as well while maintaining the business side. Just so you can see both sides of the coin, I think it makes you better at either side.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to use you guys for our audience, those in front of us and outside. If there's 10 kids out there wondering, what should I do? You know, should I get into manufacturing? First, if they're listening to this or watching this, they're curious, how would you inspire the next generation, like being part of the next wave of the Industrial Revolution? How would you inspire them, or what would you say to those 10 kids about their growth, their future? Nicholas, you first.
I would just say, like, find out what you're passionate about, but go and explore everything. Even things that you might not expect to be passionate about, things that you might not think that you're interested in. Sometimes what you think of it just by hearing the word isn't what's actually out there. So, for example, somebody told me today, like, a lot of people will still think of manufacturing and think of, like, a 1950s factory where
the assembly line.
And we've seen how the industry's changed, and it looks a lot different than what people might still have in their minds. So just go out, explore, learn as much as you can, and take every opportunity that you can to learn about things.
Inspiring. Nice. Max, how would you inspire?
I don't know how to top that answer.
Yeah, I know.
Well, you know, I'll add to that by saying that there are a lot of ways to explore your interests, no matter where you are in life, right? So we spend a lot of time, you know, in engineering, in graduate school, stuff like that, just in our free time, talking about YouTube videos that we've watched or concepts that we've seen. We just had lunch and we're talking about the technology behind how Richard Browning was able to lift off the ground out in front of IMTS earlier this morning with his jetpack. And those kinds of conversations were spurred, again, by just exposure. So I think that there are really great, cool ways to do that when you're young, by watching YouTube. I know a lot of people are on TikTok now. You can learn just little small things and see, oh, I want to know more about that. And if you want to know more about something, then it's more likely that you're going to be interested in doing that long term or something like that.
Well, I had an opportunity to talk to students at Columbia College in Chicago, and they asked me, what is the key to getting into the industry? How did you settle on producing versus writing versus directing versus this? And I told them something similar to your response, Nicholas. I tell them to look at their career in a funnel and absorb everything. Be a sponge for everything. So if we look at it like a funnel, understand with this, do this, play with art, play with graphics, play with this. And slowly, like a funnel, you kind of get to know, I kind of like this part of it. I kind of like, but you become better if you're absorbing from everywhere. you're a better producer in my regard if you absorb a little bit of the financial, if you absorb a little bit of the art, if you can edit a little bit, and so on and so forth. So for me, and I know you didn't ask me, but that's what I would inspire the next generation. You don't have to pick something right now. You don't have to say, damn it, I'm going to be a machinist, and that's what I'm going to do. But to absorb everything, the marketing side, the behind the scenes, the engineering side, and then kind of craft to where you're right? I mean, would you agree?
Exactly. And that's kind of why, for example, I'm doing the mechanical and the MBA, same with Max, is because whether you want to be on the engineering side, somebody's going to have to sell that product at some point, and if you can understand where they're coming from, even if I find out that I don't want to do the MBA, I still know that, and that will just make me stronger at what I do end up doing in the future.
Exactly. Now, we're going to wrap up in just a minute, but before we do, what's left for you this week? What are you looking forward to before I let you go? Like, I want to hit this, I want to talk to this guy, this woman. What are you looking forward to really quickly?
Yeah, so I am probably most excited to go and dive deeper into the automation space, as well as the additive manufacturing technologies. 3D printing is really cool to me. We actually have a 3D printing lab at school, which you can get your hands dirty in. And I want to see just the scale of these machines at this point in time. In undergrad, I did briefly get involved in a research project where they were 3D printing with metal. And it's just crazy to me that we're able to do that technology, use that technology to make strong and flexible and resilient parts. And that's only going to get better and better. So I'm excited for that. I've also been geeking over the Formula One car over at Haas.
Yes.
I
was told I might be able to get inside that.
No way.
Well, I know people. Well, you know people too, but...
Yeah, I got to find my way into the car.
I know people. I might be shooting it, but that's really... If you go to additive manufacturing, tell Fabian, he's one of our influencers, you'll recognize him. He has really nice hair. If you see a guy with really nice hair, that's Fabian.
Okay.
But he's a huge champion of that sector and so on and so forth. So tell him we all said hi and we missed him this morning. What are you looking forward to next up? It could be lunch. It could be some of the exhibits.
We just came from lunch. That was really good. But I'm really looking to seeing like the robotic technologies here. So seeing some of the big robotic manufacturers. And then also the additive manufacturing, especially in the emerging technologies section. So we briefly went over there, saw the lunar module that they were printing out, and the huge 3D printer that they have on a robot arm. So just getting to talk to some of the engineers behind that and kind of like what need they were trying to fill and what challenges they faced trying to fill that need.
That's great. Well, guys, thank you so much for the opportunity to sit down with you and put it on your shoulders to inspire like-minded individuals. I was going to say geeks. No, just kidding. Feel free to inspire like-minded individuals for the next wave of the Industrial Revolution. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you guys soon at Creators Lounge 2022. Woohoo!
IMTS Creators Lounge, absolutely wonderful opportunity. We're going to be speaking with Darcy, and she is with SAP, and we're going to be talking about a topic that is probably near and dear to everybody that's walking in front of us, FYI. Yes, you're listening. Supply chain, I saw that wave. Yes, supply chain, logistics, all of the stuff that makes this thing work out there. So anyway, how you doing, Darcy?
I'm fantastic, and I'm so excited to be at IMTS.
Don't you feel weird that you're in a sort of fishbowl right here? It's a fishbowl. Like everybody's walking by.
There is a fishbowl.
You're famous. I'm not. You're kind of the big deal right there. So have you been having a good conference?
It's amazing. The size and scale and the technologies here are amazing.
It's the Grand Canyon of manufacturing.
It is.
So
it is.
if you ever have you been to the Grand Canyon? Of
Yes,
course you
I have.
What is the first thing when you first saw the Grand Canyon? What did you say? It's like, wow.
It's that big.
It's grand.
It is. It is big. It is a big deal.
And it does.
It is huge.
It is the same thing. We get dropped off on a sort of an escalator over there. You walk in, and outside of the fact that you're super confused about where to go, you're just inundated with big, and just there's such dazzle out there.
Well, and you need golf carts to get to one section for the other. For goodness sakes, yeah.
I've been zipping around to the various venues, shall we say, or little states, and I'm trying to see what's out there. But I feel like it's sort of like the Google, you know, if it's not on the first page, if you're not in the first part,
right,
you know,
right.
It's hard to walk back a mile and a half to get to the other stuff. But it's cool stuff back there.
Well, I
do
cheated
it.
and made sure, you know, as somebody who'd been here a day before me, what were the real cool things that were must-sees. It's kind of like doing your research before you go to Disney to make sure you get on the fast track. So I made sure I caught all the cool
Good
things.
analogy.
But it's overwhelming, but so exciting. So exciting.
Oh, it is. So now for the listeners, give us a little 411 on who Darcy is.
Well, who I am, I'm a supply chain professional with over 25 years of experience. They got
So
me
you started
early.
at age 5.
I started after the 8th grade picnic, basically. Right. No, I started with Hewlett Packard right out of university, but very early on migrated to a planning and scheduling company, and that became my foray into loving the concept of complex algorithm and solving problems. And then my career spanned through all aspects of the supply chain, building and scaling small niche companies in logistics, in planning, in scheduling, in PLM, until about 12 years ago, you know, SAP kind of brought me into the fold because they pull the whole thing together, what they call design to operate.
That's a heavy lift, man. When you start pulling all that stuff with SAP, to be able to sort of begin to pull that together and to be able to sort of make a cogent value proposition around a system that, well, is legendarily deep in functionality and all of the other stuff associated with it. Where do you start with that? It's like, hey, there's Darcy. She'll eat it. Come on board. Let's start bringing it together. Where do you start?
Well, with the supply chain, you're right. I mean, SAP has an intelligent enterprise, but for supply chain, you really divide it into design to operate. Is how do you design your product? How do you manufacture it? How do you deliver it? Right? How do you operate in the field? And all the planning and the scheduling around it to work with that large, let's call it ERP system, which has all the core functionality. So really, supply chain is embedded and uses all that information to really make the planning manufacturing decision of the enterprise.
So just for the individuals that are out there that really, they're listening, but define supply chain. Just define it.
Well, sure. Depends what industry you're in. If you're in the food...
Okay, if we're at IMTS.
Well, no, I was going to go by industry. If you're in the
Okay.
food industry, supply chain is from Mother Earth to point of consumption, right? It's if you're in the paper company, it's from stump to rump. It's everything from farm to fork. It's the supply chain is everything it takes from the beginning of the product till actually point of consumption. That is how you define the supply chain.
How does a platform like SAP and companies deal with that magnitude, that supply chain model? If we see the value in it,
Right.
we see that there's inefficiencies and areas to gain value. If I'm a company and I know that, is it a journey, or how do I begin eating that elephant?
Oh, yeah, that's a great question. First of all, it is a journey. It is a transformation, right? And the important thing is you do need a plan for that journey, but it's a high-level plan. You have to have the vision of where you want to go, but the important thing is you need to start. And you need to start now. And where you start...
Yesterday.
Yes, and where you start depends on your business and where you're in the most trouble. But what I always recommend folks do is start where it's high value and a quick win to get results. That's where you need to start, and the rest of it will come.
Brilliant. What I hear you saying is that I think, and I'm a big advocate of that, many companies sit there and say, okay, here's the elephant. Let's try to do that right now. But gaining little victories, gaining true insights into the value that you achieve, saying, look at, see, we saved $2 over here. All right, thumbs up. Let's do that. Let's scale from there.
That's right.
Let's just start building from that success.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't wait till it's perfect because the technology has changed. So you have to kind of know where you want to go, but start.
But
start
in
the journey.
Let's sort of pose this question. So in a rapidly, and I mean rapidly changing market environment, the velocity, the speed at which innovation is happening. I mean, come on. There are use cases that are constantly being developed or discovered as a result of even just conversations that are taking place there. It's like, hey, here's a technology. Oh, here's a technology. Oh, here's a new use case. How does a company like SAP deal with that level of velocity, that dynamics?
Well, there's new technology coming out every day. And what SAP tries to do is to take the technology and bring it in so it's usable, scalable, and global. And the way you do that is you need to take feedback from what the ultimate customers need and then back into it. But it is tough. And also, the whole concept of a use case I sometimes don't like.
I agree. That's why.
Because
why I said yes. Another use
right,
case.
Well, because
chirpy, go. Yes.
Well, because sometimes they're just science projects.
They are.
Right, as opposed to
Yeah.
something, and all this technology works, and they have this technology, and then they look at, well, how are you going to really use that? So what SAP is very good at is taking the technology, putting it in a usable format in a business process that's usable. That's the whole concept with artificial intelligence and predictive, right, and machine learning. Great technologies in and of themselves, they're of no value unless you can bring them into a business process that companies can use. That's when you get the value.
It seems to me that you're right. Everything's good. Quick wins, yes. Real technology that means it's not a hovercraft that's going to change the world. No, this is real technology today that can truly positively impact your business.
Correct.
Key. But the real is like, if I'm a business and I'm trying to strategically sort of lay that out, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know it's like buying a HD TV today, and then there's the 4K or KTV right over here, and it's a week later. Does the system accommodate for that need for flexibility too? And simplicity. Don't make it hard for me.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
And be sustainable.
And be sustainable. Don't. Yeah.
Right. Well, you're right that technology can change overnight, but you have to put some stakes in the ground because you can't change a manufacturing plant overnight, and the investment that folks make are multiple year investments. So you do have to do a certain amount of due diligence and have faith that at least this technology is going to last. Now that's a very whole conversation of itself, is when do you buy into technology? Are you an early adapter? Are you, so that's the other whole thing, because technology does have a bell curve, right? Are you early? Are you when it's gaining, or are you a laggard? So the whole, where is that technology in its maturity is a key point in buying it. Personally, I don't, there are certain customers that, and you can be a first win by going in early. Some folks are more comfortable, and you don't want to be one on the lagger.
It's a good point, because I think that if you're not in the game, if you're not actively seeking out efficiencies like, tightening up your supply chain and seeing and have visibility into your supply chain, if you're not actively doing that with trusted Sherpas, not just anybody, you've got to find that trusted, that's a human connection.
Right.
And that is a connection that comes from collaboration, right? And if you're not collaborating, you're not talking about it, then you're not proceeding down that road, and you've got to play that game.
That's right.
See?
Right. You got
Let's
it.
just sort of put the bow on that bad boy.
Well, you hit the collaboration.
Yeah.
Is so key. And what's interesting for me to see is that folks, companies, competitors recognized COVID was the start of it, how it is important to collaborate. The German automotive, Germans are very proprietary about their intellectual property, about everything, but they realize they're all struggling with the same parts. Maybe if they collaborated, it would be better for everybody.
See, and it's so funny because I recognize, yes, we understand the problem with COVID. We understand the pain. We understand the challenge. We understand all of that. But the flip side to that is all of a sudden people saying, well, I can't do this alone. I need to talk to somebody. I need to collaborate. I need to be a part of a bigger collective, for lack of a better term. And that's a good thing.
That is a good thing. So whole networks are forming regarding collaboration, whether it's collaborating. The most interesting one I think that SAP is doing is we have an intelligent asset network that is putting all your machine information into a network to share. So not only do I have information how my equipment is performing, but you can share how in general that performs and share that and learn it and put it in all sorts of models. It helps everybody.
But you...
in a safe, secure way.
That's right. And you, as SAP, as a technology provider, have to stay super current on trends that are taking place in technology industry and whatever that might be, and also have that future vision of what that looks like too, and be a part of that. And the only way that I know, you can't just do this in a vacuum, in a bubble.
Right.
It's back here, and all of the groups that well, SAP. There's a stat that we were talking about outside, that every transaction of some sort, what is it?
74% of the world's GDP goes through an SAP system.
Did you hear that out there? 74% of the world's GDP go through an SAP system.
Yeah.
Doggone it.
Big
This
number.
I don't even
Big
know.
number.
Is there a dollar amount on that?
Yeah, well, I'm sure
It's a
I'm
lot
sure
of
we could
zeros.
calculate it out. Yeah.
Now, one of the things that I know that a lot of the vendors and a lot of the companies out here that are trying to do, and they're striving for simplicity. Simplicity to achieve the results that they desire, whatever it might be. Taking something that is, in my mind, complex, whatever it might be, but being able to deliver or be able to execute in a simple way. Does SAP as a whole company, sometimes it can be complex. Your system can be complex. It has a lot of capabilities. Is there a push to try to, because adoption,
It's huge.
yes.
Yeah. Yeah, SAP does have a reputation for being complex. Now, in our defense, it is complex at what we do, right? But we do really have to strive to do a better job on ease of use, and that's been one of the key development criteria, I would say, evolving over the past 10 years or so. And the key to simplicity is really in making sure the graphical user interfaces are easy,
Yes.
it's intuitive to use, but I will also say it's in the presentation of the analytics, right?
Yes, very good.
Right, and what the system is doing, a lot of things complex, but really the only thing you need to present to a user is, what do I need to know? If everything's running status quo, I don't need to see all that. Just show me the things and present to me what I need to pay attention to.
And compress that time.
And compress it. And then possibly learn so you can see how I react to a specific situation. Next time you see that, decide that's what I would do. And so ideally, we want to change, the role that users play, in that a lot of things are automated and you only bring to their attention in an easy way what they need to pay attention to that day.
A confused mind does not make a decision, and so don't make them confused, and don't inundate them with
Right.
information that is valuable. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to minimize it,
Right.
but it's not valuable to that individual, and you're absolutely spot on. And there's no getting around it. No getting around it. Visibility into your supply chain, the details associated with that, and where you deliver that data, that insights, and
That's huge.
it's huge.
It's huge.
And from a company's perspective, it's real bottom line value to the bottom line.
Yeah, it was interesting. The folks that struggled most at the start of COVID were the ones that didn't have the visibility. And the visibility wasn't in the hands of the folks that need to make the decision. That was number one. So you have to first of all start getting connected to get the insights, to get the information. And then once you're connected, then you can start putting some intelligent technologies on top of that to help you make some of the decisions in the best way.
Yeah. Now, okay, I'm going to have to be so when we start talking about what are the biggest challenges, the technology is the technology. The statement that you have to see or have visibility to your supply chain, undeniable, and it is important to your business. But there's always some element out there that's saying, no, I don't need to. No, whatever it might be. What are the biggest pushbacks?
Yeah, the biggest challenges, and there's a lot of change management involved, because what we want folks to do is stop looking in your own silo. That I run transportation, I run manufacturing, I'm a planner, and I'm making decisions, and my metrics are based on transportation spend, manufacturing productivity, and so there's change management to look across the whole organization to figure out what is the best answer for the supply chain, ultimately to get the consumer what they want, how they want, the price point they want in a sustainable way. That's the goal. And so it's getting out of the silo thinking to let you look holistically and make better decisions for the overall supply chain. What's interesting is senior level executives get this. Of course, I want a connected supply chain. Doesn't everybody, from design to operate. But then when you get down to middle management, we haven't quite evolved our organizations structurally or with KPIs to tell them that's the way we want you to manage the business. That, to me, is the biggest problem we need to work on. And we're making headways in bringing it down from a senior level to a middle management, but there's a lot of change management, organizational changes that need to be invoked in order to make that really work.
And it's a messaging. It's a human requirement. I don't know. I don't have a silver bullet. It has to happen.
It has to
happen.
happen.
I think that if you have a passion to be a business that is resilient and have some legacy to it, you have to think in those terms. And sometimes, don't you think that it's just like I'm constantly being hit? I'm constantly having to be challenged with, oh, look at this thing, do this, pressure this, look at this. I just read about this. Hey, Scott.
All right, let's talk about that, because that is a key point. And
It's
because a few things, like, well, I'm going to wait till things settle down. Well, first of all, it's not settling down.
Nope.
The disruption is there, so you have to take that. The disruption happening and having to deal with these things is the new norm, okay? And so what you need to do is strategically at a high level, sales and operation planning, work into your plan your risk profile of the key, I'll call them guardrails that are important to running your business, to give you options at a very high level. And as you get down in that planning of where should I have my contract manufacturers, what plant should produce what countries am I in, where do I want to source raw materials, and you have to have options. No more single sourcing, because that won't work. That will cut you off, right?
Yep.
And as you set these guardrails up and your risk profile to know the areas where you really have to have backup plans, as you get into the actual execution down where you're talking weeks and days, where you don't have, the stuff is already on the boat coming over, right? You can't, it's too late to order new. That's where, if you've set yourself up right, then you're in execution mode. So when there's a blockage in the Suez, there's a rail strike, whatever there is, then you can operate in the most effective way because you've set alternatives up. You have multiple trucking
Because you have to
relationships.
remove that noise.
You have to remove,
or it's just...
And you have to learn to accept it.
Yes.
And say, okay, I have the tools now, and that's where being connected, getting these insights, getting the technologies that can help you make the best decision when there's problems in the supply chain.
I got to tell you, man, Darcy, you're hitting on all cylinders. Love the conversation. Love the solution. Love the clarity behind what you were saying. How does somebody saying, boy, Darcy is like she is it? How do they get a hold of you?
Oh, LinkedIn. It's Darcy McLaren at SAP.
Yeah, I did look at her LinkedIn stat card, and it's quite full. Yeah, absolutely.
That's the best way.
Well
or
done.
darcy.mclaren@sap.com. You can always do that.
Well, my recommendation is if you have any SAP or any supply chain questions as people walk on by, Darcy is the person you need to connect with. And nobody's listening to me. How come they're not listening to me?
They're always listening to you. And thank you so much for giving me a forum to talk about. I love talking about this stuff.
All right. All right, we're ready to wrap it up. Thank you very much for IMT Plus Creators Lounge. You were absolutely spectacular. Thank you, Darcy, for joining.
Thank you.
Thanks again to the absolutely spectacular Darcy McLaren. I love that. Absolutely spectacular. SVP of Digital Supply Chain North America for SAP. Don't go anywhere. We've got another fantastic interview led by Scott MacKenzie. Scott MacKenzie is going to be speaking with Tony Papke, Director of Business Development at MXD.
All right, an incredible interview at hand at the IMT Creators Lounge right now. It never gets old. Never gets old for me to see that guy right there looking at me. I see you looking at me and saying, hey, you guys are pretty spectacular. Well, we've got a great conversation afoot. His name is Tony Papke. Got that name? Got the name right there.
Sure did.
MXD is the organization. Innovation. That's what we're talking about here. How you doing, Tony?
I'm doing great, Scott. Thanks for asking.
No, man. Thanks for being here. Now, are you having a good conference here? You buzzing around? What's the big highlight?
Boy, there's just so much to see. I think that's the highlight. The fact that we're
It's
here
overwhelming, huh?
in person again. Actually, it's funny, kind of funny. When I started with MXD about 4 years ago, my first week on the job was coming to IMTS back in 2018. So it's been full circle for me.
And yeah, this would be the second time you were here.
Correct.
Have you seen such a change, like from 2018 to 2022?
So 2018, I think, was one of the biggest shows I think they'd ever had, where basically every single wing was sold out. It was one of the most largest attended, I think, IMTSs they've ever had. So I don't know if they've hit the same numbers for this or not, but it's still great to see everybody in person, see everyone out and about walking around. It's been very lively.
So for the listeners out there, for the watchers out there, for the people walking on by, give us a little 411 on who Tony is. Background. Don't just dazzle me. That's what I want.
Dazzle you.
Dazzle me.
All right. So I'm an engineer. So that would be my trade as a background. I was always very creative, always mechanical, always doing things with my hands, taking things apart, building it, putting it back together. So I went to school to be an engineer, and then I decided I didn't want to do any engineering.
Sadly, but it's a common theme with some people. Yeah.
It was, and I really enjoyed having conversations, talking with people, and so I wanted to use some of my skills and my backgrounds to do something else. And so sales kind of gravitated, but more on the service side of things. So the first job I took out of school was with GE Healthcare in a medical device kind of environment, healthcare, fixing things, and being in front of people. And I really enjoyed that and did that for a while. Found another company in medical device. So I always have this mission. I've always had something that's driven me to help people or to be part of something bigger that was, important to not only myself, but to who I was benefiting. And so I worked for another medical device company in image-guided surgery and radiotherapy, and I did that for a bit. And after about 12 years there, doing a variety of different roles, MXD came calling. I had a friend who knew the CEO at the time, and he said, you should go check them out, see what they're up to. At the time, we were known as DMDII, which stood for the Digital Manufacturing Design Innovation Institute.
I like MXD.
I do too. It's a lot of letters,
right
acronyms, and not very easy to say, I will say. But he introduced me. I got drawn to it. I went to my manager at the time, and I told him about it, and he's like, you should go do it. Basically, it was a flat out, you can always come back here. So
no kidding. And you haven't looked back.
I have not. It's been 4 years now, and there's been so much change, so much good things that we're doing. Not only have we changed our name, but we've also done a lot for the folks that are part of our ecosystem and for greater manufacturing in general.
So let's dive into MXD. Why MXD? What makes MXD important in the world of manufacturing?
So I think first and foremost, MXD stands for Manufacturing Times Digital. So we are the Digital Manufacturing Institute. And what I think the biggest part that we're doing is we're trying to improve United States competitiveness in manufacturing. That is our job. And it starts at the top, and it starts from the bottom, and it goes everywhere in between. And the challenge that we have is that there's so much technology out there. There are so many things that could be helping these manufacturers, but there's not a pathway to get that to them. There's not a way to make it easy. There's not a way for them to just find out and, to Google, how do I get started with digital manufacturing? And it's a challenge, and it's not something you can just do overnight. So that's our part, really, is in general to help that happen. So we are the conduit, we are the convener, we are the public-private partnership that allows that to happen.
See, the way I look at MXD, right, and I've had a number of conversations with many manufacturers, with industry professionals around the world, and everybody's talking and chirping about digital transformation this, AI that, analytic this, cloud that, edge this. and all of the technology that's floating around there, one, the feedback is always, where do I start?
Yeah.
Who do I trust? And how much is it going to cost me? And is it going to be valuable to my bottom line, or is this just going to be a waste? And I don't want the damn headache, right?
Yeah.
I don't want another headache that I'm dealing with in my business, right? And so it's always important to be able to find that Sherpa, that trusted Sherpa. And that's how I look at MXD.
I think that's a very fair assessment. We are neutral, right? So even though we will give you a recommendation, it's based on our direct relationship with the folks that we're working with. It's not like we're going to sell somebody else's services for them. We are going to tell you who we talk to, who we find valuable, who we think have been doing a great job and what they've been doing. And that is part of the value that we bring because we are neutral. In that same kind of vein too, on what you're talking about, I mean, it's really challenging. The where do I get started?
Oh.
It's one of those conversations that we have time and time again, and so much so that we have kind of shifted some of our projects, so we can get to projects at some point in time here.
Yes.
But MXD is about helping these manufacturers. So we've created projects that are funded by the Department of Defense, because that's where we receive the majority of our funding. And we put that out there to solve these challenges and problems. And one of them, or at least several that we've been hearing, is where do I get started? So we have put together projects around playbooks or ROI guides or lessons learned or frameworks. So as a manufacturer, you would be able to say, okay, I could take this assessment, this survey, this interactive tool, this guide solution that will then point me on my journey and say, I'm here and I'm trying to get to here. And here's how I need to get there. Here's the roadmap. Here's vendors that you could work with. Once again, not anyone you should pick, but just several that we feel are valuable and that could help you on your way. Or you know what? You're not ready for digital yet. You got to do these things first before you can even get to this. And just be really open with the process to help someone from the start to where they are on their journey to help them further along in their journey.
Are the resources that are available at MXD, how much is it going to cost me?
It depends. So we try to make it extremely easy for our small to medium-sized manufacturers, solution providers. It's $500 a year. And we have to make it some number.
$500 a year, right? Don't come to me and say I can't afford it. Get a loan for me if you want to. There are people looking at it.
So
just 500?
It is. We want to make it easy for the small to medium-sized manufacturers and solution providers. The challenge, and maybe you know these stats, there are over 250,000 U.S. manufacturers right now. The majority of them, 98.5%, are small in size. That means 500 employees or less.
Okay, I was just getting ready to find that. Go
and
ahead.
then of that 98.5%, 70% roughly are 20 or less. Think about that.
Yeah, that's amazing. And see what's interesting and what I like about MXD is the fact that I find small to mid-sized companies, big companies are going to be able to do whatever the big companies can do, but it's the small to mid-sized companies that need to find the trusted resources and to be able to participate in whatever digital transformation opportunity exists. But many of them are reluctant because of the maybe cost or whatever it is. What I like about MXD is the fact that I can just call you and say, hey, I'm a small manufacturer. I would like to be able to be a part of this digital transformation journey. What do I need to do? And it's a simple call.
It is. And the other, I think, great thing that we do too is bringing together people. So we are a very good convener. Thanks for participating yesterday in our open house.
Yeah,
so we're here in Chicago. We're on Goose Island. We're just a short cab right away. And, we are always open. Our doors are always open. We're always inviting folks to come by and take a tour of our factory floor or talk to our members who are on site to really learn more, ask questions, and get the answers that they're looking for. That is really our goal, is awareness, education. How can we help manufacturers? And so that's really a big part of our job. And actually, I don't want to do a selfless plug, but we do have another we do have another open house this Thursday at 2 p.m. So similar to, it wouldn't be like cocktails and reception. It's going to be more about the factory floor. So anyone who happens to be in town and wants to stop over, 2 o'clock on Thursday.
Yeah, and it was a simple. I was there last night. Absolutely phenomenal innovation center, and the reception the quality of individuals that were there, top notch. But what I like about it is that, and I don't know what you call your partners, the individuals in your innovation centers. Like I think IBM was there, and I think software was there. Whatever. What do they call her? Are they partners?
Partners, members. We kind of use the term together.
Interchangeably.
Yeah, interchangeably.
And they're solving problems. They hear a problem, they solve a problem, and they have that sort of a workbench type of approach to it. Is that an accurate way of looking at it?
So some of the folks that are on our factory floor, for them, it's making it tangible. It's making it real. So a lot of with digital is it's hard to see.
Yeah.
So you need to almost experience it. And so having a place where you can go see the art of the possible, a place that you can go see many different things on a holistic journey of like, why would I do this here, or why would it make sense here? Of course, we can't show every use case, but what we want to do is show an example of a use case that will then help provide this idea or light bulb that will go off and say, you know what, that might not work for me, but this would. And it's amazing the different industries that we have come. Sometimes you would think, well, it only has to be aerospace and defense, or it only has to be process or discrete, or whoever's coming through our doors. And sometimes it's food manufacturers or fast food manufacturers, and they see something that we're doing, and they're like, I've never thought about it that way. And now I take that back to my operations, and it will improve it, because now I can take this idea that I've learned and really take it in and make it our own.
So where do you see MXD sort of moving forward? What's the future? What does it look like? Because you got a hell of a setup right now, and I think that timing is everything, and this is the time, and you need to be engaged. You need to find those answers. You need to find individuals that you can work with. I think it's a beautiful model. Where do you see it going?
For us, it's really scaling and just getting the word even out more, right? Like how do we take already what we're doing, package it up in the right way, and make it so it's available to anyone. We talked about that huge number of 250,000 plus manufacturers that are out there, and the majority of being them, small. Like how do we put together something for them that they can just use and leverage and answer those questions that you were just talking about? Where do I get started? What's my ROI? What digital technologies and initiatives should I even be thinking about right now? Like we need to make that so easy that everyone can do it.
See, yeah, you got to remove the friction, and you got to make it easy so that I can consume the content or the information that benefits my business. I see that's important. Why is there, if there's 250,000 manufacturers, and how many members? I mean, there's still enough. We need to get that message out. Why? Why are we?
There's a lot of things, I think. Yeah, it's the friction's part of it. It's the resources. It's the time. It's the commitment, right? Like the challenge that we see is that the small to medium-sized manufacturer, the 20 to 50 person kind of manufacturing shop, machine builder, whatever you want to call them, they're so ingrained in the day-to-day. They're so worried about producing. They're so worried about their bottom line that they don't have time to even have a resource come to an event or to take part in an initiative or do the research that they need to do to then understand how they can do some of these things that we're trying to help them do. And so that's really where we lean on our partners and members to help them do that, right? So we need to make it even easier. We need to make it so that, there's a program called the Manufacturing Extension Partnership. Every state has them, where there are organizations that help manufacturers do this, right? They have funding that's available at the state level that they are able to take some things that we're already doing and then maybe be the hand or the consultant that will then help them get over that bridge.
See, and the reality is it's a human equation, without a doubt, and it's constraints. Yes, I hear it, but I think the reality is that this is so important for businesses to begin this journey, or they're not going to be around, because somebody's going to crack that code and they're going to just blister right past you and be successful and have that business that is legacy focused, right?
Agreed. And I think COVID has really pushed that.
COVID has also pushed the fact that we collaborate more, that we talk more,
in different ways.
We realize that we need people to help us solve problems.
I mean, some of these manufacturers, let's be honest, they don't even know who's going to show up in the morning.
Yeah, see?
Right? They don't even know who's on the schedule, who's going to take on what task that day.
I think there's a real opportunity to be able to frame the profession of manufacturers as real heroes, real. It's high-end technology sophisticated career stuff, and we just don't do a good job at that.
Well, manufacturing is cool.
Manufacturing is cool.
You know, and I think that's being lost in translation
Yeah.
sometime. I think,
Yeah. No,
folks
that's a
still
good point.
think manufacturing is this dirty, grungy, old environment that, doesn't have any really cool technology, but that's changed. And we need to get over that. And I think the workforce and the education, the folks that are in the school now are doing a great job with that, but it's not enough. There's so many jobs that are unfilled right now. There's so many jobs that we don't even know are going to exist in the future yet that we're trying to help define. And what are the career pathways to do that?
What was the stat that your CEO stated about 2 million jobs?
I think
it was 2 million jobs unfulfilled by the year 2030.
Correct.
Or
I think
open jobs, 2
think
million open jobs, or whatever it is.
I think it's 700,000 now, roughly, and it'll be 2 million by that time. Yes.
That's staggering.
It is.
And that's a call for innovation. That's a call for technology to be able to fulfill that. You got to keep the doors open. You got to keep sort of the wheels turning, right?
You do. I also feel that they're being in the trades. That's okay. That's a great job.
Oh, heck yeah.
I have a son. I don't know what he's going to be when he grows up, but I would be happy with whatever decision he wants to make, and that would be a great career pathway.
Boy, especially now. I mean, just now, as you're here at IMTS and you're looking at the technology and you're looking at the solutions that it's mind-bending. It's just really impressive, and the level of engineering, but the solutions are just absolutely spectacular. Now, Tony, how do they get a hold of you? Let's say I'm a small manufacturer. What's the process for me to get a hold of you and get the sort of the MXD, ball rolling?
Sure. So our website is mxdusa.org. So that's the easiest way to reach us. There's all kinds of, learn more about membership or become a member. So you can click on any one of those links. And yes, I'm saying that's okay. You can click on those links.
But I know you have some free downloads out there.
We do. We have tons of hiring guides are available, job taxonomies that are available. Another thing that's important for many, especially in our world, is CMMC, which stands for Cybersecurity Maturity Model Certification.
We didn't even touch on that.
We didn't,
The
but
whole
there's
cyber side.
a guide that will help people understand kind of the playbook of how do I get started in that realm. There's so much in cyber that's scary, but also awareness and training that we have. We have tons of resources, and really what we need to do is get those resources to the people that need it. And so the first part is making that initial contact, reaching out to us. We're not trying to sell anything. Membership, like I said, for those small to medium-sized manufacturers, solution providers, is not very much. We just want to make sure that we can get the information that we have to those that are in need of it.
Yeah, see, the way I always look at it, the fact that I'm looking for a start, and of course, we need to be frictionless. It needs to be easy, right? I don't need additional headaches. So it makes me feel warm and fuzzy and cuddly, knowing that I can just go to your website and really begin the journey there. And I bet I could probably find a phone number, and I can begin my journey there too.
100%.
And that to me sounds like an absolutely wonderful, solution. And especially in a world that is just wrought with, a confused mind makes no decisions, right? And so there can be a lot of haze out there, a lot of foggy whatever stuff going on. And I'm a big fan of that.
So we want to be that, we'll call it the clearinghouse, right? We want to be that neutral party, that unbiased party that you can go to and really just ask questions, and we'll give you real answers. And I think at the end of the day, that is exactly what folks need. Let
me trust you.
That's right.
All right, you were absolutely wonderful, Tony. And I've got to tell you, last night was just absolutely spectacular. And I think I asked the question: can I just sort of come to Chicago, and not me, anybody, and then knock on the door of MXD and see what's going on?
So the good way would be to ask ahead of time. We do these open houses like we're doing this Thursday every month. So it's the third Thursday of every month.
Right.
So we're always available. But yes, if I'm there or one of my staff's there, we would be more than happy to show anyone around.
See, I like that.
It's a place where people can go. It's a convening space.
Yeah. Sad, but you don't have pizza around there. Do you have a pizza place around there?
We used to have a brewery. There is Goose Island Brewery, so that's the good news.
That is a good brew. I do like that brew. It's not there anymore?
It is. So they're still they don't brew it there. So they have a small brewery and a restaurant on the island that you can go to and eat and drink their beer, obviously. But the actual brewery is no longer there.
All right. Well, Tony, you were absolutely wonderful. Thank you very much for finding time in your busy schedule. And,
thank you.
And you know, I know I'm taking you away from stuff on the floor, but that's okay.
No, this was great. I really appreciate the time to be here to talk, to get to have this conversation. And once again, I appreciate all you're doing. And, you know, if anyone that you talk to needs to learn more about MXD, send them my way.
MXD. All right. Thank you very much for joining the IMTS Creators Lounge. We're going to have another great conversation shortly. I think it's going to be, it's going to be Mitch Free. He's a rock star, so do not hesitate. Find out more about that. All right. Thank you very much.
That was fast.
What a great conversation with Scott MacKenzie and Tony Papke. I love the parallel right now. They're in the booth having a conversation. We're out here in our, on the floor, this is the Creators Lounge. There's a tour going by. This is the Creators Lounge. We're creating right now. Look at it live. Yeah, awesome. So fun to be right in the thick of it. I am with my friend Nels of Industrial Strength Marketing. How are you feeling, Nels?
I'm doing very well. Thank you, Mary.
So we were just talking about how we all have our individual skill sets, but then we're like, each person is like a hat shop. We're like, which hat goes on today? So what are some of the hats you wear? What's some of the balance? How's your day going? What's going on with you? What hat do you have on right now?
Well,
you can grab the mic, or I can hold it for you like a mic stand.
I'm in learning mode. You know, one of my hats is clarity and be able to explain complicated things in simple terms. People have told me that repeatedly. So I'll wear that hat today, and it's just great.
That hat looks great on you.
So Tony, the interview with Scott. Tony's from MXD, which is one of the 16 institutes that make up the Manufacturing USA Network. And I'm actually headed over to the live lab for a panel discussion on the Manufacturing USA Network. So, and it's wins and losses, and they've got 4 heavyweights from within the network, and they're going to share, and they do advanced manufacturing. If you think of that innovation valley of death, how do you go from idea to product? Costs a lot of money to actually come up with a viable prototype and then demonstrate it in a lab setting, then actually demonstrate it in a manufacturing setting, and then scale. Research is really expensive, and Manufacturing USA helps bring innovations to small manufacturers because they can't afford massive research and developments. So I'm looking forward to this session at 2 o'clock.
One of the things I want to highlight from our conversation, there's an adage of like, do you see the forest for the trees? Do you see the trees or do you see the forest? And Nell said, I see the path in between the trees. Whoa. And that blew my mind. Talk about being a creator. Talk about being an innovator. That's the mindset of Industrial Strength Marketing and Industrial Studios. And it's also the mindset of Mitch Free, who coming up, you're not going to want to miss. Mitch Free is going to be interviewing David Modig, president of Modig. Stay tuned. IMTS 2022.
Boom, 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 let's go boom. Boom, 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 let's go boom.
Oh, hey, IMTS 2022. Welcome to the Creators Lounge. I am here lounging in the lounge with the marvelous Meaghan. She stopped by, decided to come sit, see what we were all about. Tell the people of IMTS 2022 a little bit about you.
So I'm Meaghan Muxlow. I'm with Intrepid Automation. We're a manufacturing technology company out of San Diego, California. This is my first IMTS. It's great so far.
What is one of your highlights, one of your favorite things of today, your favorite ooh moment of today?
I was actually walking by. Somebody flagged me down, said, "Oh, you look like you're a small T-shirt size." They were trying to give away T-shirts. They only had smalls left, and it turned out they are literally right around the corner from our office in San Diego. It's pretty crazy, right?
I believe that's serendipity, synchronicity, right place, right time. Thank you so much. She was in the right place, right time. You're in the right place at the right time, as Mitch Free, CEO and founder of ZYCI, is going to be interviewing David Modig, president of Modig. Join us in the Creators Lounge.
Hello there, I'm Mitch Free here live from IMTS 2022 from the Creators Lounge, and I am super excited to be sit next to him. I'm going to talk to David Modig, Modig Machine Tools. We have 30 minutes, and I just don't think that's going to be enough, but we're gonna try to get through it. David, welcome. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I have just, I didn't know about Modig Machine Tools up until not that long ago.
No.
And I have become a huge fan.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Tell me a little bit about, let's start with you. Before we get into all the really good sexy stuff. Well, not that you're not sexy.
Yeah, let's start with the boring stuff. Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about your background.
No, so my background is actually in the machine tool industry. I was born and raised really on the machine shop floor.
Okay.
My dad was running the business at that time.
And where is that, by the way?
In Sweden.
In Sweden. So you're a Swedish company.
Yes, it is a Swedish company.
Okay.
So my parents divorced, and when I was quite young, so I had to be with my dad most of the time. And he spent his whole life in the factory.
Okay.
So that became my playing ground, really. And without knowing, you learn things.
Mm-hmm.
So you ran around there, disturbed everyone at work.
Yeah.
Moved around all the pallets so they didn't find their stuff in the assembly line. But eventually I started in the business, obviously, and it became a hobby more than work, really.
Yeah. It's so great to get to do things that you don't even think it's work, right?
No,
You're just enjoying what you. So this wasn't one of the dads that brought you in, and you were like the favorite little child that didn't have to get their hands dirty.
No. No, actually, I didn't think about starting at Modig at that time when I was around 15, because I saw it's a tough industry to be in. A lot of issues. You need to make everyone happy, obviously. And I thought, should I really be doing this? And I was with my dad at Boeing when I was 13 years old, and I was sitting in the Boeing conference room, and I said, "This is so boring. Old people talking shit,
Yeah, talking about machines.
But eventually, like I said, it became a hobby of mine, and it was so nice. And I started in the business and started on the shop floor. Then ran the shop, and eventually, Percy, my dad, brought me up in the ranks, and I took over 13 years ago.
Yeah. So tell us what Modig machines are. What are they known for? Tell me, you've got some great claims to fame, and I don't want to say them for you. So
no, there is quite a few things we've done. We have been very innovative over the years, and I think a smaller company like ours needs to be very, very innovative. Otherwise, you're crushed more or less by the big ones. So you need to be a step ahead of them, and find out new solutions, and be active in the market, trying to talk to the customers what the needs are. And over the years, it's been everything. We started in aerospace in the late 80s, and they had an industry that needed some, or I would say machines that was more technically advanced. We found out some ideas and a lot of high-speed machining at that time. And nowadays it's we're trying to push the limits of everything. It's we had in the machines we have now 1,200 cubic inches per minute, chip removal rates.
Was that 1,200 cubic inches a minute?
1,200, yeah.
Is anybody doing it faster than that?
No, it's not.
I have heard that you guys have the highest metal removal rate of anybody in the world.
Yes.
You hold the record.
Yes. So
That's pretty incredible.
you feel an oil barrel of chips in a minute. So that's
An
quite
oil
cool.
barrel in a minute. That's a lot of chips.
That's a lot of chips, but it requires a big spindle.
And what size are these machines?
So for these specific machines we're talking about, it's big plate parts, monolithic parts in aerospace, where you take away a lot of material, and you need to do it as fast as possible, obviously. And then we build machines that it's up to 900 inches long and 60 inches wide, up to 80 inches. So big machines.
So there's a lot of metal to be removed.
Very much.
Yeah,
a lot of the wing parts, especially where they have the ribs and the spars and the stringers and whatever it may be.
Yeah. And so, okay, you're moving metal really fast. You're moving fast. You're taking big cuts. A lot of horsepower, a lot of rigidity.
290 horsepower right now. So.
290 horsepower. That's just insane.
Yeah, crazy.
All right, doing all of that so quickly, are you able to hold the tolerances doing that?
Yeah, I mean, the tolerance is not really the issue, because when you do the real roughing, it's not the finished part. You just try to take away as much material as possible so you can do the finishing later on.
Yeah.
So the machines are super accurate, so it's really when you do the finishing, the part, come to be something.
Yeah. So I imagine your typical customers, not the small job shop.
No, a lot of the OEMs, if you look at the aerospace, I would say most of the OEMs are using our equipment. Tier 1, Tier 2s. Now lately, the last 3-4 years, it's been a lot of automotive, especially in the EV market, where they're going towards extrusion work. Bigger parts that is casted more towards like the aerospace size and material.
Yeah. Is it more geared toward aluminum, or does it not matter? Hard metals? Or?
I mean, for our machines are both hard metal, soft metal, but I would say we sell about 80% soft metal machines.
Okay.
So, but there's a lot of extrusion machines as well. And that's often aluminum parts.
And automation?
Automation, yeah. We actually have a company called Modig Automation Systems,
Okay.
so we provide the turnkey solutions. I think in the future of machine tool industry, you have to be able to provide a turnkey solution, not just a standalone machine. There is so much need for skilled personnel, and we're lacking that everywhere. And the companies that come nowadays, they more or less just want to push a button. They want to have the programming done. They want to have the turnkey, moving parts from A to B machine. And it's very complex, and it's going to be harder for machine tool builders in general to be able to support this.
Yeah. So how do you get the word out? I mean, let's talk a little bit about marketing, right? Because this is one of the themes that we're talking about. We're all creators, and what we're doing here is actually that we're creating content, we're live streaming in order to reach audiences that couldn't make it here to the IMTS show, don't get to walk through. And so the way we market things has changed. And
very much.
Do you talk a little bit about your perspective on how you marketed years ago versus how you do it now?
Right now we have a great marketing team. They're doing such a good job for us. And the things they're doing is over my competence in this area. But obviously a lot of social media, the LinkedIns, the YouTubes. And now I would say nowadays the expertise of people buying machines are not as high as it was 20 years ago.
Right.
Then they ask the questions about, do you have these scales, what's the tolerance, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
But nowadays it should be, they go in and look at the video at YouTube, and this looks cool, and this machine looks nice, and then they come and say, okay, I want something like that. So it's changing, but what matters is actually what's coming out of the machine.
Yeah.
Price per part.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I've seen some really good videos your team's put out with some references, and if I could mention, Spirit Aerospace being a good customer, the videos on LinkedIn.
Yes.
I think I can say that, okay?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah, they've got a lot of your machines, right?
Yes. I'm Spirit Aerosystems, largest tier 1 supplier in aerospace. We're the biggest machine tool supplier to them. I think they have just in one facility in Wichita 70 machines
70,
and
wow.
more coming.
Yeah.
So it's been great. We actually got a very, very nice award from them last week, where they awarded us with the Innovation Award for being, very helpful with their problems over the last 5-6 years. But they're already started in the early '90s, so it's more like a family for us. So we like them very, very, very much.
Anybody that buys that kind of machines, absolutely.
Yes.
But back to your point about people maybe not asking the same questions as they did previously.
Yeah.
Right. It's probably because you're putting out content like that now says, well, if Spirit Aerosystems is using, and they've bought 70 of them.
Oh yes.
What other questions could I ask?
That's true. I mean, they're a very good reference point, for machine tools. So I would say this helps a lot, and we try to do as much as we can with the customers. In our world, when we deal with this OEMs and tier 1s, they don't really want to talk about it that much.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit hard to get them to, reveal what they have, and they have so many machine tool suppliers, so they don't want to, this is Modig, they are so good. So you need to stay a little bit under the radar.
Yeah, I find it the same in my business with doing machining, right? So many of our customers have us sign agreements that we can't say they're customers, and I'm sure you
exactly
you have the same thing. It's difficult for marketing sometimes, so you have to infer and things like.
But we try to push quite hard. We don't give up. We ask them every now and then.
Yeah. So, a couple of months ago, you came to visit me in Atlanta, visit my office. It
Beautiful
was fantastic.
Place.
Thank you. And you saw something in one of my shelves, and then we instantly bonded.
Yes. Yeah. I saw your very nice prize you got from the Entrepreneur of the Year award, which I also have, so I recognize it.
Yeah.
So I was like you awarded in a big region.
Yeah.
And was taken to this national event where they choose the winner. And I was fortunate enough to win the Entrepreneur of Sweden 2 years ago.
Nice.
Which has also been helpful, right?
Yes,
Bringing in people to the company and
Yeah.
getting the interest of what we're doing.
Yeah. Well, I know firsthand that is not an easy award to win. The competition is stiff.
Yeah.
And I remember, when I won that, kind of looking over my shoulder, like, seriously?
Yeah,
Me?
exactly. I didn't know what the hell's going on.
With such
right?
a great cast of entrepreneurs all around.
So good. So many
it
good
was
people.
flattering. But I think I've always felt a lot in my career like I was playing over my head. Like, I'm playing at a level that I don't know that I deserve to be here, but I can't let everybody know. And I'm going to figure this out but before they figure it out.
I'm sure that's not how it is.
No, absolutely. Okay, so back to marketing a little bit. So do you do like traditional marketing, like print ads and things these days, or is it all digital?
No, almost nothing. So it's a lot of we send out emails, we do newsletters, we partner up with companies that makes movies around our equipment. MTD CNC is one of them, being a great partner.
Okay.
Coming out visiting customers and like Spirit, and it's a big help.
Yeah. I think that's certainly.
But really, what it's all about is when you sell the machines we have, which is not the standard type. I mean, standard in one way, but not the high volume machines.
Sure.
Then you need to show the customer.
Right.
You need to prove that you're so much faster, you're so much better. It's not like selling a commodity machine, really.
Well, I imagine you don't have a lot of trouble getting people to come to Sweden to take a look.
No, they love going there, but not in the winter.
No, just include that with the include that with the sale trip.
Yeah, no, there's quite a few actually. So we have a great place in the south part of Sweden, 2 locations where we have 2 factories.
Okay.
So one being the warehouse and sub-assembly machine shop, and then it's all sent down to another factory by the East Coast in Kalmar, where we do the assembly and the buy-off. So.
Okay. So two facilities?
Yes.
2 facilities there. Okay.
And then we obviously have the U.S. headquarters, which is in Wichita, Kansas.
Yeah.
Close to Spirit.
Yeah. So I saw an animation and a graphic in your booth of something super innovative that you're doing.
Yes.
Again, Modig is changing the game.
Yes.
Let me let you tell.
No, I mean, over the years, it's always been me, and before me, obviously, my dad, who came up with the machine designs, and I don't know why, but I've had that knowledge of how machines should look like. So that was actually a dream, and 4 or 5 years ago, starting inverted machining. So spindle upside down, and there's a lot of benefits to it.
Let me back up, make sure people got that.
Yes.
Inverted machining.
Yes.
The spindle is upside down.
Yes.
So if you think of a 5-axis, from the graphic that I see, if you think of a 5-axis like trunnion style machine, the spindle is on the bottom.
Yes.
And the part flips 180 from what you would think it is, and is over the spindle.
Correct.
And I imagine that helps with, obviously, chip evacuation.
Very much so.
But rigidity.
Rigidity, yeah. So we have most of the moving parts in the bottom of the machine, close to the floor. So the ack and deck and the dynamics of it, it's really, really good. So we expect some really good results of it. We sold already 4 machines here in the show, and it's exciting for us. We're entering into a little bit more of a standard business. I mean, the 600, 800,000 millimeter pallet machines, trunnion machines, but it seems like the industry wanted something new now after 100 years of verticals and horizontals.
Yeah.
And this is exciting. I would say one of the most exciting things here on the exhibition.
I would say so too. Nobody else has an inverted machining center.
No one has it.
No, and I know you don't physically have one here yet, but but next time when people come, they're going to be able to.
They will see something amazing.
They will see something amazing.
Maybe we will have a deal, you and I.
Yeah, well, let's hope so. Let's hope so. I am just totally fascinated by the innovation, and my mind just keeps thinking about all the unique applications that brings. So it is taking you not toward a commodity market. I know Modig will never get there, but towards something that's maybe a little more higher volume of machine.
Higher volume and more competitors.
Yeah.
But also a broader market.
Okay.
We don't want to. I mean, if you look at normally what we see ourselves as is a high-end car. You know, you have the Porsche, you have the Lamborghinis, but you don't have many competitors up there.
Right.
And then you have the Volvos and the Audis and all these, which is very tough segment to be in.
Sure.
Still with this standard machine, like we call it, the inverted machine, we want to be in the standard business or the industry, but on a high level machine tools, you know, up there in that range.
Right. So, do you guys sell direct, or you sell it through channels?
No, we sell here in North and South America. We have some really good distributors. So we have Gossiger, Hartwig, Morris, HEMAC, Molinari in the South America.
Okay.
Mitch Machine Tools up in Canada. So it's some really good distributors, and they have a big team of service people.
Good.
And they know our products, and
so people that are interested can reach out to those dealers or Modig directly.
Oh yes.
And get information on that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think people are going to want these inverted machines. Now, were you able to protect that design at all?
Yeah, we actually patented it, and that was one of the big things. We've been working on it for quite some time now. Mm-hmm. And, you know, being a smaller company, you cannot have 200 patents of everything.
Yeah.
So when we started this, we posted 1.5 years ago about the inverted machine, and everyone was excited. We saw the traffic on the webpage, and But really what we did was post pictures that was not at all what the machine looked like. So we did our own, under the radar thing.
You
So
just kind
it
of
didn't look at all what it looks today.
kind of a head fake.
Yes.
Yeah. People went and copied that.
Yeah,
Go copy
exactly.
that one.
Just go copy. It's not going to work.
Yeah. Oh, that was really smart.
Yes.
So, are there other innovations in the pipeline? Of course, you're not ready to talk about them, but are there other game changers?
There is actually. A lot of the automotive industry is now going for bigger castings. So we have a few machines for that. You have the rear body casting, which is going to be a big thing in the future. The whole back part of the car.
Yeah.
Actually just refining what we have, because it's also challenging to do a lot of new design all the time. You want to get to a stable place, more or less.
Sure.
Because it doesn't matter if you sold 1,000 machines, you will always have something you can improve. Always.
Yeah. I think you guys have nailed the mechanics so well.
Yes.
I think like a lot of the improvement is probably coming from the drives, the motors, controls, which is a lot easier to deal with than changing up mechanics.
Exactly. And also things that you don't really control, which is a problem for many machine tool builders. Chips. How do you control chips when you start testing? You just see machines in the CAD environment, and then you start machining, obviously, in the test facilities. But then there is redesign needed.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. So mechanics will stay the same, continue to take advantage of high performance electronics, if you will, motors, inverted machining coming along.
Yes.
What do you do when you're not sitting around drinking wine, thinking of flipping machining on his head? What's your hobbies?
Okay, my hobby is machine tools. Actually, it sounds quirky, but it's what I do. I mean, I enjoy spending time with the family back home. We have a 3-year-old daughter.
Oh, nice.
I have a wonderful wife, and we have another kid coming here in January. So
fantastic! Congratulations on that.
It's really good. So fourth generation of Modig is secured, I think.
Do you have a lot of family in the business?
No, I mean, I have my father still. He's in the business, but more to help and to be a mentor.
Okay.
He's a fantastic person, and I mean, he taught me everything I know.
Yeah.
So he's been a good teacher and a good father.
Oh, excellent. So, what are a few lessons that you learned from your father that you may want to make sure to pass on to your children? I'm throwing you on the spot there, but
I mean, I would say one thing that sticks to my mind is you can do anything you want as long as you have the passion and you're interested and are ready to work hard for it.
Wow.
So that's I mean, both my father and I, we didn't go to high school, school, nothing.
Yeah.
Just started on the machine floor.
Yep. Wow. You know what? That's so interesting. I had was telling people the other day. I remember when I was a little boy, and my dad would come in at night and go to sleep. Like, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I was like, an astronaut. And he's like, great. Here's what you got to do. You got to study this and do this. And the next time, what do you do? I want to be a fireman. Great. Here's what you got. And so my dad never told me anything was impossible.
Yes.
But I had to make wise decisions and put in the effort.
Yep.
And then I could be anything that I wanted to be. It sounds like your dad gave you that same wisdom.
Oh, yes.
So that
and I will try to transfer that to my kids as well. Because it is about passion and having fun as well.
Yeah, and empowering children to think. And especially you got, a daughter?
A daughter, and now it's a small boy coming.
Oh, nice. Yeah, and for the girls, I think it's even more especially important that, there more and more opportunities are opening up where women are doing things that I in the past you just didn't see them in certain roles as much in the manufacturing industry. And I could see her on the shop floor at Modig and running Modig one day.
It's actually we had after my grandfather started the business. When he died, my grandmother took over,
Yeah.
and that was in the 60s.
Okay.
So that was very unusual to have a lady running a machine tool business at that time.
Yeah.
So maybe that's going to happen again.
Yeah, that would be fantastic.
Yes.
That would be fantastic.
Yes.
And so in the U.S., as you get ready to launch these inverted machining centers, it's going
Mhm.
to take the world by storm, I have no
Yep.
doubt. Are you going to have local, I guess you're supporting it through distributors, right?
Yes.
But are you going to set up like service centers? Or
Oh
how-
yeah,
how
we
are you-
have in the so what we have in Wichita is the demo facility.
Okay.
We will have machines,
Yes.
stock machines as well.
Okay.
Because there is quite a few different models coming out. So the single spindle trunnion machine is one thing, right?
Yes.
But then we have the double spindles, focusing more towards the automotive.
Okay.
So there will be 3 models of double spindle machines as well.
Yeah.
So I think in this area you have to really be able to show what you have and support it in a good way. So biggest focus right now in Modig, and especially now when we're growing like we are, is to make sure the customer is happy and support them as best as we can.
Yeah. Are you having the challenges finding talent like we do here in America?
It's it's a big challenge. Sweden one time was a very big machine tool country.
Yeah.
We're the only one left now in Scandinavia
Okay.
who builds milling machines for like CNC milling machines. And it's hard to find people that knows machine tools for sure. So what we actually did now, we started Modig Germany, and we're hiring people down there because
Yeah.
Germany is a machine tool
Sure.
country.
Yeah,
Try to attract good people.
Yeah. So one more thing hit my mind quickly. CAM software. When you're programming machines that have these kind of metal removal, it must blow the minds of all the CAM software.
Yeah, so this is actually one of the big issues. When you have machines like these, we say, okay, we're going to be 30% faster than X brand, then you have to have a different mindset and know what the limits are on the machine.
Sure.
Because we have developed it to be better than the competitors, but it can be as good if you don't know how to use it.
Yeah.
So you don't have your grandmother driving your Ferrari, right? So
Yeah, exactly.
It needs to be the right people behind the steering
Well,
wheel.
I think we're about out of time here, and I think you and I could go on for hours and hours, and hopefully we'll do that over
Yes.
beer or a glass of wine.
Absolutely.
But David Modig, thanks so much for joining me.
Thank you
today, and I just am inspired by your innovation, by the quality. And every one of your customers that I talk to is an evangelist. And
Thank you
that
so much.
really says something.
Thank you. That was very kind.
So
And thank you
thanks
for
again.
having me.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mary here again with you at the IMTS 2022 Creators Lounge. We're telling stories, we're connecting, we're innovating, we're sharing our inspiration. I call that the joy transaction. And we are in for another fantastic segment with Mitch Free, CEO of ZYCI, is going to be speaking with Paul Van Meter, co-founder and CEO of ProShop. Let's go to them now.
Hello, IMTS 22. This is Mitch Free here at the Creators Lounge. Hashtag we are all creators. I am excited to be here with Paul Van Meter from ProShop. Paul,
Hey,
welcome.
Thank you, Mitch.
Thanks
Great
for
to be
joining
here.
me. I am a huge fan, so to get to sit down and chat, I don't think 30 minutes is going to do us justice, but we're gonna
We'll
try.
do our best.
And as you know, this is unscripted. We're just going to talk.
Just talk
right?
shop, right?
Yeah. So I mean, ProShop.
Yes,
You guys
sir.
have just taken the world by storm in the ERP. You're everywhere. And you've got evangelists out there raving for you guys. It's a great story, but let's back up.
Sure.
Tell me about your background and then what was the evolution of ProShop?
Yeah, great question. So my ProShop was conceived as a way to solve my own shop's problems.
Okay, so you had a shop.
I owned a machine shop.
Okay.
My partners and I started it right out of college.
Okay.
We were college buddies. We went through a manufacturing engineering type program.
Okay.
We actually designed and built Formula SAE cars.
Okay.
And we had CNC machines in the shop in college.
Okay.
And we fell in love with machining.
Yeah.
And we decided that we wanted to start a machine shop right out of school.
And were you pretty naive?
We were
Looking
so
back-
naive, so young, so dumb. We were, 22, 23 when we
Yeah,
started
yeah.
our shop. One of our older brother, one of my partners, was also a partner, took out a second mortgage on his house.
Okay.
That bought a Haas VF4.
I hope that worked out for him.
It did work out well. We'll get to that part later.
Yeah.
But yeah, Haas VF4, used manual mill and lathe, and enough rent for a few months in a little 2,000 square foot warehouse.
Well, but this is a typical story, right?
Oh, so many shops start this.
Yeah.
Super humble beginnings.
Right.
We started knocking on doors. People would hardly take us seriously because we were
Yeah.
baby faced.
Yeah, yeah.
But we found enough work to hire some employees. We started to grow, add more machines. And when we got to a level, about 3 years in, we had about a dozen employees.
Mm-hmm.
And things started to get a little hectic to manage everything.
Yeah, sure.
The jobs, the schedule, the cutting tools, the gauges, all those things just got a little much for Excel, which is
Mhm.
what we were kind of using.
Sure.
So we went out on the market and we started looking for shop management software.
Mhm.
And, not to disparage anyone else, but we just didn't like anything that we saw. We
Right.
just didn't seem like it was that well suited for a job shop business.
Yeah, yeah. Now, full disclosure, I am a ProShop customer at ZYCI,
Thank you, sir.
and we run the software. So, full disclosure there. So, as I ask questions, I do know a lot about it.
Yes.
But let me ask this. So, did you have certifications at that time when you built the software?
Not at
or
that time. So we started our shop in '97.
Okay.
We realized we needed some software in around 2000 and couldn't
Okay.
find anything we liked. So we
Okay.
hired a full-time software developer to build us something.
Okay.
We honestly had no intentions of ever selling it to anyone else.
Yeah.
It was just to solve our own problems.
Right, right.
So by the late 2000, early 2001, we had enough basic modules to start actually using it on the shop floor.
Okay.
But we did not hold ISO certification back then.
Okay.
So
well, one of the things I know from having built a lot of software by businesses
Yes,
in
you
the past,
have.
like G.com and stuff, is it's a never-ending process, right?
Well,
I remember when I developed the first software, I thought to myself, I'm going to develop it, and I'm going to hire this developer contractor for 90 days. Oh my God, was that naive? Right? And so I have shops sometimes that'll say, oh, I'm thinking about creating my own system.
Oh yeah, we hear that too.
Yeah.
And we were pretty much that naive. We figured it would take them maybe a year to build something.
Yeah.
And then we'd be done development, and then we'd use it for the rest of our shop's future.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it just never worked out. We just kept wanting more features, more modules, more pages, more buttons.
Yeah.
And he just kept building it.
Yeah.
And so we did that for about 8 years. And during that time, we got ISO certified in 2004. We built all the modules to run our ISO system. We got AS9100 certified in 2006.
Mhm.
We built all the features for compliance to AS9100.
Sure.
And then in 2008, we had our largest machine shop customer, C Pro Shop. They
Mhm.
came, visiting the shop, and they said, "This is way better than what we're using. Would you sell it to us?" And we were like, "No, we're just a machine shop.
Yeah.
We don't want to get in the software business." They said, "Well, if you ever change your mind, let us know." We thought about it. We approached them, worked out a deal. So in 2008, they became our first software customer, as well as still being our biggest machine shop customer.
And that's probably a lot of work because you probably didn't design it to be transported and multi-tenant, multi-instance.
We never planned on having anyone else use it. So
Yeah.
yes, it was a bit of work. It was good work, obviously, at this point to have done. And within 3 or 4 months, it revolutionized their whole shop. Their on-time delivery skyrocketed. They freed up 3 overhead staff, like expediters, that they just didn't need doing their job.
Sure.
So completely streamlined the shop. And they started then asking us, well, can we introduce you to some of our other vendors,
Yeah.
which were our own competitors?
Mhm.
And we said, all right, let's give it a shot. So
Yeah.
we sold it 3 more times. So, and that also went exceedingly well. And we made the decision at that point to sell our shop and go full-time into software.
Wow, that's fantastic.
So when we sold the company in 2014, we had about 75 people. We had about a little over 30 spindles,
Yeah.
running 3 shifts. Not only were we
That's
AS,
a significant size business in the machining world.
it was a good sized shop. Yeah. And not only were we just a machine shop, we were also AS certified for engineering work.
Okay.
So we actually designed and built complex jigs and fixtures for people like Northrop Grumman.
Yeah.
It was a serious shop.
Absolutely. So I know, I kind of lived the same pain with ZYCI. I started in 2014.
Yeah.
And we're using spreadsheets, we're using Smartsheet, we're using a myriad of tools.
Sure.
We got AS9100 certified, but before Pro Shop.
Yeah.
And then we're trying to keep up with everything that we have to do. Calibrations and
Never
nonconformances
ending.
and training manuals and trainings.
Yeah.
And I started looking around at ERP systems. I looked at everybody. And
It's good to do the due diligence.
I did the due diligence, right? And I knew it had to be cloud-based.
Sure.
I wasn't going to go old school and something that wasn't built for the cloud, right?
Yep.
If it wasn't built for the cloud, because a lot of people will say, "Oh, we can put an instance on the cloud."
Sure.
That's
not the same thing.
That's not the same thing.
Yeah.
Not going there. And so this day and time, I wanted to be cloud-based.
Sure.
And so I realized once I dug into the thought process that you guys had put in, and that this truly was an evolution from people that had developed it based on a need, based on because it was just so thoughtful to how shops do business.
Well, I appreciate you saying that because we had our shop for 17 years. And, like I said, at the time we sold it, we had 75 people. And all of those people and all the people we employed years prior, they helped us design the software.
Yeah.
So we had inspectors telling us what they needed. We had setup machinists telling us what they needed. We had purchasing agents telling us what they needed. Receiving, engineering, contract review, customer support.
Yeah.
And we built tools for all those people.
Yeah. I'll tell you, one of the things that we found is the hardest thing is not the software. The hardest thing is adoption.
Yes, that
getting
can be hard.
everybody on the shop floor to check the freaking boxes when they complete an op or when they do something.
Sure.
And receiving inspection to enter the right stuff. Because you can put the best tools out there, but you getting the people in a mindset, that was probably the biggest hurdle we had to cross.
Yeah, and I think that's doubly hard when you have a system that has still paper and some computer work that needs to happen, because you can just put chicken scratch on paper, but as we're fully paperless.
Yeah.
So people are using it on the shop floor every day. Yes, there's boxes you need to check, but the next steps down the line rely on the people upstream to do their work properly. And we color code things green and red and yellow to show if people have done their work.
Yeah.
But it definitely does take discipline. It takes that leadership to say, this is what we're doing.
Yeah.
This is the way we're going to run our company from now on.
Yeah. Right.
And the customers that have the best, simplest implementations have just full buy-in from everyone that there's no two ways about it. We are going this way.
I think that's the point that we had. There were a lot of people that just liked their paper system or their spreadsheet. And finally, we just started hitting a wall where it was not going to work. It's just not going to work. Balls were getting dropped.
Sure.
And I think, unfortunately, through some pain, it caused everybody to get on board.
Right.
But it took us a little bit of time to get
creatures of habit. They don't like to change the way they do stuff.
But once we did, man, it just we saw the benefits.
I love it.
And we're going to move on from just evangelizing ProShop in a moment. But I will say the other thing that is our audits, our AS9100 audits, just got so damn easy. Because everything the auditor wants to see is right there at your fingertip. And, so that's worked for the AS9100.
And customer audits, too.
Yeah.
They get blown away. They love that. And it helps you as a sales tool, right?
It absolutely does.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're here at IMTS. There's a lot of folks that are discovering this that couldn't come to the show.
Sure.
And discovery is what I'm talking about a little bit. We're here at the Creators Lounge talking about digital content. So you've come up relatively short period of time against a lot of established players and gained a lot of market share.
Very crowded space,
Very crowded space.
Yeah.
So how do you differentiate? How are you getting the word out? How are you generating leads and traction and reputation? Talk to me about your marketing strategy.
Well, my marketing strategy is hiring Sarah because she's awesome.
Hi, Sarah.
But beyond just the amazing Sarah, we really go all in on social proof with customers evangelizing our product and being
By the way,
really
Sarah,
transparent.
can we get Sarah a microphone and bring her in?
Sarah's very shy. But we really do, you may have seen in our booth, we have a client ambassador program going on for the whole show. At one point earlier today, we had 5 different customers in our booth wearing ProShop shirts, helping us sell ProShop.
That's fantastic.
We asked them if they wanted to come join us, and they raised their hand and said, we'd love to do that.
Yeah, that's excellent. Welcome, Sarah. Thanks for
Sarah.
joining us. You let's make sure the microphone's on there. Yeah.
Is it on?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
The world can hear you now.
Amazing.
Well, so I see all the great marketing online you guys are doing out there, and it's amazing the traction that you guys have gotten in such a short period of time. And so I'd love to hear your thoughts a little bit about how do you take a product like this and make sure the world knows about it?
Yeah, I think it's a lot about patience.
Okay.
Knowing that you're in it for the long game, right? With things like SEO and content that we built up. Paul has these power hours on his calendar. Well, he'll just pump out content and then hand it over, to marketing, and then we make it nice and pretty, and then we send it out. So I think it's about being patient, and then just knowing what your strengths are, and knowing when to give it to somebody else, when to hire somebody else to do stuff. Yeah.
And so are you doing a lot of traditional marketing these days, or you're pretty much just all online stuff?
Some of each. I mean, Sarah puts together this awesome graph every month of where our customers are coming from, and we call it this sort of omni-channel approach.
Okay.
We're getting customers, of course, from SEO.
Yeah.
That's our number one. Referrals are number 2.
Okay.
And then all these other channels, different, social media channels, traditional marketing channels, paid media.
Right.
It's a lot of places.
Yeah, and one of your content has a lot of domain expertise built into it.
Well, clearly with, years and years of shop experience,
right.
that is.
And I think that is so important, right? And I think, when I see people that'll use a marketing firm or an agency that doesn't have the industrial or technical speak, you see it so clearly.
Sure.
We know when there's a word that's out of place.
Yes, we
or
do.
somebody is posing.
Yes.
Right? And so that's where you guys have done a good job. So fantastic to get that content out of him and then purpose it in a way not to lose that authenticity, etc.
Yeah. And one other thing I wanted to mention, early on when we were first starting and trying to figure out how we were going to do our marketing, I was actually really concerned about being super transparent about how ProShop worked.
Yeah.
Because I figured our competitors would then watch videos I made and things I said and like copy our features.
Yeah.
And at some point I figured, I don't need to worry about that. I'm just going to throw stuff out there. And so if you go on our website, you can literally watch hours and hours of content of us showing exactly how ProShop works, of customers talking about how they use it. And we're not thinking about our competitors. And when people approach us, this is not an uncommon scenario. I'll have someone call us up on a Monday morning and they'll say, I just binge watched 12 hours of ProShop content all weekend and I'm almost ready to buy.
Wow.
And a lot of our competitors, they don't show the product.
No.
It's behind a walled garden. You got to sign up for a demo. You got to put in your email, and we just throw it out there. Because I know, and when I ran my shop, if I wanted to buy something, I wanted to be able to research it all I wanted without having to talk to someone first.
Right. Yeah. People want to buy. They don't want to be sold.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
We let them make that choice. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say that's a huge thing. Nowadays, people want to be able to do their own research on their own. I don't remember the statistics, but it's something like a big percentage of people pretty much know if they're going to buy before they talk to the salesperson.
Yeah.
Right, so making that content readily available about ProShop and even about industry best practices that Paul knows a lot about that can provide somebody value without even selling them your product, right? So
I remember years ago hearing people talk about like print media and the web and digital media.
Sure.
And they would say in the print media, you're reading or you come across an ad in a magazine and there's something you didn't even know you needed. And print media was really good for that. Or things like this. You walk through, you see a tool, you see something like, wow, I didn't even know I needed that. I didn't know there was that solution. But when you're in digital media or you go to the web, right, you know what you want, you just don't know where to find it or who's got it.
Right.
And so positioning yourself in those channels and leveraging the SEO to make sure that you're relevant is
so important.
Is so important, right?
And producing a lot of video content, I also think is really important. Google ranks that very high.
Yeah.
People love to consume video.
People love that.
Pushing it through in every channel you can think of.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of the part behind IMTS and industrial studios creating this to generate content. There are many tens of thousands of people that wish they could be here at IMTS. They couldn't. And so IMTS, being thought leaders they are, like how do we take companies like ProShop and give them additional value to help them get bigger exposure to the people that couldn't be here at IMTS.
Yeah.
And so I think that is tremendous value. So Sarah, a little bit, since you're the brains behind all the marketing here. So and I know other companies that are looking at how do they duplicate something like that. What's your background? Like how did you come in to be so good at this?
Oh, Paul taught me everything that I know.
Sarah has a marketing degree, so she studied it in school.
Yeah.
Going to school is very different from actually working in marketing, in my opinion. So I think, again, trial and error, looking at the metrics and letting it tell you where to go, I think is a big thing too.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I would say it's the same. I went to machining trade school, and when I got out, I thought I was good, and then I went into a shop.
And you realized everything you
I realized
didn't know.
I was a pre-apprentice.
Yes.
It's about the level that I really was.
Sure.
So that's it. So what do you see? What do you see next? Oh, but one thing I want to touch on: integrations.
Sure.
What are you guys doing there?
Yeah, so we are, over the last year and a half or so, we've been building a very in-depth API into our entire product. So it's a GraphQL API, a very modern type of API. So we now have many customers that are pulling data right out of ProShop for all sorts of uses, from machine monitoring to custom forms to pulling data into other systems they may want to for reporting purposes. And then shortly, people are going to be pushing data back into it. So we have an integration with Datanomics right now, a machine monitoring company.
I have seen their demo.
Doing
I'm
great,
impressed with
doing
Datanomics.
Yeah, it's a neat platform.
Yeah.
So they're going to be pushing data back into ProShop to update scheduling and targets and part counts.
Okay.
Which has all sorts of benefits for job costing and real-time scheduling and all that kind of stuff. So the API is just kind of opening the whole world up. And there's so many use cases.
Yeah,
that we're very
and that
excited
really
about.
speaks well to your more open and transparent concept, right? About not putting your videos out there, letting people see the functionality, let it discover. And hey, if there's somebody that has a tool out there that we don't develop, or even if they do it better than us, fine, we'll play with them.
I mean, like we have we have an estimating module.
Yeah.
We also have an integration with paperless parts.
Yeah.
Because they do great estimating.
Yeah, I talked to Jason on Monday, and I'm another company I'm really impressed with how far they've come in
do awesome work. Yeah.
Such a short amount of time.
And when it comes to stuff like that, we really want to be fairly agnostic.
Yeah.
Create partnerships with paperless, with machine research, on the monitoring side with Datanomics, with machine metrics, with Chatter, and then also provide really solid native solutions if people just want to stay in our ecosystem as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think they're in my ear telling me we're about out of time here.
Okay.
So, Sarah Morrow, thank you for dropping in here and joining us. And
thank you, Sarah.
Many people are seeing the effort, the fruits of your labor out there on LinkedIn and Instagram and Google and everywhere. And Paul, and that meter. Thank you very much for joining us and for the great product and the support that you provide to me and my company.
Well, you're welcome. We care so much about this industry. It is the absolute foundation of our entire economy.
It is.
And it is so important that your shops like yours and all the shops out there just thrive to help our whole economy with jobs and just the well-being of the whole country. Yeah. It's so important.
Awesome. Well, thanks again for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry to put...
Welcome to the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. I am so excited to have a good friend in
Thank you,
business,
James.
in industry, Christina Fugis. Welcome.
Thank you. I actually am honored. I'm a little nervous and excited. I don't know. I know. I am.
Well, like we're being mic'd out to the floor too, just to make you a little bit more nervous.
Okay, great.
So we're gonna have fun.
They're nodding
so
their
look,
heads.
we have some
like,
smiles
yes.
out there. I see some
Okay.
smiles looking in.
Nod your head if you think my voice is sexy.
Holla, holla.
no
I saw
nods,
some.
no
Oh, you have a
nods.
fan.
I got
Oh,
a
there's a
nod.
nod.
I got a nod.
On that note, Christina, like you are the face of mold making in my mind. Mold
I
making
appreciate that.
technology, the magazine, and I wanted to reach out to you because we met, through podcasting, through
Yep.
as a creator.
Yep.
And I don't know if you remember the topic, but it was women telling the stories of manufacturing.
Of course, I remember the topic.
So it was, almost shed a tear with you a little bit, heard your background story, and it was really touching. And I always felt like coming out of that, like we were just going to be friends in industry, like
Forever.
for as long as we go, So it's just great to have you here.
Thank you.
I'm so excited. So this time we've been focused on lifting up people who are telling the stories of manufacturing overall. And the big fundamental question we've been looking at is, what's your manufacturing story? Sound familiar?
Yes.
And one of the things we've been doing, and we've been doing it very intentionally, is to represent, the difference of when you started and I started to where manufacturing is today. And part of the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge is celebrating, honoring, and bringing in a diverse group of people, but especially women in manufacturing. So we have Charli Matthews, Empowering Industry.
Yep.
She does Empowering Industry Conference for
Yep.
women in manufacturing. And Meaghan Ziemba, who focuses on a lot of issues, but also elevates women in manufacturing as a core focus with Mavens of manufacturing.
Yep.
So
There's so many, actually.
I know, but I see you as someone someone like in that same position, and you've shared your story. So as you it was COVID. I think
was COVID,
when we did our podcast together, and now we're here on the other side.
Yep.
So as you look at IMTS that's today, and what you've experienced out there through whatever lenses you have, what do you see that's different, having been here a few days?
From 4 years ago?
Yeah.
Well, everybody missed each other. I mean, technology-wise is one thing. Automation is everywhere, right? You can't go down any aisle without seeing it. But it's more relationship. My managing editor, Grace Nels, is here with us, and we talk about this a lot this week. It keeps coming up, and you can't get away from it. It's people that make up manufacturing. They're the ones that have the stories, but and maybe people are getting tired of saying that people just wanted to get together. But it is really, this is where it all starts. You're not going to buy a machine. You're not going to invest in all this stuff if you don't trust the person, which means you have to have a relationship. So that's what was missing for the 4 years, really. And that's what's happening on the show floor.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I just realized, in following up on that, is that you want to know, like, and trust who you work with. It's not just the technology, but it's the service.
Yep. Yes.
And you have to be of service to each other, and people do business with other people.
Yep.
And that's just so important. I see there's this resolution to come back that you just sense in people.
Yep.
People are smiling.
It's bustling.
It's so bustling, and you wouldn't even know, where we've been. It does not look like a.
I know, you can almost forget.
It's literally, and people are happy, and it's just.
I love
just
it.
Amazing.
I love it. I mean, when you stand up on that stage or the grand concourse, and you're looking down, it's just that I love it. It's that sea of people that we wanted to see, right?
I know.
It's been too long.
I feel like this is a moment where we have that resolve to say, okay, let's
get back to business.
Let's get back to business.
And that's another thing I was saying. I'm noticing, I always love this show because it is bustling and there's so much going on, but it's definitely people are here to do business. And I'm hearing that over and over again during our booth visits, that people are coming up, they're ready. They're asking serious questions. They're coming up with direct problems. Help me solve this. I'm ready to invest, buying machines on the floor. It's happening.
I'm so excited. And just to get back to seeing the people that, you know, you want to, you have relationships with, and you've also been keeping the conversation going. So for those of you on the live stream, on the floor, if you are anywhere near the mold making technology industry, you will have seen that there's certain people who've been really keeping the light on and who've been keeping out there. So Christina, you're an influencer. You've been producing shows and videos.
Maybe too much.
And podcasts. How could you though? How could you do it too much?
I guess.
So tell me about that journey since then, because you were really early on, you know, putting out content, but then you were outpacing me. Like you're outpacing a lot of folks. So tell me like about that point to now, you know, what's your journey been like as someone telling the story as a creator?
Okay, so you nailed it. It did all start with COVID. It's very interesting from a trade media position that when that hit, you couldn't travel. You had to still be out there. You had to still cover the industry. But on top of that, all manufacturing, but I'm going to speak particularly of mold making, the light was shown right on mold making because they were doing amazing things to combat COVID, right? They were doing things in days that usually take weeks to get the ventilator, respirator parts. So it was an easy way. There were so many stories to tell, and it was the only way to tell them quickly. And this is coming from someone that I didn't really want to embrace social media right away or video, believe it or not. But the quickest way to do it was video. And surprisingly, the industry surprised me because they so easily were comfortable with that. And it was like GoToMeeting or Zoom, jumping on there, recording it, and telling me your story. But they had no problem. They were so proud of their teams. So it was like the owners of these shops talking about how their teams and customers and their vendors came together to do all these things in record time at the same quality, you know, doing life-saving things that we all respect now more than we ever did because we needed that stuff. So that's how it started. And then it caught on. People were calling. I have a story. I wanted to showcase my team. So it became really easy. I ended up having so many to tell. And then once COVID started settling down, it just became natural. I'm going to keep this going. This is an excellent way to be out there without having to be out there when things were still a little iffy about getting back on a plane or getting back on the road or people accepting you into their shops. So it was just a natural progression. But I actually love it. I love it. And I think one tip I would say to some people, because shops can do this themselves, just don't overthink it. Just turn on that phone or turn on your computer camera, get a customer on the line and just talk. Hey, Zero Tolerance, I see you out there.
Hey, Zero Tolerance.
Hey, Steve. That's one of our guys.
That's it.
I just did an MMT chat with him, and he just walked past the studio. Incredible.
Serendipity at IMTS.
That is incredible. Zero Tolerance rocks.
Well, exactly. And these are the niche stories that
Yes.
you can tell and give a platform because somewhere, someplace, someone cares about it. And really effectively what you've been doing is giving people a platform to tell their manufacturing story.
Yep.
And that's the heart and spirit of what this whole thing is all about.
Oh, I got a better thing. Grace, you reminded me to say this. Last night.
Hey, everybody, can we get some angles on Grace?
Yes.
Oh, no. You're going to be on it. You're famous now, Grace. Sorry. Okay.
We had a little tiny event for just some of the mold builders that were here. And we got them together at the flight deck last night. And one of the shops came up to me, a company called Intralux, and it was about 6 of them. And they said, hey, we watched one of your MMT chats, and our boss brought us into the conference room. It was one of the ones on 5 best practices in 5 minutes. And they actually watched it together. I'm like, done. That's all I needed to hear. It's working because someone else was sharing their stories. They passed it on.
So we have little time. So I want to make sure that we give you a platform to tell everybody, how do we find your show? Where do we find it? Where do we follow? Where do we become fanboys and girls?
All right. moldmakingtechnology.com. That brand is on LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, where else? YouTube, our YouTube channel. But if you go to moldmakingtechnology.com, all the content's there. The MMT chats are on there, but I go to YouTube. They're all, tons of videos are on there. And anybody out there, I welcome you to reach out to me, because if you have a story to tell within mold making, I would love to help you tell your story. And it's just like this. It's casual.
Exactly. And anyone watching this, whether you have it, like it, share it, and think about that. It's that easy. It's as simple as pressing record, hitting send, and being your true self.
Yep.
And one of the things that also you do, right, is you create a relationship, even though they haven't met you. And what I can, like what my testimony is here, what's my testimony? My testimony is, it is like the fact that every time I see one of the mold making technology videos that you've done, and I've seen them, now I haven't watched every one of them, but I smile, and I get to see my friend.
Oh, I love that.
And it's so good to see you, hear you, and the passion that you bring, Christina, really reflects well. And we've talked about how it inspires other folks. And just one last question, as you think about what you've been doing, we had these conversations about, you going up for awards and people recognizing it and empathizing with you and seeing themselves in you. Have you had any experiences now in mold making, technology and as a creator with the content where people have come up and recognized that work, and because you've had some really good moments, and
people are thankful. They're thankful for the platform. And I'll never forget when we started the magazine, the brand in general, and I think it stands for the MMT chats too, that the brand legitimized mold making. And a mold builder told me that never before was that part of manufacturing recognized. And by having its own magazine, its own trade show, and now I'm thinking about it, now it's more than that, its own social media channels, all dedicated to what they do, that just sticks with me, because that's what we're here to do. It's a very important sect of manufacturing that does stand on its own. And they're thankful. They're constantly grateful. I could cry because I could go over the moon about it's literally a community. And taking someone like me that knows nothing, from being a 26-year-old back then, embraced me like I was one of their own. Still to this, it's a family, it's a community. They're all there for each other, and that's it. Gratefulness, thankfulness.
I just don't think it gets any better than that. And what ultimately that comes is a community. You identify as a mold maker.
Yep.
So
I know, I feel like I am one, and I'm nowhere near one.
But you are. There are mold makers that are marketers in the business. There's mold makers who are getting the word out and telling the stories. There are mold makers who are the engineers and the folks literally, running the technology itself. So, and by definition, an industrial is by definition is someone engaged in industry, and we encourage people to be pride, have that pride,
You're
but not
right.
be prideful in it. So as the number one mold making technology advocate, mold maker, Christina Fuges, I want to thank you for joining us in the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. Thank you for what you do for manufacturing.
It's a privilege. It's an honor.
It's a privilege to
now
be your friend in business. So I appreciate you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
And that note, my good friend, we're out.
We're out.
So.
go boom. Let's go boom. Boom.
I'll tell you what we're not. We're not a production company, and we're not an agency either. We're an independent think tank focused on creating dynamic video content and fully integrated experiences. It's branded entertainment, plain and simple.
I've always defined branded entertainment as programming with an agenda, and that's exactly what we're setting out to deliver with Industrial Studios.
We're looking at how people are telling stories, how they're creating video, how are they reaching the modern industrial buyer.
We're gonna ask questions about potential audience. We're gonna ask questions about customer demographics and media planning and all of your strategy. And then when we're done, don't be surprised if we ask a few more questions, questions that help us push you to the next level.
Video is outperforming any other form of content, period. So you've got to do it right.
Being comfortable often leads to complacency, so there has to be strategy behind the story. Delivering strong creative is only one part of producing successful video content.
So we're building a team that does things a little bit differently. We're scraping the guardrails freaking hard, and that's driving fast, sparks are flying, and we're making story magic.
go boom.
Welcome to the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. This is the one I've been waiting for. I am here with the visionary, the maestro of the magic, His Royalty, His Highness, Sir Peter Illman of AMT, Chief Experience Officer.
Thank you. I hardly can live up to that intro, and I wouldn't even try.
Oh my goodness. Peter, thanks for taking time to be in the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. We wouldn't be here without you.
I feel the opposite. I think we are honored to have you guys here because where we're sitting is the epicenter right now. And to not have everyone here is a poverty. And right now we have everyone here, and it's a pleasure and an honor to have your team as a part of our team.
This is fantastic. So this started November in Denver, and what was that, 2021?
Yeah, this past November. It's hard to believe it's only that far, but it is. Seems like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Do you remember we were sitting at the banquet table?
Sure, yeah.
And we were talking about storytelling and creators and how they're a great channel and a voice of industry.
Yeah.
Do you remember that conversation?
Absolutely remember that conversation, and I also remember you did a presentation at the MFG event, which was really the first poking your head out of the sand for a lot of folks. You have to remember, November 2021, a lot of people hadn't traveled. There was still proliferation was masked, and there were a lot of things that were awkward, and we were really starting to relearn how to engage, how to reconnect.
I remember just being at the for afterwards, just having some cocktails and it was really the first time everyone was there. Like, okay, the business was over, and just all the hugs and all the it just felt like family.
It was amazing to watch the progression from people arriving somewhat cautious, somewhat awkward, shall we say?
Yeah.
And as the meeting went on, the awkwardness melted away. And everyone said, you know what, this is how we live. And I remember sitting here thinking, God, can IMTS be above this level? Can we forget the awkwardness and start with the connections from day one? That was my fondest hope. And that's where I thought, we need to engage our audience starting now, November, we don't need this awkwardness. How do we get over this awkwardness? We need to be communicative straight through the process, all the way up to the show, so that by the time we get here, we're old friends.
Yeah. It is like butter. You're out here.
There's a comfort level.
If you're watching this in the live stream, and we wish we were here, and if you're in Chicagoland area, still come by, still register.
Good
come on.
seats still available. Yeah.
This is such a good time, and it's so relaxed and so much fun. And I'm not being biased. It's like, it is so much fun.
I can tell you, I've made a career of this because it's fun. I just like doing it. I look forward to IMTS as much as I did my first IMTS 42 years ago.
Well, so now we're at IMTS.
Yeah.
But one of the things, Peter, that I just want to thank you for is your vision for giving a voice to creators, people who are out there creating content, extending their influence, communicating about their passion, and you, as the brainchild, started to really look at how do we extend the reach, and the namesake of this area that we're in, this live stream, is the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. And IMTS Plus is a digital destination for the manufacturing community to watch, to read, to listen, to learn and join and connect. And share your vision for IMTS Plus.
I'm going to tell you where this all kind of draws back to. You know, we at IMTS, we've always looked for innovations. The show is an innovation. So how do we find some new ideas? How do we play with new ideas? But in the process, it's my boss, Doug Woods, likes to say, well, that works, but it's brute force and awkwardness, right? Brute force and awkwardness doesn't really rule the day. And part of that is because thinking first is really important. What are we trying to achieve? And, you know, maybe it took me longer than it should, but something we started focusing on in the mid 2014, 15, 16 kind of era was, you know, these events are about people. And all of what we're doing here, all of the technology, all of that, it may be science, but it all boils down to people. People adopt, people learn, people go forward. So how do we start involving people? And that's really the genius of IMTS Plus, is it's about the people. I have seen a lifetime of my machining process is better than yours, and my innovation is a little bit better than yours. And there is a place for that because we have to find that. But what we focus on as we started to build the concept of IMTS Plus is, listen, look at this great story. I want to know this person. When we started IMTS Plus, we did a pilot episode to see if we could do it. Number one, production value wise, are we really skilled storytellers? Where are we? And we did a story about Nicole Walter and her experience coming into the business at HM Manufacturing. And we told the story. And I've seen Nicole all over the show. I saw her in our sessions, and she never fails to come up to me and say, "You made me a rock star." Well, I didn't do it. The industry did it, because the industry needs rock stars. Rock stars are the foundation of what we do. There's heroes in this industry. Let's tell their stories.
Absolutely. And that's you had me at stories. So we're sitting at the table in Denver because we've got to tell stories.
Yeah.
I want to get into the story business. And I was like, well, you're talking to the right person, Peter. I'm all for that.
Yeah. And the passion that you showed is why we connected so well, because that passion for storytelling is the same passion that so many of our folks out here have for manufacturing. They're passionate about figuring out a better way to do something, figuring out a better way to machine it, really learning what we're trying to achieve. And I love to tell that story because that passion is the passion I have about this industry that I've been in for 42 years. Man, I have met some wonderful, interesting people. And I think it's about time that our stories they're better than the stories on Dateline. I don't want to hear about murderers. I want to hear about people who did the right thing. I want to hear about people who learned how to move an industry forward, how to do something, how to send people to the moon. That's one of our themes here. We're going back to the moon. We've got the component parts. We've got a methodology of how things are being done over in the North Building. And, you know, we've got pieces over there that are going to go to the moon. How cool is that?
And environments. You can literally, experience the moon before the moon shot happens.
Yes. Yeah.
What a better opportunity to indoctrinate a whole new community. I don't know if you know this, but we were I don't know if you've ever seen the Manufacturing Day logo.
Mm-hmm.
That's us. We were Oz behind the curtain launching Manufacturing Day, and it was focused on changing perceptions of manufacturing and manufacturing careers. And over time, it went from 250 to 500 to 800, and we were sitting at 2,000 manufacturers opening up their doors to America, and hundreds of thousands of people coming in these doors. But what comes out of these doors are stories, and IMTS is doing that right now. We had Spot the Robot from Boston Dynamics out here. We had a young apprentice here, and she was being mentored by Hannah Coombs with Westminster Tool,
Yeah.
and they were putting out a show called Track the Apprentice. So as you look at storytelling in the in IMTS Plus, what is your hope and aspiration for IMTS Plus, and what should our audience expect from it as we look, not just at IMTS as a show, but at IMTS Plus?
IMTS Plus, my long-term vision of IMTS Plus is that it makes IMTS become a continuum rather than an event. IMTS Plus is about the personalities that are currently walking in front of us as we're sitting here. We've probably seen, somewhere around 30 people per minute or so go in front of us. Maybe that's conservative. Maybe that's conservative.
It's just not stopping.
But I don't want those people to all go back to their individual facilities and we don't see them again for 2 years. I want them to be engaged. I want our IMTS Plus to become an engagement tool, whether it be to learn, whether it be to read an article, whether it be to listen to a podcast, listen to one of our discussions, or to say, you know what, that's a great story. I want to hear about this. Our video versions, our new productions, we've got several of our series that are in production again. We had some popular storytelling series, innovation series. We had one that really went over the roof with Travis Egan and his son Max, bringing someone into the industry.
And Max was here.
Max was here today, as a matter of fact.
We interviewed him right here.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I see. And we've got new ideas in the can that we're going to be coming out with as well. And all of them involve, they don't pass my desk if we're not talking about a personality. And so you're going to see over the next year, 2, 4, 6, how many of these personalities that are here that you really want to know, you really want to meet. And when you're in an area, say, you know what, I'd love to visit that place. Maybe I'll give him a call. Maybe I'll give her a call. And I'll meet them, learn from them, because manufacturing is becoming an exercise in sharing. And that exercise in sharing has to increase, not decrease.
And there's something that happens in life that there's these big moments that when you think about the body of your work, Peter, and the impact you've made along the way, there's these just key moments. And I'm sitting here with you, and I just want you to do something with me. Let's just watch for a second. Look what you guys have gone through. Look at these folks that are all here. Mazak, Okuma, we've got DNN Solutions.
Hardinge, Haas. You can go on and on and on.
Yeah. We're in South Hall, so that's why we're naming that. There's in so many other halls.
Yeah.
How do you personally feel about just this moment in your whole body of work?
Well, I'll tell you a story about what I felt like at my first IMTS. I felt like the old style was everyone was an island. You kept to yourself. You hated competitors. You didn't talk to them. It was weird. It was weird. And to the point where I've told this story many times, I'll share it again. I needed a wrench. Didn't have it. And I looked across, and there was a competitor. And I thought they must have one because they are similar product and that. And I walked across, and I met a woman named Sue Augustine, now Sue Augustine Bartholomew. And I borrowed a wrench from her. Both of us got chewed by our bosses for talking to and dealing with a competitor.
Wow.
Sue Bartholomew retired recently. She was on my show committee for many years, and we together worked to build committee trust so that this industry stops being islands and starts being collaborative, cooperative. What do I feel now looking around? That's what I feel. I feel this is a collaborative, cooperative industry. People are walking by now. They don't all work for the same company. They don't see everybody else walking around as an enemy. This is a collaborative industry. It's a feeling. I would say family, but I think that's a little overused these days. It's not a family. It's a community, and that's what I want to build with IMTS Plus. IMTS Plus will be the year-round community of IMTS.
Absolutely, and I want to affirm that. I was just speaking to my team. I was here in 2018, and it can be intimidating coming to your first IMTS. You know, as an exhibitor, as someone trying to do business or engage, you know, because people in all different directions are trying to engage with each other. And what I told the team is I said, you know, it's different here. I've been able to come up and speak to folks, to invite them over to the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. You know, they know industrial strength marketing, and you know they're very proud of the work they're doing. We're like, look, and it's just been so accommodating. And I've been seeing these, you know, you see the red shirts talking to the blue shirts, talking to the yellow, you know how the colors work here. And the word I said to everybody is it felt like co-opetition, where there's this cooperation and this community, to your point. And I think if you're watching this live stream or you're listening to this, it's really hard to communicate the feeling and the vibe that's here, and it was really delightful. It was really, I hate to say a surprise, but it was just such a nice thing.
We've come a long way in this industry towards understanding that the whole is better than the sum of the parts. You know, the whole of this industry is vibrant, exciting, innovative. You can use any word you like, but it's better as a group than one company doesn't make it. One company can't invent 3D printing. One company can't invent a better way to machine. It's collaborative, it's cooperative, and yes, individual companies compete. It's human nature. It's what we do. But all boats are lifted by the improvement in technology and the cooperation of understanding of getting together at meetings. We started this conversation talking about our meeting at MFG. You make a product that could be competitive to IMTS Plus, right? But I don't think that's the way we want to operate. We want to work together, because together we're bringing a real different perspective from a guy who sits here as a show person to a guy who sits here as someone who's creating marketing, who's developing a different view of the industry. So it's our cooperation, collaboration that leads to magic.
And then literally our logos are on the same piece of paper.
How about it? Yeah.
As partners, and we're here to tell the stories. And on that note, it's really about community. Peter, I want to thank you so much for joining the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge, helping make this a reality, partnering with Industrial Strength Marketing and Industrial Studios to put this on, and just your belief and story and creators and community. So thank you.
I thank you, and I think that everyone who's listening, watching, on board, this community will continue. This show closes on Saturday, and one of the things we've said in a lot of our IMTS Plus advertising and IMTS Plus marketing is that see you tomorrow.
We'll see.
Whether that's Saturday, next week, or on. See you tomorrow.
So on that note, we will see you tomorrow. Thanks, Peter.
You bet.
legs go boom.
And are we ready to go?
Looks good.
I think they have a little run here they're going to do. And we're live. Okay. Welcome to the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. There's just so much frenetic energy around the halls of IMTS that now I can hear through all the energy and the machines and the people. But I am so delighted to have Christine Spiegel with Muratech here joining me. Thanks for joining me in the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge.
Thanks for having me. It's great to be here. What an exciting show.
Oh my gosh. What do you think of the show? This is your first, right?
It is my first. I think it's hopping. I mean, I know from past they say that we don't have as many out there in the audience, but I think it's quality over quantity this year. I recently did FabTech and we experienced the same thing there. So, you know, the quality of the attendees here are amazing. I mean, having great conversations, even writing POs. Didn't happen all that way,
Making
but
some money?
it's really making some money.
That's right. Make that money.
That's it.
I am very excited because we're kindred spirits. You are the strategic marketing director at Muratech.
Yes, actually.
You're an industrial marketer.
Yes, I'm an industrial marketer. It's nice to have women in the business to be able to really go out and market and stand side by side, you know, with the manufacturers and understanding what supply chain is really all about. And it's really fun to market.
We honor and celebrate the power and potential of women in manufacturing.
Yes.
And there's someone out there that we hope, as we live stream and as we're being heard out there, that just like one person is inspired by your story. That could be one day an industrial marketer like you.
Absolutely. I mean, the great thing is I started out in consumer products, but ending up in manufacturing, there's just nothing about understanding what it makes to make something behind the scenes. We take for granted all the great things that we get to use and live with every day, but people don't really understand what it takes to actually make them behind the scenes and supply it to you.
Okay, so I founded Industrial Strength Marketing in 2003. And here we are. Next year will be 20 years.
Wow.
And that's the thing we hear all the time when, like, industrial marketing, what's that all about? So you've gone from consumer marketing to industrial. How has that been for you as a marketer, as a creator? Like, how has that changed and impressed? How has the industry been, perceived by you or felt by you? What's your impression?
Well, you know, what I think is really amazing about marketing from consumer products to industrial is the fact that you can bring creative consumer marketing to the actual manufacturing space, which is very unique. So it makes you a little bit of like an out-of-the-box thinker. It's kind of like some of the cool things that our machines make are very much consumer-driven. But people don't realize that that part of the journey is what excites others. So interestingly enough, I think industrial manufacturers and manufacturers today are actually looking for marketers with consumer marketing in their background because it allows them to be different. How do you find the differentiation? And if it's not there, you create it, you know?
I think
and that's what we do.
Your instincts are right. We're seeing in data that industrial buyers and decision-making units that make big purchases with Muratech and others, they want the same experiences they get whether they're shopping on Amazon, they're meeting with someone virtually or in person. So we're having to adapt, as marketers and sellers to give them the information, whether it's through a virtual meeting, whether it's in person, or they can find everything they need about your products online. Now, is that something? So you're clearly bringing that.
Yes.
But help me understand your role at Muratech, because there's a lot of brands and business segments there. Like what brands are you responsible for in marketing, and what's your role look like?
Yeah, well, at Murata Machinery, which is owned by a Japanese-based headquarters, but we manufacture Muratech systems throughout all of the United States and North America, and my role is to really help a manufacturing company that's been around for 80 years become marketers? And how do you market systems and machinery? Well, what you do is you really humanize automation. You bring, it's the people behind the scenes, the things that you make on them that really make the difference. You know, if you could make an aerospace fastener in 1.9 seconds or move it that quickly, people don't understand that the machinery made with built-in automation right from the core, I mean, speed's the limit. I mean, we make some of the world's fastest winding machines in the world, keeping that fabric going. Or you're talking about a turning center where we've just launched our first industry first Y-axis, live tooling, front-facing, horizontal, that can make a pegboard out of a round piece of metal in one full swoop. No changes, same machine, one machine. The automation is incredible in the journey that it's taken from the first Wiedemann Warren Swayze platform, which is what we're built on, all the way to today, and the amount of competition and the amount of CNC lathes that are out there. So as a marketer, my job is to help us talk about the difference. What does that difference mean? You know, so as an example, I'm presenting you.
We have an example here.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're zooming in on it. Tell me about this. This is wonderful. We've been like capturing little like additive manufacturing parts in other areas. So tell me about this a little bit.
Yes.
This is wonderful.
So what you're seeing is one of our gifts that we're giving away at the show. Anybody that comes and registers, and we actually engrave their names on this desk set, and everything you see has been custom built. The pegboard was built off of our new MWR 120G. It's like I said, it's a full multitasking machine that allows you to create what you see in one machine, no changeovers. The pegs are built on another lathe machine from soup to nuts, etching all the edges all the way down to the pen that you see. So that pen is actually the only thing that's not manufactured on a machine is the ink. And it's all been manufactured on one machine. Yes, and that's all based on a machine that has full automation at its core. And then the other two pieces that you see there has we have a cell phone holder as well as a business card holder, and those were fabricated on a sheet metal turret punch press, along with this Muratech truck that glides back and forth. So underneath it is the actual stamp out, cool. Right? It's the stamp out of the actual vehicle created on a turret punch press, and it's actually in our booth punching all day long, so that banging you hear in the background is us punching that out. And then all of our guests are invited to come over and build it right on the spot. All they have to do is attach the wheels and 2 axles.
That is so cool.
Yeah, and that's also a business card holder. So what we're trying to show here with this, it's not just about the machine, it's what you can make. And all the way down to what a consumer can actually, so it's not just about the automotive part, but there's parts and pieces that you can make. So it's...
I'm going to hold this for a second.
Yeah, sure. It's really fun.
This is a keeper for me. That or the pen. Take this.
Yes. So
Cracker Barrel.
Yes, the old Cracker Barrel. And you would not believe how many people have come in to our booth, sitting down and playing pegs all day. And I have not seen anyone leave more than 4 or 5 on the board. So,
okay. So how do we do this?
So you have to.
Little pegboard here.
No, you have to jump the pegboards, and your object
okay. I haven't
is.
played in a while. So
yes.
This is my kids were little, and I had to watch them for my wife during the weekends when she went to school.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we? So let's want to play a little game.
So what you do is you jump each peg.
Okay.
So you jump the pegs, and you take out that jump, and your object is to try to get the least amount.
Okay, so let's go. So we're gonna do this.
Yes, while we chat.
We're gonna do this as we chat.
Right. So you only can jump over 1 forward or 1 to the back. So we're going to try to make
a bad move.
Good choice. No, that could be the last
That
one
could
on
be
the
the
board.
last one.
All right. So the next one.
Okay.
So you can go from this side or that side or that side. But what we're trying to do is get 1 or 2. We've had no one has gotten past 4 yet.
Well,
4 remaining on the board.
Okay. So. I'm going to pause for a second because I still have so much curiosity about meeting you as a industrial marketer. So, as you've looked at and what you've been speaking about is how do you get the word out about multiple products across multiple verticals? You're really doing some really interesting punching operations on for the fabrication industry and metals and plate. But it's almost like that truck is a little story. So
it is.
And is that how you're using that as a way to tell a story, not just have a wonderful truck that any kid would love to have and be able to make? Is that part of the thinking that's going into what you're doing?
Well, I think what we're doing with these wonderful gifts is every time a customer or a new prospect comes to see us, we want to make sure that they have an everlasting moment about what we've done. So we end up in their office or end up on their shelf. So anytime that, true marketers, if you think about all the ads that you watch every day, and it's the same in consumer marketing as well as industrial, I need to make sure that you hear me 7 times, constantly. So I remind you that we are here. So any marketing pitch that's out there is all about how many times that you leave that mastering message or memory in there. So how many Geico commercials have you seen? Well, it's about the amount of times that you hear that message. And our job as marketers is to make sure that we're touching our potentials or people that are needing our services to solve their pain points and their challenges when they need it. So I want to make sure that I'm sending them that digital message, that great web message, that great video message, as well as all the great ways that they interact with your sales teams.
Yep.
So ultimately, here, these are not really about trying to market to you. These are about making sure that we appreciate your business and that if you need us, we're going to be there. And you remember where they came from. Oh, that was that company that, has all the automation that can make it, move it, store it, and pick it across the entire supply chain. And how they do that, all the great things that you see there.
And so you're thinking about your audience and they're having a great experience with this, and you're focusing on getting the messaging out. And then you also have to support sales, and there's a lot of sales folks here focused on doing their best to serve their families, right, at the end of the day.
Absolutely.
So as your role as as you look at strategic marketing director, how do you see that relationship between you and sales and telling the stories and getting the message out, and how do you support the sales process in terms of what you
really, sales and marketing that are not joined at the hip, walking hand in hand, they're missing the boat. I mean, let's be real.
we have to be able to play a game like this together.
Absolutely.
I think I may have messed up.
Oh, no, you made a good move there because, see, I can come down and take that one, too.
Okay.
See?
So all right, so let's keep going.
So I think the relationship between sales and marketing has to be connected. Our teams, our digital marketers, our content creators, we're reviewing things see, what we have to do is we have to take the technical language that they use and we have to bring it down to the layman terms so that we can speak to everyone within the industry. So our sales teams depend on us to make sure we give them the market details and the trends and where they're going and why they need to be there. Are we meeting the market to where it needs to be market? What are those pain points and challenges? They're the ones that are on the front line. So they tell us those challenges that we have to solve, and then we provide them with the solutions. Yep. So we're hand in hand constantly. At Muratech, we live and breathe sales and marketing. It's a joint effort. Here at, we can't live without them, and they can't live without us.
If sales and marketing are not at the same table, you're probably doing it wrong.
That is correct.
And that's
much so.
That's the challenge.
Right. And if they're not willing to come to the table, us marketers, we chase after them. They can't get away from us anyway.
Yes.
When
you think about service,
yep.
right? Because we're serving other people, whether it's a product or a true traditional service. And that's from the marketer's lens. Tell me a little bit about like your view of service and, the storytelling or the marketer's role in really communicating the heart of service.
Well, the art of service, I think, in this industry is the most important because your machines are as good as they're running. So at Muratech, that's one of the greatest. It's because we're a Japanese-based company, it's reliability by design. So service has to be the most important. US-based service that keeps your machines running for the life of the system, because if it's not running, you're not making money and we're not being productive. And us as marketers have to make sure that they have service plans available, and we provide and work with our teams to be able to market that. So service on systems, no matter what business that you're in, think about it, we're all about convenience. Customers expect that. And if you're not able to deliver that, they're going to look for others that can. So service and sales and reliability and design all have to walk hand in hand. Without them, you really fall over.
Yeah, no,
right?
for
it's that
sure.
tripod.
and preparing for something like this is a lot of work. How you doing, by the way?
Yeah, it's I will have to say, because of the show and how large they are, we brought in 9 machines, a fully integrated system. We started installing here on the 2nd of September. And so our crews have been on site for 20 days, as marketers have been building this 6 months ago. So once I leave here, we have Fab Tech, and then we have another show after that. So you're ultimately going from show to show, really trying to build the message. So it's grueling, but it's really great because the people that you meet, just like yourself, being able to sit here and really talk about the joys of marketing and being at these shows. I'm just happy we're all back together again. I mean, shutting these shows down is tough because there's nothing like face-to-face with these wonderful customers.
Absolutely. And as you think about it, this is your chance to shine. This is the big show.
It is.
Where you're showing your stuff as a marketer or as someone in sales or the engineer.
Yes.
That is so excited about what they've created. And I love engineers because they are in the business of creating things that never existed before.
Right. Well,
and you get to market that.
Right.
Isn't that
Well,
cool?
the fun part about it is that when you step into the world of marketing, manufacturing marketing, getting those system engineers and the sales guys to realize that what's marketing and what are we doing and how are we doing it. But it's a really fun journey because it's the guys, they say, oh, well, they're old school and they might not be able to switch, but you know what? Proof's in the pudding. And when they see the results from the way you market and you work together as a team, they really come alive and they're like, oh, that's really fun.
One of the best things I heard years ago is that, and it was related to social media. So we're very focused on podcasting and YouTube and video and meeting people where they're at, right? The consumer methodology and the one thing about I think about engineers is that they're our best asset when you think about it. Who would be the best to do things like social media or videos? Maybe it's the people that made it in the first place, who literally designed it.
Yes, humanizing automation.
It's literally
yes.
It's not some intermediary. It's not a marketing firm. It is literally empowering the folks that designed it. They are the best suited
Absolutely.
to communicate in social media. So I applaud your instincts to enable them and encourage and even recognition to put your engineers and designers and folks in maintenance and application engineering on the front lines. And because they're your best asset. So, be free and communicate and market because you have the people who literally made it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, here we're doing that very same thing. Our service, our applications teams, they're all on the floor. They're working, they're interacting with, questions and solving problems right on the spot, and that's what makes a really good team. That's what makes you really work hard together because each of us knows what each other's needs are. And then sometimes when you can't answer the questions, it's okay to pass the buck. Right? It's okay to go to somebody and say, hey, here's a great question I'm not quite sure of, So as marketers, we know the big words, right? In the world of manufacturing, we learn the big words until we're in it for 10 or 20 years,
I want to try to find a way to make the word acronym obsolete in manufacturing. We have quite a few acronyms in marketing and manufacturing.
I actually had to do a training presentation, and the amount of acronyms I put on that sheet was pretty overwhelming, I'd have to admit, yes. And then add all the marketing acronyms. There's SQLs and there's MQLs.
And there's
right?
SALs. And
right.
Yeah.
And then there's SAP, and then there's, Salesforce and all those things that go along with it.
Well, I'll tell you the one that I think is most important and I hear the most is ROI.
Well, ROI stretches across everyone. I'm going for the next one.
All
here.
right. Okay, it's on. It is
See?
on.
Yeah.
Let's see.
All
Okay.
right. You have to jump. Yeah. Oh no, I could. But see, I can still keep going right there. See?
What?
Oh, we got a couple more.
Man, I have to position something to do something magical.
That's right.
Okay,
So the fun part about this is that think about.
See, I'm not an engineer. We're totally. See, I'm a liability in this situation, Christine. All right.
We might not get past 4.
I don't know. This will be left hanging. I don't think so. I don't know. I feel.
Oh, we might not get. I don't think we're getting past 4.
I told you.
See, 4 has been, so I encourage anyone to come by the booth to see if you guys can get past 4. I haven't seen it yet. Haven't seen it.
I'm telling you, we're going to have to. All right, I'll give you a hug if you beat me.
No.
So on
That's
that
right.
note, Christine, thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
coming to the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. I really appreciate your heart and spirit to be of service to your team, to really create stories for them, and to really enable everyone so they can put the best foot forward. And I encourage you for your hard work.
Thank you
for
very
so
much.
many weeks.
Yes.
And actually months and months of preparation.
Yeah, it's really
And-
paid off. This
yeah.
has been a great show. It really has, and we're not over. You know,
Yeah.
it's just first couple of days, and we're off to, you know, I give it up for show services. It's been fantastic.
Fantastic. So if folks want to find out more about you, where can they go to find out more about you? And
Yeah, well,
your
we're
tech?
right on this south floor, 338844. Come see us. We got mirror trucks, we got mirror desk sets, and we're giving them away all the way through the end of the show. We have food every day, so I know if people want to eat some food instead of that convention food.
Where's my better in convention food?
Yeah, a little bit.
All right.
So
Where's
I
the-
encourage everyone to come on over. We'd love to have you and come talk and let us know how everybody's marketing out there, right?
Oh my goodness. Let's put our best foot forward. This is
That's
a
right.
Super Bowl for us,
All right.
marketers. Let's go.
That's it.
All right. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
All right. Bye.
Okay.
All right, guys.
All
So
right.
here we go. All right. You did fantastic. That was
We
good.
are about to wrap on an amazing day 3 of IMTS 2022 at the Creators Lounge. We have had amazing conversations. We've had special guests. We hope that you've enjoyed the content as we are #we are all creators, and as we are creators, we are creating the content live. The notes of my schedule it's been changed so many times as we improvise and we say yes to amazing opportunities to connect, hear, share, and tell our stories. So we are gathering the influencers now for the wrap up. Calling all influencers, please report to the Creators Lounge. See you soon. Hello, we are live at the Creators Lounge for the daily recap with Influencers Plus at IMTS Plus for day 3. Wow, what a day. So many amazing things have happened. I'd love for everyone to go around the room, and I'd love to have a quick conversation. Give us like a sentence or two. We'll start with our guests of guests to my right. Would you please, I mean, you were here yesterday. We've seen you. We pizzaed. We beered. Say your name, what you do, and one of your favorite moments from today.
All right. Yeah, so I'm Malachi Greb, CEO of Elite Automation. Today's been like a pretty awesome day. We've been doing a lot of different interviews and stuff for our podcast, and meeting with. Today was probably the biggest day for connecting with people. I probably met and had like the best in-depth conversations with people today.
Love it.
I'm Jenna. I am an engineer at Elite Automation, training to be CMO. Right? Yeah. By far today, I've networked with more people than I have this whole time, and it's been a good experience to see everyone else's experience and their take on what they do in their business and how they influence everyone around us. So
awesome.
You go.
I'm Nikki Gonzalez, head of partnerships at QuoteBeam and one half of Automation Ladies. My other half will be here tomorrow. I have had an amazing day. I'll include 2 things. I ran into a group of girls out here that were so excited, right? I'm wearing my Automation Ladies hat, and it just, some people are like, yeah, that's really cool. They have no idea who we are, but just seeing it, it's something that they've been craving.
That's what powerful branding does.
And I also, for the first day today, kind of did a little bit of networking for my day job. And I was at the Hanover Fair section. And it's something that's really cool to me because my dad went to those in Germany for 7 years in a row when I was a kid. And to get to come here and have all the automation people sort of concentrated in that hall for me made for a fantastic day today. So cool.
Super. Oh, it is my time.
Scott,
I'm sorry about that. I was more interested in the guests.
Yeah.
And then, well, I had a great day as well. I had the opportunity to interview both Darcy McLaren, SAP, right, and Tony Papke, MXD. You guys know about MXD?
I do. It's great.
Of course you do.
Great organization.
Yeah, it's a great organization.
And everything.
So let's interview.
Don't be mad at me.
No, I'm not mad at you guys. And then we did some on-the-spot interviews, and there's one, and I can never. I know I'm going to mispronounce the name. It's Yellow. Starts with an F. Yellow.
Fanuc.
Fanuc.
Oh, like the biggest company in industrial automation.
Come on.
Hey, when you serve it, you get it back. That's how it works.
That's right. Fanuc.
Two-way traffic.
So we had a great conversation about cobots, all of the robot arms. It was fantastic. So that's
those cobots
this
are
day,
so.
and then it just sort of run around.
I've got a cobot friend over there.
Oh, good.
Yep.
There you go.
Yeah, I get to what you did to me later. But no, yeah, Jesus. No, it started great. Kind of went
We got him
downhill
good.
from there. But it started with the 5K miles for manufacturing run in the morning. By the way, all the sponsor ship money I think gets donated, which is a good cause. But also, people getting together at 7 a.m. running, getting active in the morning. The fastest guy ran the 5K in 15 minutes. Mind blown. And then 17 minutes. One of our CFO ran it in 19 minutes.
What was your time?
I don't want to tell you my time.
What was your time?
23 something.
Good job.
So, it's okay. Yeah. But yeah, great day so it started into the day. And
was there any moments where you had a little bit of embarrassment by any chance?
Yes. So Mary stopped by our booth and brought a giant cutout of my head, and I wasn't there. So yeah, for 5 minutes she waved my head around and was asking people where I was.
I was really hilarious. People did not know what to expect. And also, speak. Oh, I don't have a microphone.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
Yeah, thank you. So I speak a little bit of German because my family is Austrian. And so I was walking around and I was like, Fabian, wo bist du? Kommen Sie hier, bitte? Which is basically saying like, Fabian, where are you? Can you come here, please? So at least I asked politely, because in some of the German language you can be very rude, but I was polite.
You were.
If
That's correct, yeah.
if you're going to be a part of a joke, I'll at least say please.
You're welcome.
So yeah, I still feel so giddy about it. It was great. I'm really, yeah. Look, he's beautiful as a cutout and as a person. Yes. Great, Meaghan. Yes, we highlight from today.
I can't pick one, honestly. I had such a freaking fabulous day today. I had 30 kids coming in from Beloit Memorial High School. I was able to interview 4 of them up here, which was a really important conversation because it's the things that manufacturers need to hear. I interviewed Nikki, who is sitting with us today, and then Chris and Jake Hall joined me with the robot Spot. So it was pretty exciting, yeah, and I got to take a selfie with him, and I got to take a selfie with the students. So I'm really glad that they were here. One of the things that stuck out was one girl said, she's like, I don't know what I want to be yet. I'm still trying to figure that out. And she's like, I really don't know what's available in engineering and manufacturing. And that's why I wanted to come here, because I wanted to see what a career path would look like. So there's definitely an awareness issue. There's definitely an exposure issue. And I hope anybody that was walking past when they were talking took notes and adjust their strategies to help recruit and retain the next generation, because we need to start doing it.
I just appreciate all your hearts and all your hard work. And I know there's been some tears of joy.
For sure.
And, but, you know, in our body of work, in our careers, these are going to be the moments we really think about, not all the rest. And I just really appreciate that. And you've been very inspiring. And this room represents the demographic of what we hope for manufacturing, both men and women and people from all backgrounds. So this is one of the real reasons why we're here. So just thanks, and just want to realize these moments, because we just looked at a picture from Peter Ellman was here, and I'll just go next just to keep us on plan. Mitch, sorry.
That's okay.
And he is the Chief Experience Officer, and he was the supporter and partner to us to do the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. And I saw him share a picture of his first IMTS, that he was an exhibitor here. And it was a picture of this same hall with the same pretty much suppliers here. And I didn't see one woman in the photo. You know, they say it, but when you see it, and, you know, I think one of the things that, you know, I think about today and this whole event so far, I've just work to do, but I have not seen this much, you know, gender diversity that I've seen at this IMTS, and it's just, and Mitch, you're part of that with your family, right? I mean,
yeah, there's a lot of underrepresentation here. I'll say that.
Yeah, what's your highlight from today?
You know,
I haven't seen you all day.
Buy any more
I've been
machines?
busy.
I've
No,
been
I didn't buy any
busy.
machines today. My wife hid the checkbook, and so, but I had 2 great interviews today. David Modig from Modig Machine Tool. They're in the back there. They don't have any machines here because their machines are too freaking big, but they hold the world record for metal removal rate. So he said, to put it in context, if you take a 55-gallon drum, they're filling that up with metal shavings every minute. And so their customers, it's not your average job shop. It's going to be Spirit Aerosystems, Boeing, those types of people. And so they have a really unique product that it is just super rigid, super fast, and nobody can touch it. They're from Sweden. But what I was excited about was he has now stood the industry on its head. He took a machine that typically has a cutter, you know, coming from the top and cutting, and he flipped it upside down where the cutter is coming from the bottom. So as you're cutting your part, the chips and this stuff are falling away. And it also has a lot of things for rigidity, if we won't get into. But it was just like, what were you smoking or doing when you sat there one day and says, I'm going to take a CNC machine, and designed it upside down. And it's genius, and he's patented it, and he doesn't have the first one out in the market yet, but he's got some graphics back there, but that's going to be really cool. And then I talked to Paul Van Meter from Paperless Parts, not Paperless Parts, Pro Shop. Paperless Parts.
I get them confused too.
Thank you.
All the time.
Pro Shop. I'm actually a user of their software, full disclaimer. But it's an ERP system for managing the shop and the workflow and the quality certification, everything goes along with it. But what's really nice about it is these are guys that had a shop, realized the need, started developing the software for themselves, and they developed it extremely intuitively because they didn't ever think they were going to turn it into a product, but solving their own need. And then eventually they turned it into a product, and it's just such a natural thing for a business doing machining and aerospace and AS9100 to adopt. So it's great to hear their story of transitioning from a small shop that was growing, managing things on spreadsheets to, well, let's develop a little code, well, a little more code, and next thing you know, they're one of the big players.
And this comes from someone who founded MFG.com, the marketplace for part sourcing, and co-founder of Fast Radius, and now ZYCI CNC Machines. So, thanks for bringing the you've brought that machinist, additive, software entrepreneur to the Creators Lounge, and that's what's fantastic. So,
yeah, absolutely. But quickly,
it's so cool.
Malachi, I want to know what you guys do. I didn't get an intro into that. Can you give us your elevator pitch? One of you two.
Yeah, sure. So we're systems integrators. Our core focus is robotic applications.
Okay.
We don't really have a ton of focus, but here recently, maybe over the past year, we've kind of more organically niched down to like weld robotic applications, doing like fixture design and the manufacturing of the fixtures as well. That's just kind of came from like the people that we've hired. So me personally, I come from controls engineering background, PLC, robot, project management.
Sure.
And then, I founded this company about 3 years ago. And as we've hired guys who came from like the BIW line world.
Mm-hmm.
And so through that BIW line world, completely different skill sets, completely different assets.
Mm-hmm.
And we just happened to find like good programmers from that space and good designers from that space, as well as they deal with like an intricate process, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of just navigated us. My team has actually pushed us to go more towards that direction. Boss,
Sure.
we need to do this. We need to do this.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, let's do it.
Well, I think it's incredible. It's an incredible niche of the market to go in that's, to use another term, underserved. So I can see where you guys would have a lot of excitement around.
Yeah,
that.
absolutely.
Well, congratulations on that.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Also, I would like to represent Jim Olin, the director of the Creators Lounge. He also interviewed two different grad students, Max and Nicholas, about the future, really like from the ground of the future from the grad students' point of view of manufacturing and innovation. So very honored, excited, delighted that we are expanding, we are creating, I'm so glad that you are all here. So we have a segment that we call 5 things, but since there are more people, we are going to cut that down to one thing. So here's how it's going to go. So our wrap up for today is select whichever one resonates with you, whichever first one comes to your head, one of the most impactful, inspirational moments from your career thus far. So just want you to share one of the most inspirational and impactful moments from your career thus far. Whoever is ready.
How long do you want us to take on this?
Let's say a couple of 2 or 3 to 5 sentences.
Okay.
Mitch, we have as much time. We'll give you as much time as you need, sir.
I'll go first.
I was going to say, go for it, Mitch. He's ready to go.
Well, I've had two very interesting. I'm going to do 2. But
Yes,
first,
you could-
Whoa.
Well,
One.
Stop using my time.
It's a math problem.
All right. Okay.
There you go. Back at you.
Probably
I love
the
this
first one.
repartee. It's
Probably the
thick.
first one. I have been running, built MFG.com, bootstrapped this business. I'm 4 or 5 years into it. Coming to the office, I check the voicemail, and this guy says, "Hey, I'm the personal assistant for Jeff Bezos, and he'd like to meet you. Can you give me a call back?" That was life-changing.
That gets a sound effect. That
Okay,
gets a
my second one,
yeah.
I had that same type of call. I had the same call from Courtney Love. I came back in a voicemail. "Hi, my name's Courtney Love Cobain, and I've read about you, and I'd like to meet you. If you're going to be in LA, can you come by?" So I was like, yes. I went
Wait.
to LA, and I'll tell you the stories later.
I love that if you're going to be in LA. No.
Let's just go on that.
Yeah, no, that's if you're going to be in LA, that's called like you book the flight and you
I did.
the when I'm going to be
Yeah.
in LA. I love that. Ooh,
Yeah.
fun. Yeah, who else is ready?
I'm ready.
Scott, let's go.
Okay, so I was a journeyman transmission lineman, Southern California Edison, climbing towers, running crews. And I went to school at night and decided that I wanted to go in to get an office job and negotiate qualifying facility generation assets in the service territory. So my first interview, of course, I'm just this line guy. So I go into the office, sitting down, and I meet with a guy named this. I had no idea what was going on. I met a gentleman by the name of Tom Gibbs. And then he asked me, he said, pulls out this map, single line maps, and can you identify the turbine there? And of course, I didn't. And then he said, okay. And then he takes the map and he folds it. Can you identify the turbine in this section? And I said, no, I can't. And then I said, and then I would say, but I will, and I know I will be able to do it if you teach me. And then he folded again.
Nice.
And he said, how about now? He got it down to the smallest possible. I couldn't identify it. He still offered me the job, and he said, we're going to teach you.
Ooh.
That was it, Tom Gibbs. That was from field to office.
Oh, I love that. He got a and you got a ooh sound effect.
It's not to your level, Mitch.
Everyone is beautiful. Everyone is smart. Everyone is a creator. Hashtag
We are all
we are all
geniuses
creators.
in our own things.
Yes.
Okay, I guess I'm up next.
Yes,
And
you are.
After thinking about this for a little while, I grabbed a thought when I heard the celebrity story. So I work for QuoteBeam. We're a startup, and I have been following, I've known these guys for a long time. We used to work together, and long story short, I was working somewhere else. I had a baby and left the startup world, but I got invited to this conference by these VCs, and I run into my old colleague, Roman Piche, who is now my CEO and founder of QuoteBeam. And we hadn't seen each other in a while. We ran into each other at an AI conference in Half Moon Bay, and we found out that we had had a baby on the same day. And we were invited there by the same VC group of people. And so that planted the seed. We had already talked about QuoteBeam when he was at Apple and they were thinking about it, and I was working in AI and supply chain, and it was just one of those things that kept recurring in my life. Time was still not right. I could not co-found another company. I had just stepped out of that for a while. Well, time goes on, and last year I joined. We built this thing over the last year, got users on, started, finding a market fit, having great partners. We recently raised, and this has not yet been, PR announced, but a round. And one of the VCs is a rock star that I have seen play twice since first show in high school. And somebody recently asked me, what was your favorite show you've ever been to? And I mentioned this band and Prince. I hadn't thought of them in years. And turns out now they're investing in this company.
Yep.
Wow,
And
that's
they're
a
about
great
to play
story.
a show in my hometown and invite me.
Yep.
That's a great story.
Yep. That's
So
a
it's
yes.
just one of those things. I could not have avoided this.
No.
The universe brought me
that
here
was
somehow.
coming for you, and thank goodness that you finally said yes when you did. Otherwise, it was just gonna steamroll over you, be like, this opportunity needs you. Wow, love
Fantastic.
it. Whoa, this is so exciting. I feel like we're in like a blender of inspirational stories.
So I've had a lot of moments, but the one that I'm most proud of is 2 years. Well, it's almost 2 years. This October will be 2 years. I wanted to do something to connect the manufacturers to the community that I live in, and wanted to do like a tour where kids could go from manufacturer to manufacturer to manufacturer and learn about what they're doing. Well, COVID made its presence, and companies didn't want to be liable for the kids. So I didn't want to not do anything because they knew I was doing something, so I didn't want to let them down. So I created this virtual event called the Mavens of Manufacturing Summit, and it was 4 hours long. The students were coming in and out during their class period, got all of the local news involved. Andrew Crow was the keynote speaker. But while I was putting this lineup together, I got an email from the Pentagon, and I was kind of freaking out because I was like, why in the Sam hell is the Department of Defense sending me an email? So I like showed it to my husband, and I'm like, what the hell is this? And he's like, who the hell do you know? I'm like, I don't know anyone from
the
there.
Pentagon knows you.
And I was like, so it was Jesse Salazar. He used to be the former, I don't even remember his title, it's so long, but he worked for the Department of Defense. And he's like, I heard about you. I really like what you and Andrew are doing. Is there anything that I can do to help you? And I said, do you want to do a presentation for this tour? So he tapped in virtually from the Pentagon and made a presentation for this tour. And it geeked out the kids, and they were so excited. And then I had other people like Andrew Crow who came and did the keynote, and Aaron Prather who came in and showed them how you can program. He didn't show them, but he demonstrated that you can take a PS2 controller and actually program it to move the robot around, which really like opened up their eyes. I had Tim Wilborn and his wife from TW Controls come in. Amber and Mary, who work with him, Amber's his wife, they got the girls really excited because the girls were like, we didn't know other women existed in this sector. And I'm like, because you're in a bubble. So I'm really proud of it because I could have gave up, but I decided to adapt it. And it ended up being really great, and the kids remember it, and the high school now wants me to come back and do something similar with the other academies that exist within the school. So proud of that.
Fantastic.
I would describe that as awesome.
Like, I got an email from, like, how do you respond to that? I'm just like, who the frack is this calling me? Like,
What did I do?
I'll get back to you as soon as I can,
Right.
which is now.
Burn the laptop.
Throw everything away. Shred it
Destroy
all.
all evidence.
The files are in the computer. Anyone? Zoolander? Anyone? Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. I was like, okay, cool. I was like, oh no, please get my references. Fabian, what about you?
I mean, there's many stories. I think one story that's
He's, Scott said meeting me, by the way.
Me.
There we go.
Now you ruined it. I was going to
Oh no, this is his moment.
No, I mean, ultimately, I think my career and my life changed a lot when I moved to the States. And the only way that I got here was I was at EOS already in Germany in our headquarters, and I had helped my now boss to build up our so-called Additive Minds team here in North America. We conducted workshops in Austin, and at some point he was like, why don't you just move here? And I was like, I don't know, maybe. I don't know. I was in a relationship back then, and then a year passed by, and I came back over and we did another workshop with the team to shape the strategy. And he was like, you should really move here. And
Invitation 2.
Yeah,
Great.
exactly.
Yeah.
So like, invitation 2, okay, relationship is shitty. So I went back to Germany, and I was drinking beers with my friends, and 6 beers in,
Yeah, 6 beers.
I
That's
text
a
him
podcast.
and I
6
just
beers
say,
in.
I'm in. I just text him, I'm in.
Nice.
And go back home. I wake up at 3 a.m. and I'm sobering up. I'm like, what the fuck did I just do? And
you just, drunk decisions.
Yeah, I said yes. So
Drunk Decisions. That's another good podcast.
Drunk decisions are,
Guys, we're
I guess
maybe,
the best.
Yeah.
So then I moved over to Austin a few months later and met my wife, and my career changed, my life changed. So it was probably one of the best decisions I made drunk.
Amazing. All right, so let's finish that story, Fabian. So you were going to this Oktoberfest they were kind of having out there.
Yeah.
And then you were wearing something fun, and you met somebody.
Yeah.
What
I mean,
happened there?
a few months later in Austin, there's in New Braunfels a thing called Wurstfest, which is an Oktoberfest.
Oh, yum.
And I was wearing my lederhosen because I'm from Bavaria, I'm from Munich, so I wore my traditional outfit. And I saw this girl, and she looked at me and she just says, wow, you look like a leprechaun. And now she's my wife.
Yay! Okay, I was going
Wrong
to say
country.
I've noticed in my experience in my career that
So cute, though.
some of the biggest gifts are able to show up to you when you make space for them.
Yeah.
When you say no thank you to the thing that might be toxic or no longer serve your ascension in your growth as an artist, as let's say as a creator. So I will say when I got hired at the Second City, which is just the mecca of comedy, it's been a dream for me forever. I moved to Chicago with $2,000 and a place to live for 2 weeks. And I had told everyone back in New York that I was hired by Second City already because I was just making it happen. And then I didn't get hired the first time. So I went to another theater company and I licked my wounds for a couple months, getting my courage back. But then that company, it was very, very toxic. I didn't like how I was being treated, specifically as a woman. I was being pigeonholed into roles that I didn't feel comfortable playing. No, I don't want to be labeled as like the sexy cheerleader again. I want to be the rocket scientist. I want to play this role. So I left that company and I was like, oh, I actually just got hired at Second City. Second City hadn't hired me yet, but I left that company and I was scared and I was like, I don't know what's going to happen next. Within that week, I got an email from Second City inviting me to join the faculty. So beautiful things happen when you jump over that comfort zone and you're like, I don't know, here I go. Yeah. And then the universe is like, oh, wait, they're really ready. They're not joking around. Okay, give it to her. Let's go. Yes, what about you? I know we're already over, but yeah, no, I'm not, listen, I gotta get it. So I was just going to say, I was saying to you, please. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, this kind of falls right into that. So I'm going to go back to that one. But the first one has been like the impact on people's lives. So like, you know, it's been somewhat recent. And like, even at like this event, like there's been people come up that say, wow, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be in this industry. Or if it wasn't for you, like my life was going in a completely different way. And like, I can't even put words to it. It's like almost makes my eyes tear up. Yeah. Like it's so powerful to have that impact. Like I think like everybody in this room, that's why we do what we do, is like to make that impact and that influence. Mm-hmm. And then the next thing is like you said, like it's making that leap, right? Like whenever you
leap before you know where you're gonna land.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, starting a company is a big deal. It's hard to make that leap, and for me, like I was always trying to grow in my career and try to make shifts and learn whatever. You know, I did everything from like risk assessments to electrical engineering to everything. Like these were not things that I had to do or anything like that, but I was just doing it, trying to progress, try to help the company I worked for. And you just start to see that like the opportunity can only be offered by yourself. That like you have to take a leap and make your own opportunity. And, you know, I was the person that was completely okay with working for one company my entire life if that opportunity would have been there, if somebody would have just gave me the keys. And this company did it to a degree, but I could just see that they were never going to have the same drive and ambition that I had.
That you have. So we're coming to a close, but we cannot close until, please, share with us a quick reflection for you, please.
Okay, so mine would have to be, I'm pretty new to the industry, so I've been doing this for about a year. But when I walked in, I met Malachi, and he was like, I do automation. And I was like, what the hell is that? Like, I had no idea what it was. And he was like, you know what, I'll teach you. And from there, I just kind of grew into enjoying it, loving it, and meeting everyone. And it's had a very big impact on my life. My last job, I was not treated very fairly, so it's great to work with people that want you to be part of their community and want to teach you and want to help you learn. And it's
amazing.
It's been a great experience.
I love that. So I feel like if I could put a wrap on the wrap, it would be leap before you know where you're going to land, and the people you're supposed to be with will be there to meet you. Thank you.
And whatever you do it with owner mentality, just what you were talking about.
Yes. Whatever you do it with owner mentality. Thank you so much. It's been such an honor to have you as we create in the Creators Lounge and expand. So thank you so much. This has been I'm sorry we didn't get to you. So this is only day 3 of IMTS 2022. I was checking on the website. I believe we are we're at least we were at 82,000 attendees when I checked at 1 o'clock.
They post it once a day, so we'll find out tomorrow.
Yes, so super exciting. Thank you so much for being with us. We hope that you've been feeling all of the inspiration and the intentionality by sharing these stories and all of the joy transaction that comes from all of us being together. Thank you so much for joining us on the live stream. Thank you from all of us at Industrial Strength Studios, Industrial Strength Marketing, and Industrial Studios. I just put them all together. And IMTS 2022, #We Are All Creators. Have a wonderful evening. Join us tomorrow. Same time, same place.